Would the members of the Executive Committee please come to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
And I said we would provide an update at this hour with respect to the likely timing on the housing matter and number 11, 16 and 11. I'm just guessing that the next one we're doing is the revenue options, right? 16.3? And it has 30 deputations, so it'll take about the same amount of time as the transit did. And of course, we're not the transit. We have to go through questions and speeches. So I would just say I would say the likelihood of the housing option being this evening is very high. Meaning, pardon me? Yeah, at least 4 or 5 o'clock at the earliest. So if there's anybody here on the housing matter, I just say the same advice applies as to this morning, which is you can go somewhere else. You're welcome to stay, but you can go somewhere else. You can go to Committee Room 2, or you can stay here. But it won't be dealt with until probably late afternoon at the earliest. So back on the transit matter, 16.1, we were at number 26, deputation from Miroslav Glavik. Three minutes, Mr. Glavich, welcome.
Thank you for pronouncing my last name right, like my counselor. Transit has been debated longer than I have been alive, and like I asked at the Scarborough Town Hall, which you were there, how many of you actually take transit? You can draw maps everywhere, and you can debate it and debate it and debate it. Every single of your constituents are going to tell you they want transit. I support the Scarborough subway, obviously. Eglinton Crosstown. I don't know why the Eglinton East LRT is a separate entity from the Crosstown. It should have gone. Eglinton should be going to the airport and UTSC. I live 5 minutes from there. I support the downtown relief line, but it's been talk. And these plans need to be put on, because if there's a new mayor that is going to cancel your plan, just like Rob Ford canceled Transit City, I and most people of Toronto are tired of going to public consultations and talking until we all want a shovel on the ground. I take public transit. I don't drive. I have this many Metro passes from the past few years. I can't drive. I need to take public transit. Most of the people do. It would be nice if all of you took public transit even for 1 week, and then you're going to see how horrible the system is. Or come to the Scarborough Community Council meeting, the next one in September, October, using public transit, and you're going to see how long it takes. And we need to build things now, not in 10 years, 20 years, 25 years. In 25 years, most of you are not going to be here. And I am making a bet that we're still going to have these discussions of building something in 25 years, and nothing has been built. Thank you.
Just a quick question, Miroslav. So when you talk about disruption in service, is there any particular line that you're experiencing that on?
I was stupid enough to take the Eglinton East bus to kill Eglinton through the crosstown. You know, and a lot of the buses in Scarborough are, one comes in 20 minutes and then half an hour to 45 minutes comes 45 minutes later, and then you have the Dole Mills bus in your ward. It goes every 5 minutes. There's a lot of disruption in the city. It's not properly planned.
So by expanding transit, that helps us address the volume issues, capacity issues.
Yeah.
How do we address reliability?
TTC could hire supervisors that know that if the buses or the streetcars say every 10 minutes, that they actually come every 10 minutes instead of nothing for half an hour, and then 3 streetcars or 3 buses all of a sudden. It happens in every part of the city.
So your concerns are not just about expansion, but also the current system and reliability and disruption. Is that
Yes,
correct
maintenance.
assessment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Any other questions of Mr. Glavich? Okay, thank you very much, sir, as always. John Paul Rodriguez, I Love Malvern. Hello, Mr. Rodriguez, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors, and to all of those here in attendance. My name is John Paul Rodriguez, and I'm here to speak to you on behalf of transit concerns of residents in Northeast Scarborough, on behalf of One Love Malvern's Transportation Working Group. Malvern has been largely neglected in terms of transit improvements, plagued by broken promises, on again, off again, proposals, changes, delays, and cancellations. While we support the one-stop Scarborough subway extension because this will reduce the travel time for many Malvern residents who are taking 2 to 3 buses to get to Scarborough Town Centre, commuting overall to downtown 2 hours, transferring as much as 5 times to get to work downtown. We're also aware of the fact, though, that in Scarborough, 48%, I believe in the report here, of trips that originate in Scarborough also terminate in Scarborough. A lot of people are failing to recognize that not everybody is going from their house in Northeast Scarborough to downtown to work. There's a lot more use of the transit system. However, the current plans do not bring any transit north of the 401. Residents want to see services connecting with Smart Track at the Agent Court, GO Station, to the Chinese Cultural Center of Greater Toronto, Centennial College, Malvern Town Centre, Rouge National Urban Park, and of course the Toronto Zoo. We also support the Eglinton East LRT, but we would also like to see this, as part of 4D on your agenda, extended further north from U of T Scarborough into Shepherd and into Malvern. I understand, I was looking at the numbers, it's about $300 million, but that doesn't address the fact that in option 3, it doesn't account for having a maintenance facility, which would reduce the gap a little bit as well. And of course, it doesn't make sense to build a maintenance facility for U of T Scarborough and then later extend it to Shepherd when you could use the Conlins maintenance facility. So why would you build a facility when you could construct phase 1 and phase 2 together at the same time? This would be beneficial, like I said, to connect North and South Scarborough. 48% of the trips are originating and terminating in Scarborough. While it's great, we share the enthusiasm of U of T Scarborough students, but the U of T Scarborough students that are living in North Scarborough will still be taking 2 to 3 buses to get to U of T Scarborough, whereas those in South Scarborough are now going to be having the benefit of the Eglinton East LRT. So again, it doesn't address connections from North to South Scarborough. As well, agenda item number 6, the Shepherd East LRT, we need to see a timeline going forward. And I think part of the reason why the Eglinton East is not coming to Shepherd is because they don't know the benefit or the ridership of Shepherd East. So if we have, on agenda number 6, focusing on what a timeline is, looking at getting that on the ground running, then we will have a better idea of why we would have to extend to Shepherd because we have that line. The major fear for northeastern Scarborough residents is that if this, rising costs and this project of the Scarborough station extension gets halted, that money then goes into the relief line and goes somewhere else. It doesn't stay within Scarborough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Any questions of Mr. Rodriguez from members of the council, committee or not? We have one from the committee. Anybody from outside the committee? Okay, Councillor Pasternak.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for deputing. A quick question for you. Back in 1996, the Downsview Station opened. So they built, they went from Wilson Station and they built one station up. And no one at the time was running around saying we built a one station subway line because it was clearly the extension of an existing line. Do you think it's somewhat unfair these days to accuse this plan of being a one station line when it's clearly an extension of an existing line?
Yeah, I think it is, I mean, the issue is when you look at it as the amount of riders that are being added, you have to look at it as part of the entire system itself, right? That you're not, you have to look at currently, you have the LRT system that is going to eventually be having to be replaced. And how do you look at, it's not just, it's part of extending the line, it's part of the whole network as part of Scarborough as a cohesive unit. So you can't simply say, well, we're only giving one new stop here. You're looking at that as the branching point out to the rest of Scarborough. Now, again, the issue, though, is people look at it as, well, is there a more effective way? Is there a 7-stop LRT? But the issue, the fear is in Malvern especially, is that we've been debating this, we're going on again, off again, that if something does not get done, then we're left with a choice of either this or nothing. And that's sort of the fear, is that if we keep flip-flopping and going back on what's on the table, then ultimately nothing ends up coming. And then when the current RT gets scaled back or removed, then there won't be enough for that network in place in Scarborough.
Well, you make a good point. If you studied the history of transit in the city and looked at the 1940s, many of the comments made in this room today could have been said back then. Do you think it's the ongoing or never-ending debate and somewhat NIMBYism and objectionism that has put this city a good 30 years behind in its transit building?
Well, I mean, I think the issue is with constant change from council to next council, or even on a provincial or federal level, that even funding, for example, the Shepherd East that's been earmarked by the provincial government in 2021, when the Finch West line is done, then they're looking at the Shepherd East line. Who knows 6 years from now what's going to happen with the powers to be at the time, right? And it's a matter of getting things down, looking at what's the best plan and going forward with it, because you can constantly debate it until you're red in the face before something gets done. And the fear is that if nothing does get done, we're just constantly left debating this for another 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, and we're at 2041, and we're back at square one again.
Well, my sense is the people of Toronto want us to get on with it and stop all the backbiting and debate.
Yeah, I definitely echo and share those concerns, is that we've looked at a number of recommendations. It's time to go from this stage into making what the best step forward is, because again, if we don't take this step forward, we're especially in Malvern, afraid that then we go back to the back of the line if it's another project, then go get the 3 levels of government back on board. What happens then? And do we have to keep waiting until we're all aligned again 25 years from now?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you, are you prepared to accept this notion that there will never be any further expansion of subway into Scarborough?
Is that with or without the
Subway, specifically this expansion of the subway into Scarborough? Because the point is that if we don't do it now because it's too expensive, we will never do it.
I think if the one-stop extension doesn't go forward, you're likely looking at an LRT or a 7-stop or whatever the type of system, that's going to be the alternative. And maybe that, I mean, perhaps there have been people that spoken before me today advocating that maybe be a better use of funding. But I think that's what direction you're going into. If you don't go with the subway now today, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years from now, you're not going to be pushing forth with a subway extension from Kennedy to Scarborough Center or further north into northeast.
Are you prepared to accept that?
I'm prepared to accept that.
You are?
That's the likelihood, is that if it's not the subway today, it's going to be an LRT type of system to connect specifically from Kennedy to the Shepherd East LRT.
So I just want to make sure I'm really clear. You're here advocating for the expansion of the Bloor Danforth line to the Scarborough Town Center. Is that what you're doing today?
Well, at this point, we support that position, but more to advocate on the Eglinton East LRT coming
I see.
further north
I see.
to Shepherd Avenue East, and then to get the Shepherd East LRT, have a firm timeline for that. Because then if you have the Shepherd East line connecting with the Eglinton East LRT at, for example, Malvern Town Center or Shepherd and Morningside, you've now integrated the network there. And regardless of where this debate on the one-stop subway extension versus a seven-stop LRT, that is, you've addressed it in terms of the northeast residents' concerns that way.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other councillors? I want to just ask you one question. I think I heard the answer right. I want to make sure other people in the room maybe heard it. Did I hear you correctly to say that you felt that the extension of the Bloor Danforth subway line to the Scarborough Civic Centre was going to make life much better for the people who take 2 or 3 buses and have these long, many-hour commutes because they get easier access to the subway and be able to make their way through other parts of the city?
So the one-stop subway extension, it essentially removes one transfer point, right? And I think depending on the amount of time going from Kennedy Station to Scarborough Center on that one stop versus taking the LRT currently, and as well as having the wait time at Scarborough Center and then having to wait again at Kennedy, it will reduce transfer points and it will reduce time for those going from Scarborough to downtown Toronto. And then as well, I think what works is more effectively as well is the Eglinton East LRT focuses on commuting within Scarborough, right? Within going from Kennedy and Eglinton to U of T Scarborough. And then again, we're advocating for that to continue further north because then that gives you a north-south network within Scarborough in addition to the residents that are going from Scarborough downtown. So you've covered both bases in that capacity.
So you can see then when we advocate that we're talking about a transit plan here for Scarborough, an optimized network that says the north-south spine of it is Smart Track that services Finch East and has a lot of those buses go in Lawrence East to a place where people can get access to downtown. You have the express subway which services the Civic Centre and avoids those transfers and avoids part of that journey for those people who are taking 2 or 3 buses. And we have the LRT which serves neighborhoods and the U of T Scarborough campus with the acknowledged hope that I heard you say very clearly, so you know I didn't miss this part, that you would like to see those transit options extended further to the north. But you get the fact that there's 3 different elements to this and it fits together as a plan to provide better service to neighborhoods, to the Civic Centre, and to the north-south spine.
Yeah, and I think as part of Smart Track, when you look at the Shepherd East LRT, that gives you another connection to Agincourt GO Station. So that also covers another aspect. Again, you want to look at having different routes available for different types of commuters. You can't simply say everybody can be pigeonholed into Scarborough to downtown or Scarborough East to Scarborough West. There are different, a majority of transit users are using it for trips within Scarborough, so you have to not neglect them. All I'm saying is that we have to look at going to the north end as well, and part of that is on agenda number 6, is that making sure that the Shepherd East LRT line, there's a firm timeline for it, because once you have that timeline, it justifies extending from U of T Scarborough to Shepherd, and as well, because then you can use the Conlins maintenance facility at the same time, rather than having to build a separate facility as well.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Rodriguez. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Tien Nguyen, Property Manager, Scarborough Town Centre, Oxford Properties Group. Hello, Ms. Nguyen. Nice to see you. You have 3 minutes, and we thank you for coming.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor John Tory and Executive Committee. My name is Tian Nguyen, and I am here representing Scarborough Town Centre. Scarborough Town Centre is managed with pride by Oxford Properties Group. Scarborough Town Centre is a proud and vibrant community hub. The centre is very much like Town Square, where people come to shop, dine, exercise, meet friends, see a movie, have a business meeting, or simply relax. We welcome more than 22 million visitors annually, of which approximately half are from the immediate Scarborough area, and the other half are all over from the East GTA. The shopping center is an important economic driver in the community, with over 1.6 million square feet of retail. Scarborough Town Centre is also a major source of employment. Approximately 3,500 people work within the mall, and the majority of these employees use public transit to get to work every day. The shopping centre is located in one of the province of Ontario's designated urban growth centres, in which the province is encouraging minimum density targets to encourage their revitalization as vibrant transit-oriented nodes. At Oxford, we strongly believe that Scarborough is an area to further invest. Together with our co-owners, we have reinvested approximately $100 million in Scarborough since 2009. And we have more projects underway or in planning for this community hub. These are projects that help grow the community and help drive economic contribution of the shopping center. We are supportive of plans to improve transit access in Scarborough, plans to help provide fair and equitable access to public transit, plans to help strengthen the community. Public investment and commitment to a community drives further private investment and commitment to a community. We support the city's plans to invest in the future of Scarborough through expanded access to public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen. Are there questions for this deputy? Okay, well, hearing none, we'll appreciate very much your patience in being here with us, and thank you for your submissions. Last but not least, on the transit item, we have Joel Sterling. Hi, Mr. Sterling. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Tory and committee members. I support the Scarborough extension up to Scarborough Centre, but the removal of the Lawrence station was a mistake. And also the crosstown that does need to be extended as LRT. And thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And when you talk about, you're talking about the extension, just to ask you a question, of the LRT to Malvern, is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking the one to the airport.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. So the crosstown, the other crosstown. So you're saying the crosstown to the west
That's fine.
needs to go up to the airport. Are you aware of the fact that there is some discussion or some study underway of whether you could take it up to the airport, either on the way to the airport corporate center or on the way after the airport corporate center? That's under some review. You're happy about that? Okay. Any other questions of this deputy? Well, Mr. Sterling, we thank you very much for your patience in waiting to be heard and for your submissions. All right, having heard all the deputations then, that would bring us to questions of staff. We would reassemble our panel if we could. I think it's probably best that we reassemble the same group that made the presentation, because we were going to then deal with it. Or would you rather just take the questions from where you are? Rather stay there? I see. Okay, I get it. Maybe I could come over and sit over there too. Okay, I have one person on the list thus far for questions to staff. Okay, now I have two, but I have from members not on the committee, I have Councillor Perks, I have Councillor Palacio, who is a member of the committee. Any other people who want to go on the list? Councillor Matlow? Councillor Davis, so there she is, okay. Councillor, I'll just get this list put together and then we can start. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor DeBaremaker, okay. Okay, so we'll start with that. Crawford, Councillor Crawford, okay, we'll put that down. So that's a good start. And that would mean Councillor Perks would be first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. My first couple of questions have to do with the issue of funding. There's been much made about which options and which programs are funded. I just wanted to make sure I understood. The only current agreement we have in writing with any government is the master agreement between the city and Metrolinx. Is that about specific transit dollars?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And that specifies that we build the light rail line? Or that they build the light rail line?
So the original MOUs did contemplate that. We did get direction from council to renegotiate the MOU based on building the Scarborough subway.
Right. I appreciate council's done some things, but I'm asking about other governments. We have nothing in writing from the provincial government transferring that funding. Is that correct?
Not yet, because we haven't formally negotiated and signed all the agreements.
Okay. In terms of the federal funding, my understanding is that the last written correspondence we have from the federal government is a letter from the Minister of Finance, Mr. Label, to Mayor Ford, responding to Mayor Ford's August 12th letter. This is a letter from the federal government, September 23rd, 2013. I'm correct, that's the last written correspondence we have from the federal government about the disposition of transit funding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
And I'm just going to read a section of it. Under the new Building Canada plan, public transit will continue to be an eligible project category, and our government will continue to be a strong partner by supporting the infrastructure projects that are prioritized by our municipalities, provinces, and territories. Consequently, if the Scarborough Subway expansion project is a priority for the City of Toronto, then federal government money will be set aside up to $660 million. I'm reading from the right letter?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so the federal government, if I'm understanding this, has said that they are a partner by supporting the infrastructure projects that are prioritized by municipalities. That's the last word we've had from them on this, in writing?
From an elected official, yes.
Do we have any agreement signed by anybody from a staff level?
We've had discussions with both federal and provincial, the bureaucracy, but we do not have a contribution agreement in place for this funding noted in the letter.
Okay. And while I'm at it,
Last question.
in that letter, they also committed to $333 million for the Shepherd East Light Rail project, right?
That's correct. That is a Metrolinx project. That is monies that have been committed by the federal government to that project.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Councillor Matlow.
Mr. Rossini, given that we have $3.56 billion for transit in Scarborough, do we have the money available now within the envelope to build both the one-stop subway and the Eglinton East Crosstown extension to U of T?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, that gap would be somewhere between $1.2 to $1.3 billion.
Do you know right now where that funding would come from to be able to deliver the whole plan?
I cannot tell you right now where that would come. If we get approval of this, we would go back, we would start our negotiations.
Okay, so we don't know now.
No.
If we honor the existing master agreement with Metrolinx and the TDC that has the province paying for the LRC, the seven-stop LRT, which does serve the Scarborough Town Centre, would we also have enough money to build the 18-stop LRT to U of T Scarborough?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's a complicated question in that we don't know.
It's a simple question.
No,
I'm
because
sorry.
we don't know what the
Could you,
cost.
I'm just saying my question is clear.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's more complicated on the surface than what it appears, because the last estimate we have for the Scarborough LRT is $1.48 billion in 2010 dollars. Work has been advanced at the station Kennedy, so those numbers would need to be updated with some design work to make it comparable to what we have today. And so I can't tell you with certainty that the two LRTs would cost more or less.
But we don't
Likely
know.
it would be less, but I can't tell
To be
you.
clear, though, we don't know, though, given the master agreement, we don't know that any of those costs would be the burden of the City of Toronto. In fact, there's a reasonable assumption that it would be Metrolinx, wouldn't it?
And that's the other thing, is we would have to negotiate
Right.
whether they would go
Yeah.
back to that old agreement.
That's fair. That being said, though, if Metrolinx does honor their part of the agreement, and they do cover the design costs, the construct costs, and then the ongoing operating, maintenance, et cetera, then we actually could build the 25 stops. Now, to Ms. Keesmaat, how many priority neighborhoods would be served by the one-stop subway versus the two LRT lines serving Scarborough? I just want to understand how many versus the other. Neighborhood improvement areas, as we call them.
Through the mayor, along the Eglinton East LRT corridor, there are 5 neighborhood improvement areas. There is one near the Kennedy Station area, and there are no neighborhood improvement areas near the Scarborough Town Centre.
And then lastly, to Mr. Byford, given our limited resources and our finite
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask quickly on recommendations 10 and 11. You authorize, we are asked to authorize the city manager to go away and negotiate a number of things and to report back. What are your timelines for reporting back on both 10 and 11?
Mr. Mayor, we intend to report back this fall, probably around October, November.
Okay. And how does that fit in with Metrolinx timelines?
Well, we have recently learned of the Metrolinx timelines to that specificity, but it does align with that timing.
And we will have all of the information necessary in between now and October, as set out in recommendations 10 and 11, to be able to make final decisions on these matters.
With the direction from council, we will proceed along that scope, along those negotiations, and I can't say with some certainty whether we will achieve all of those objectives, but we will report out accordingly.
So when do we have to submit to the, for the Building Canada Fund and the Metro, in recommendation 6, when are we filing for those funding requests?
So under the Building Canada Fund, or under the new Building Canada Fund, under which Scarborough has been awarded some commitment for funding, $660 million, we have made an application. The direction here will allow us to continue to have discussions with the federal government, because as noted in earlier questioning, we do not yet have a confirmed contribution agreement from the federal government for that project. In terms of responding to your question for in terms of getting back to the province via Metrolinx, they have adopted a related report on SmartTrack at their board meeting this morning, and through that, in that report, they do request the city to provide some level of commitment by November of this year.
Okay, I realize this. I forgot it's 3 minutes. I just can't believe this. In recommendations 10, you asked to go away and negotiate. I was under the understanding we were going to give you parameters for your negotiations. This does not provide parameters that I can see, particularly around municipal utility infrastructure, operating and maintaining Metrolinx Toronto LRT projects. Is that the position of the city, that we're going to maintain and operate all of them? That's not been a position of the city so far.
Mr. Mayor.
How are you going to negotiate if you have no parameters you're negotiating with?
That's the last question, Councillor.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, so no, our position is not that we are going to maintain it, certainly. We are willing to talk about operation. I think it was always understood that the TTC would operate it. The financial implications of that, we'll have to work out with the provincial government.
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to supplement that in the 2016 provincial budget, the province has now made a policy decision to be requesting all municipalities that are quote-unquote benefiting from, the capital construction of LRTs by Metrolinx to be contributing towards the operating and maintenance of those LRTs.
Thanks, Councillor Davis. Councillor de Beermaker.
Couple questions to staff. So, to date, how much have we spent on the Scarborough subway?
Did you two switch?
Yeah,
We had a bit of this going on this morning, some guy showing up and saying he was somebody else.
No, I am French.
You don't look like, no,
I
I
am
said
French.
Councillor de Beermaker, but that's fine. I didn't even have your name on the list, but now I do, and you can go
Oh.
ahead. Since you've started, and I'll start the clock again, and we'll have Councillor de Beermaker after you.
Glenn wanted me to go first.
Go ahead,
Okay.
whatever you like.
So to my
spent it-
question,
We've spent to date 19 million.
19 million. Okay. So do you recall, so we would lose 19 million then if we didn't proceed?
I think it's fair.
It would depend on what's being constructed in its place and what the nature of that spending was and the design work that was done. I wouldn't necessarily assume all of it would be throwaway, but yeah,
Could you, I
bulk
know,
of it probably would be.
do you know what, the last time the city council, was Metro Council at the time, when we canceled the subway on Eglinton, what it cost to taxpayers? This was in 95,
I'm being told it was 80 to 90 million?
150 million. So the last time we canceled the subway, we lost millions of dollars. So if we were to cancel this, we would lose millions of dollars as well, correct?
There will be losses, yes.
So, and nothing was built on the Eglinton line in the last 20 years, and nothing will be built if we cancel this subway.
Cannot speculate what would be built if council decides not to proceed with the express subway.
We wouldn't have a subway. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to the appropriate staff, it may be planning or TTC. I've just got a chart here that shows the AM peak ridership projected for 2031. It's all very technical. But when we look at that chart, is it fair to say at the very last station is Scarborough Centre, is the one of the busiest, will be at the AM peak, one of the busiest stations in the entire Bloor-Danforth line? Or am I reading the chart wrong?
No, Councillor, that is correct. If you have a look along the left-hand axis, that's boardings per hour, and then the bottom axis is the station. So Scarborough would be joint second along with Kennedy after Yonge.
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps Mr. Byford, you can tell me, why are there some critics saying the Scarborough ridership numbers are so low when this diagram created by your staff shows that the Scarborough subway is actually one of the busiest subway stations in the entire line? How can people tell us that this station isn't busy when it's busier than virtually every stop on the line other than Yonge?
Councillor, I can only suggest, because individual critics have their views, I suggest it's because people confuse what the numbers are, passenger numbers, boarding per hour at an end of a station. They assume it should be higher, because if they're conflating that with passengers per hour across the whole line, it seems low, but you don't want the passenger numbers at a terminal to be high, because otherwise the trains are full from the start.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, so you would describe the ridership of this new Scarborough subway station in the AM peak hours high relative to virtually all other stations on that line. That's correct?
To me, I'd say the comparators would be, if you look across to the left-hand side of the page, Kipling shows 6,000. And then Kennedy, the existing current terminal, is 7,000. So it's about what you would expect for a terminal station.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, I certainly perceive that a lot of the critics of the Scarborough subway actually do live in downtown. If we compare the St. George station, which I think we'd all agree is in downtown Toronto, is the St. George station busier than the Scarborough station or less busy during the AM peak rush hour?
Then which station? St. George busier than where, sorry?
Yeah, the St. George station.
Scarborough. Well, I mean, this is a prediction to 2031. So
Yes.
what this is saying, by 2031, Scarborough will be busier as a station in the AM peak in terms of boarding than St. George.
So it's going to be busier than St. George, it's busier than Spadina, it's busier than Bathurst subway station, it's busier than Christie subway station. Is that statement correct?
As per this graph, that is correct.
Okay. And through you, Mr. Chair, I don't know if it's to our city manager or to the other appropriate staff. Councillors asked earlier about agreements. Are you aware that there was a recent statement by Minister of Economic Development, Brad Dogood, that the subway would be cancelled over his dead body? Are you aware of that statement?
That's your last question.
I've seen the media reports, but I have no direct knowledge of that.
Okay. And my last question, Mr. Chair, are you aware that in the media recently, the Honourable Glenn Murray, the Honourable Stephen Del Duca, the Honourable Kathleen Wynne, the Honourable Mitzi Hunter, and the Honourable Brad Dogood have all supported subway construction?
That is your last question.
Again, we've seen the media reports.
So the answer is yes. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bearmaker. Other members who are not, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. And I think my questions will be very brief. I'm still struggling, and maybe someone can announce, can answer this very clearly, where and what the differences are between what we're defining as, what the province defines as RER and what we're describing as smart track. What are the differences? Is it different vehicles? Is it just some lines? Is it different frequency, a different fare? Can you outline this for me? Just compare and contrast the two.
So, Mr. Mayor, it's got several elements. First, on the Stouffville line, Smart Track involves adopting the GO RER frequency of about 8 minutes, peak direction. And we have additional 4 stations that qualify as Smart Track stations, which would be Unilever, Gerard, I'm just struggling here.
Lawrence and Finch.
Lawrence and Finch. Those were ones that were identified at the original Smart Track announcement. And there are 2 that are not making that list, 14th Avenue and Ellesmere. And on the Kitchener line, St. Clair and the Spadina, they're the Liberty Village station. And in addition, Spadina, which is sometimes called Fort York Liberty, Fort York City Place, is on the Barrie line. So the 2 on the Kitchener line would be additional stations that would be enhanced urban service, qualifying under Smart Track frequencies of about 10 minutes. On the section from Mount Dennis to the airport, previous council decision directed us to go away from heavy rail that last time and adopt an LRT, so we can still consider that part of the Smart Track network. And there we're looking at 8 to 12 stations, and we'll be refining that together with Metrolinx.
So aside from the LRT, which was sort of in a previous plan, right? So I'm not sure why that we're now rebranding that, but that's fine. But the notion that, so were the stations that are contemplated on the Stouffville, Kitchener, and Barrie line, were they originally contemplated by RER?
So the RER folks looked at a whole variety of stations, but these stations would not have made the RER cut. In other words, it's because of the city's advocacy on behalf of the frequencies, the fares, and et cetera, the type of urban service that we're recommending. That's ones that would not have happened except for maybe Unilever.
So the frequency, this urban service, how is that a different frequency than the RER will be? Are we going to be using different trains on those tracks?
So the configuration of the tracks limit the frequency of the service. We're going to get the highest level of services, less than 50 minutes, down to 7.8 to 8 minutes.
So I'm trying to figure out, is it greater frequency than RER would have been, or is going to be, or is it RER service?
It's going to be
timeframe?
it's going to be the full RER frequency of service. We're advocating for an integrated fare structure that mirrors the TTC fare structure. That's what we're advocating for, and it includes additional stations.
That was the final question. Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager or the deputy city manager, I suppose. So page 17, so I understand the recommended option 2A for the one-stop subway is proposed at $3.16 billion, and the Eglinton East LRT is at $1.58 to $1.67 billion. Can I, just building on that, on page 4, you talk about possible escalation in costs. So we're in less than 10% of the design phase of both of those two, is that correct?
Counselor, forgive us, what page are you referring to? We think we have different page numbers.
All right, page 4, transit expansion project
You're on
development.
the slide deck, I see.
On the slide deck. So on the slide deck, my apologies, transit expansion project development process. Of the two figures I just referred to, the one stop at $3.16 billion and the 17-stop LRT, we're in less than 10% design phase, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. And do we anticipate that costs will escalate or could escalate during the project and design development stage and the delivery stage?
So throughout the report, we've tried to make it clear that we're trying to introduce the idea of the class system. So 5 is being the most biggest ranges.
Yeah.
It's a class 4 to just under 4 systems under 5% design, and obviously there's a range of probabilities that maybe the TTC could comment on.
So, but just before that, because I only have 3 minutes. So class 4 out of a range of 5, does that mean that we are likely to have an escalation in costs? Yes or no?
So it is possible you'll have an increase in costs as a result of the circumstances that are unforeseen at this time.
Okay, so if I understand that, there's a likelihood that the costs will increase for the $3.16 billion subway and the 17-stop LRT. The LRT cancellation, there were $87 million in sunk costs, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So originally Metrolinx wanted 85. We negotiated and got approved at 75 million.
At 75. And I heard in a response, we've spent $19 million to date on the subway.
That's correct.
Would any of the $75 million in cancellation costs still have information that would be useful? Should there be a change?
Yet to be determined.
That would be determined based on what is built in the future.
Okay. To the city manager, based on the costs before us and the likelihood of an escalation, how much is too much to pay for a one-stop subway?
That is a policy question, and that is a question that's in front of this committee, and I'm not going to offer a generalized answer to that.
All right, well then, given that there is a recommendation from you to proceed based on the cost in front of us and the likelihood of an escalation, is there any cost that wouldn't justify a staff recommendation for a one-stop subway?
There is a request in front of you to go forward and do more incremental work, including finding ways of lowering the cost as well as moving the estimates forward so we can give you a better understanding of that. That advice is precisely in the recognition that we need to have better information in order to provide the cost so we can answer that question more directly.
That was the last question. Thanks, Councillor Cressy. I have no other. I saw Councillor Fletcher come in. I'm not looking for additional speakers, but if you came in to ask questions, I wanted to just make sure you had that opportunity before we move to committee members.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask a question about the station alignments overall and what the goal is with the GO RER and the relief line, what the goal would be with the two parties as far as stations are concerned, both in this first section, the J, and then if you're planning that, when it would go further west or further north.
In both our report, Mr. Mayor, and in the GO report that was adopted by their board today, we recognize that there's more detailed work required on all those stations to site them appropriately and maximize the connectivity between levels of service of adjacent lines, like the relief line.
And then would that be a consideration for the relief line when it would be extended on the western arm, where the GO Smart Track RER stations were already cited
That would,
as far as a
Mayor,
route.
that would be a consideration, that's correct.
And we would be trying to avoid forever and a day the Dundas West Station and the UP Express being not a combined station in our rest of our transit planning, I would assume.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And then just around the economic development features of the station planning, I understand that the Unilever site, or now renamed East Harbor, that you're going to try to get the DRL station as close as possible to the Smart Track Go Stop.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. We brought it down to the Queen Street, or the Eastern Avenue alignment to be in proximity to that location.
And that was considered important because it would be a major transit node and it's an economic development driver at that site.
That is correct.
Could I say the same thing for Pape and Carlaw and Gerard in that section, which is currently the Riverdale Plaza, and then there's Gerard Square, that somewhere in there, we'd be looking for a larger economic development and planning goal in having the two stations meet there?
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I would say generally, yes. The scale is quite different. The scale at Unilever is intended to be upwards of 50,000 employees, and I don't think you're going to accommodate that kind of growth, nor is it contemplated along Queen.
I'm just talking about Gerard.
We're on Gerard.
There would be increased density, though, and it completely there. The economic development argument in having the two stations aligned is an important one.
Yes, there is.
And then if we just look at, and one of the reasons why I'm asked for this motion is to actually look at the station itself on Queen. There's a very strong support for Leslieville Station, as you've heard. And the proper, or having a review of the Pape location and add in to see if it's possible to look at Carlaw as the station box. Carlaw is a special policy area within the planning, is it not?
That was the last question.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last part of your question.
Carlaw is a special planning area within our planning framework to say it's a jobs area, to remain a jobs area. Just corroborating that.
It's not standing out for staff in that regard. There's lots of special places in this.
Oh, this is one of three. I'm sure you would be aware. In fact, I can bring you up, perhaps make
All right.
sure that we have that.
That was
Thank
the
you.
last question. Thanks very much, Councillor Fletcher. And then that would bring us to members of the committee, if everybody else has had their say from the visitors. Okay, then that would bring Councillor Palacio up to the plate. Your turn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the Deputy City Manager, I'm referring to the slides. Thank you for the presentation that you made this morning. Slides number 3 and 4, and including 11 and 15. But my question in essence is, these recommendations further advance the planning and technical analysis for the Smart Track, the Scarborough Subway Extension, the Downtown Relief Line, and the waterfront transit overall. So it advances the planning and technical analysis overall. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And also in terms of funding, somehow that brings a sense of a scope in terms of preparing for the upcoming discussions on funding and financing for the new transit overall. Is that correct?
Again, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is on slide number 15, and probably this to the Chief Planner, Ms. Gismat. You spoke about that this transit plan will deliver more transit options overall. Is that correct, Ms. Gismat?
15. He hasn't asked yet. Questions?
Let me rephrase that. This transit plan overall will deliver more transit options and will ensure more jobs, economic growth, economic development overall, a better quality of life and transit especially for that section of noted as option 2A, and that's in the Scarborough section. Is that fair to say?
Through the mayor, the optimized network plan for Scarborough delivers more transit to neighborhood improvement areas, supports employment growth in healthy neighborhoods, and meets two critical objectives, one being serving the future center of Scarborough, the second being providing access to a key redevelopment area, which is Eglinton and Kingston Road.
Thank you. My last question in terms of fair integration, and either to Mr. Byford or the chief planner, is the overall, and I'm referring to slide number 26, in terms of fair integration that is more related to distance, the integration of the service, or the lack of co-fares. And Ms. Kismat, you made a comment this morning when you spoke about that, the fair integration, that in Toronto you pay twice, and one of the deputants indicated that they would like to see more a fair inclusion overall. What are your comments with regards to that?
Through the mayor, in the context of the report that you have before you today, we are recommending direction to have conversations with Metrolinx about extending the co-fare policy to the City of Toronto such that you are not required to pay two separate fares in order to use the rail network in the City of Toronto. Currently, this exists in the 905. We recognize as well that it's a critical part of implementing SmartTrack, ensuring that there is a fully integrated fare with the TTC, in part because the ridership on SmartTrack is in fact driven by the bus service in the city. So paying twice is a disincentive to using the network more fully.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. We now have Councillor Pasternak to ask questions of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the slideshow on page 11, there's a reference to the City of Mississauga and the Greater Toronto Airport Authority benefiting from the Eglinton West LRT. There was a passing reference to having them starting to pay their freight. Have those negotiations started, and is there a likelihood that they will come forward and start offsetting the costs that their cities will, the City of Mississauga will benefit from, and certainly the Greater Toronto Airport Authority will benefit from?
Mr. Mayor, the discussions with Mississauga and other jurisdictions have been really at the planning, concept, and technical level to date. To my knowledge, there has been no discussions yet around cost sharing of any extension of the LRT westward, as discussed in the report, into the airport.
Did to the best of your knowledge, did the Greater Toronto Airport Authority contribute to the Union Pearson Express?
I do not.
Is there a history of them contributing to public infrastructure projects?
Mr. Mayor, I would say that the GTA has indicated that their future depends on some rapid transit connection. It's not going to be the basis of getting there in an automobile. They understand the future is in rapid transit. They've been lobbying, they've been advocating for connections to the airport, and in discussions that we've had at the staff level, they understand that there's going to be a contribution required from them.
Going to the same theme, but on SmartTrack, I noticed Markham and Unionville are along in your diagrams that we've seen here. Those municipalities also will be required to pay their fair share, I assume. I mean, Toronto's not going to carry them as well. Have there been any discussions with municipal leaders there to start paying?
Again, Mr. Mayor, the discussions have been taking place at the staff level between people interested in the advancement of the concept. I think everybody's eyes wide open. They understand there's going to be staff reports and others required to go to their councils to participate in any funding from the municipal level.
Regarding the downtown relief line and Pape Avenue, there were references throughout the deputations of cut and cover. Is this a cut and cover project or a boring project?
So Mr. Mayor, the project is a tunnel project, but at stations, the TTC can comment, there is cut and cover requirements.
There are.
At stations.
And when it comes to risk of homes, as they were referring to, Is the cut and cover a safer approach to preserve the structural integrity of local homes, or is boring the better option to preserve the structure of nearby homes?
Okay, these are two totally different approaches to construction, and the cut and cover you really could not do without taking the property. So that's an at grade where you open up the street or whatever might be there, whatever property is there. You need that property to be able to basically dig a big hole, lay in your structure, and go from there. As compared to tunneling, in which case we are below ground. The tunnel boring machine is proceeding along at a depth that is well below the homes and hopefully sufficiently below that there be no impact.
That was the last question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through you to the Chief Planner. You mentioned in your submission, in your professional opinion, that the planning rationale for the subway extension still holds despite the increased costs. So my question is the intention of the subway extension to Scarborough Centre to create the same opportunity for an urban centre that we see in other areas of the city, such as North York, Yonge and Eglinton, and parts of Etobicoke? Can you just reiterate why that subway connection is a critical component for the future economic growth of Scarborough?
Through the mayor, in the context of our existing policy framework, both in the City of Toronto and at the provincial level, the Scarborough Town Centre has been identified for over 40 years as an urban hub. The objective is, in fact, to create a multi-hubbed city. We recognize that connecting into the rapid transit network is a critical component of delivering on this objective. In order to deliver on this objective, the intention is to ensure that there was an express connection into the existing rapid transit network. Currently, of course, North York is connected, and we're in the process of creating a hub that is currently a highway interchange in Etobicoke that will also be connected to the subway line. And that location for a new civic center in Etobicoke was chosen because it is also on rapid transit. So this is really the fruition and a critical step along the way towards building out this future vision of a multi-centered city. And we're really in the beginning stages of doing so, both in Etobicoke and in Scarborough.
Okay, so an express subway, not an LRT, is your professional opinion the direction we need to go?
Through the mayor, in the context of where we are today, an express subway would be the best way to deliver on this objective when we look from a network perspective. We now have Smart Track as part of the overall network plan, as well as the LRT along Eglinton and Kingston Road. It's not as simple as simply repealing the work that we've been doing with respect to the rest of the network and inserting an LRT. We now have Smart Track that delivers critical north-south connections and connects into the bus network as part of the overall network in Scarborough, serving that objective, and they're different objectives.
Thank you. And just a question to Mr. Byford with regard to the former, I guess, Scarborough LRT plan. Would you know the escalated costs of that Scarborough LRT that was to replace the SRT originally in today's dollars?
So the original, a figure often quoted is 1.48 billion, but that was the price when the project was first put forward. The actual original price was 1.8, but Metrolinx took 400 million off that to do their rebuild of Kennedy Station. So we've done a rough calculation on escalation. We believe that by the time that would open, which would be around 2026, we would be talking between 2.7 and $3 billion.
$3 billion.
Potentially.
Okay.
And we would have to do that properly. That needs to be costed out. There's a number of factors, including a substantial escalation that will push the price up to that final figure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crawford. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just picking up on the questions of the previous speaker. From a network perspective, if we're trying to sort of establish a network where we have rapid transit that takes us to major urban hubs in the city, you're basically saying that from a long-term perspective, it is the subway that the residents benefit most from rather than LRTs. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, when we look at the network plan that we're developing right now, that's correct.
Okay. I've heard from some of the deputants, they talked about two LRTs, one that connected the Eglinton East LRT over to the Scarborough Centre, and then there was the other one, which is what was the nomenclature there? The one that goes further east, but goes from Kennedy. That was which LRT was that? And if we do go to LRT, should we converge those two LRTs? The Eglinton East LRT to UTSC, is that different from the Eglinton East LRT that would connect up to Scarborough Centre? And should those two LRTs be merged somehow? No.
Through the
I'm not.
mayor, those two LRTs are fundamentally different alignments that go through completely different areas of Scarborough. One goes north
Understood.
Through the existing RT corridor. The other goes east along Eglinton Avenue, and in our current proposal terminates at UTS Scarborough. So they are completely different geographies that they run through, and they serve completely different objectives. In addition, in the event that
In the
there was-
context of they have completely different objectives, is it clear, or is it reasonable to say that's one of the reasons why we wanted to use the subway to perform the function that connects up to Scarborough Centre?
Through the mayor, that's correct. It's also a critical part of the objective is recognizing that this is an express route going to the Scarborough Town Centre. The subway alignment goes through mostly low-density residential. That is not an intensification corridor, unlike Eglinton and Kingston that are intensification corridors, and therefore LRT is more appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I'm more familiar with the Don Valley, unfortunately.
We're going to bring you up to Councilor DeGiorgio.
Thanks, Councillor Giorgio. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. Through you to staff, I wanted to ask about one of the parameters for the one-stop extension is economic development in the Scarborough Town Centre area. But I haven't seen any modeling about what it would cost a commercial real estate developer to develop a building there. Has any of that modeling been done, or are we relying on the private sector to establish that?
Through the mayor, in the Scarborough Town Centre, we are currently developing a series of precinct plans. We completed the McCowan precinct plan, which was approved by City Council in 2015. We are currently creating a transportation master plan that is based on rationalizing or normalizing, if you will, the flyovers that are a big part of the street network. The objective is to create an urban grid in that center. That grid will then free up development parcels that will allow for intensification of the Scarborough Town Centre. There's a tremendous amount of work to be done in the Scarborough Town Centre to turn it into an urban hub. A critical step before we can get to freeing up new land parcels is first rationalizing the street network and creating a grid. This in turn will create new development parcels. We will then mass out those development parcels, and then we will better be able to ascertain the extent of development capacity. The private sector is going to be a critical partner because much of the land is owned privately in fact, delivering on this urban center.
Okay, and the reason I asked that, and I'd like you to comment, if you could, Ms. Keys-Matt, is as I've been trying to attract business to the Kingston Road corridor, where we're looking at putting the extension of the Crosstown East LRT, and I've talked with commercial developers and asked them, you know, if they've looked at the Scarborough Town Centre area as well, and I've been told by a number of developers that they think the cost to build per square foot would be around close to $500, and that they couldn't charge back that square foot in rent to cover their costs. So it wouldn't matter to them whether there's a subway station nearby or not, they can't recover their costs and rent.
Through the mayor, that doesn't surprise me, in part because the market isn't yet ready for that urban intensification, and the risk we are going to have to manage in the short term is underdevelopment in the Scarborough Town Centre. That doesn't represent the fullness of the vision that we have in terms of creating an urban hub. This is why the investment in rapid transit is so critical. It is one of the important building blocks, the public sector investment that will come first, that will in fact enhance land values and increase the desirability. The rationalization of the road network and creating an urban grid in Scarborough is also another critical investment that will need to be made in order to begin putting the critical elements in place in order to spur that private sector investment. It's not surprising to me that that is the case, but it's also not a bad thing because there is so much work that needs to be done on the public sector side in order to lay the foundation for a true urban place, which one could argue is absolutely not what exists there today.
That was your last question. Thanks, Councillor Ainslie. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if Councillor De Beermaker would just put a sheet on the projector, please. So my question is to the TTC. I've heard the numbers with respect to 7,300 for this proposed Scarborough extension. When I look at this particular diagram, I see here that if we were to look at the start, the AM peak ridership, Union Station, when it started, was 3,200. Eglinton was the highest there at 13,200. And then Finch would be number 3. So where does the Scarborough extension stack up with respect to its number? Where would it be number 3, for example?
Well, we're projecting that the Scarborough Centre station boardings, to compare like for like with that AM peak hour, would be 7,300 based on the opening date of 2025.
So it's not unusual then in terms of a station opening in terms of having low numbers, and Scarborough in this particular case would be number 3, is that correct?
And you'd certainly expect to see ridership grow from when an extension is opened. You'd expect to see it grow as people find the convenience and attractiveness of transit.
Right. Can you tell me then, I've heard a lot of numbers about the cost of the LRT and also the cost of the expansion with respect to the Bloor Danforth to the Scarborough Town Centre. What is the current thinking or the current cost analysis of the LRT? I'd heard like 1.8. Is that much higher? Or
So Metrolinx, when the master agreement was put together, Metrolinx were assigning $1.8 billion. That's 2010 dollars. $1.8 billion for the cost of construction of the LRT. When the plan was changed by City Council to go to a subway, they took away $400 million to cover their costs of Kennedy redesign. So that left the delta of 1.4 that's often quoted today. So that 1.8 is 2010 dollars. Presumably, they would have been asked to cover costs of escalation had we been sticking with an LRT.
So what is the number now then? Sorry?
So what we're saying is 1.8 billion is the cost in 2010 dollars. The escalated cost would have to be calculated based upon the predicted end date in line with my earlier answer.
My next question, my final question, is for Ms. Kiesewetter. I read in the report that you did in January, when you looked at an assessment you undertake to look at the consideration of a variety of options with respect to connecting the rapid transit to Scarborough Centre and so on. Your expert conclusion was that optimized extension of Line 2, which is again being recommended here today. Can you summarize for me, please, why an extension of Line 2 would be the best to serve this particular area? And in fact, if we were to delay, what would be obviously the benefit of that delay?
Thanks, Councillor Thompson, for your last question. Mr. Keesmaat?
Through the mayor, there are a variety of reasons, and it's important to note that in the base case analysis that you have with you today, that the starting point, the base case is the three-stop subway and not the LRT. There are a few reasons. One is the timing. It provides us express connection into the existing network with no transfer. In addition, it provides a higher capacity, which is in keeping with the long-term vision of the Scarborough Centre as an urban hub and as a centre for the eastern portion of the city. Also, there are considerations around the implications with respect to construction and maintaining the SRT during the construction period.
All done. My goodness gracious. Thank you, Councillor. That was the last question indeed. So we have now Councillor Bailão.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the planning rationale, from what I recall, you had two issues that you were trying to address. And one of them was with regards to the trips within Scarborough, right? There's a very high percentage of people that live in Scarborough that only travel in Scarborough. Is that correct? And what is the number again? Because I actually don't remember anymore.
Through the mayor, that's correct. 48% of transit trips that begin in Scarborough also terminate in Scarborough, 48%.
Okay, and the other big percentage was actually people going from Scarborough to downtown, which they currently, I'm assuming, are using the RT.
Through the mayor, that's correct, and that number is 6%.
Okay, and so these are the two issues, basically separate issues that you're trying to address with your plan.
Through the mayor, that's correct. One is building out the future long-term vision of an urban hub in Scarborough. The second is addressing the intensification opportunities in Scarborough, as well as the opportunity to address network considerations for where people are going today.
Okay, and you talk about the network. So what happens if a piece of this network is taken out of the equation? Do you have to go back to the drawing board and everything would be off the table and basically you'd have to actually look at all these lines?
Through the mayor, that would be my recommendation. If the objective was to take one piece out, would be to redirect us to go back and to look at the entire network.
So what we're saying in here is if when you take one piece out, you're putting a stop on the LRT, on the subway, on the smart track, all these because they're in a way interconnected.
Through the mayor, that's correct. This is why we have been emphasizing that this is a network plan, and if you change one component, we do need to in fact go back and reassess all of the components to come to a solution. And it's precisely because they have been changing that we have continually been going back to the drawing board.
And this has been work of 2 years, so it'd be fair to say that would basically be delaying all this process for at the minimum another 2 years?
Through the mayor, 3 years. That's correct.
Oh, sorry, 3 years. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bailão. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So we heard today from some residents on Pape Avenue. I'm just wondering, was a car law route ever explored or considered?
Through the mayor, at the outset of the process when strategic consideration was being given to various alignments, Carlaw was considered at a very high level, and it was excluded because it required an additional turn, which would add cost, and also the Pape station was preferred given the development potential at Pape and Gerrard.
Okay, and how many Relief Line public meetings did you host?
Through the mayor, we've hosted 30 coordinated public information sessions over the course of the past 2 years. That includes our stakeholder advisory group meetings, our technical advisory group meetings, as well as our public information sessions.
And a subway is being proposed for McCowan currently. Is McCowan mostly residential?
Through the mayor, that's correct, and that's why mining is the preferred approach.
Okay. And then with regard to the subway, if council chose not to proceed with the Scarborough subway and revert to the LRT plan, is there room in the corridor for an LRT track?
Through the mayor, we would in fact need to investigate that. There have been significant changes over the course of the past 3 years since we have been advancing the subway, including the introduction of SmartTrack, including the introduction of Go RER, and we would need to, in fact, look at the capacity of the corridor to absorb more infrastructure. We fully expect that there would be additional property takings that would be required because of what has been proposed since the LRT had been previously considered.
And what kind of a delay will we be looking at for the LRT?
So if we were to start today, if we reverted to an LRT solution, we will probably be looking at a delayed opening date to 2025, potentially 2026, primarily driven by the need to redesign Kennedy Station, which has now been taken forward with Metrolinx to accommodate a subway crosstown interchange, and also Metrolinx would need time to do their work before they'd hand it over to us in order to accommodate the LRT solution. So you'll be looking at around 2026.
So how many years is that whole delay? Sorry.
It was originally 20.
Through the mayor, initially, over the course of the next 12 to 18 months would be the exercise to generate the work program and identify the next steps.
And can we be sure the province would agree to return to the LRT plan that council abandoned?
Last question.
Mr. Mayor, we don't have any, we haven't broached that with the province to date.
Okay, thank you.
Where's my list here? Councillor Robinson.
Thank you very much, Mayor Tory. Okay, I'm just going to ask about the downtown relief line because my constituents are very interested in that. So the option 2 was to take it straight across Queen. Why didn't you go with that option? And I understand the social equity goals, but outside of that, why did you not pursue option 2?
Through the mayor, a critical objective was also responding to what we anticipate to be significant employment growth, upwards of 50,000 new jobs at the Unilever site. So the alignment was adjusted to accommodate and integrate that site into the relief line.
Okay, and if there was a population study done now, and we're talking about the movement of people, what line would be preferred, the eastern option or the Queens? If you looked at your not projections, but the current status of those areas, population.
Through the mayor, that's not the kind of analysis that we have undertaken or that we would undertake, precisely because the city is growing so quickly and it takes 10 years to construct this kind of infrastructure, so we wouldn't even consider planning it for today's population.
Okay, so outside of the employment growth, doing your projections, what is the difference in the population on those two lines, the option 2 versus the option 3?
I believe they're approximately the same, but it's important to note that the key driver behind the relief line is in fact responding to an existing capacity issue at Interchange Station, whereby there is simply too much movement and we need some redundancy in the system in order to accommodate the movement that we already see today, hence the name, the relief line.
Right, and Don Mills, good old Don Mills, how does any of this serve Don Mills, the neighborhood of Don Mills?
Through the mayor, this in fact sets up the next phase of the relief line that in fact would extend to Shepherd, which will be critically important for Don Mills. But we cannot build phase 2 unless we build phase 1 first, because the objective of phase 1 is to address an existing capacity issue at Interchange Station.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to staff. So to CEO, Mr. Byford, in terms of the redesign of Kennedy Station, the So the original redesign, was that 400 million? Is that what the Metrolinx was contributing
It's
to
actually
that?
320, sorry, I stood corrected by my colleagues from the city. It was 320 million that was taken off the original 1.8 billion, which left a delta of around 1.48.
So what is the overall cost of the redesign with the Eglinton Crosstown LRT?
Have to take that on notice, councillor. For the, to give you a proper answer, we'd have to take that.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say that, you know, the renegotiation of the contract that Metrolinx would necessarily have to do with the Crosslink Consortium would be a significant dollar, and we have no estimate of that right now.
Okay, we just don't have the exact number. Maybe for council, we could get that?
So you're speculating on what would be involved and how you would do that. You wouldn't possibly be able to get that in a short period of time. It'll be substantial dollars.
Okay, and in terms of, just speaking with the engineers, with Susan, and I know that we did a walkabout a number of years ago in terms of the redesign plan back then for the Eglinton Crosstown, but in terms of the subway extension, I know it's not significant in terms of using the existing platform to do a through route with these subways. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The existing station does not require redesign.
Okay, but if there was an SRT, or an LRT, I should say, so you'd remove the SRT, and then you would, if the LRT was, which was originally proposed,
So if
that was significant.
Yes, and if the LRT was reintroduced, that would be a significant undertaking based on Metrolinx's expansion of the Eglinton line and spatial restrictions, et cetera. So, but yes, in answer to your question.
So there's savings there because it's a subway under the current, currently, we voted on a subway, so that's what's moving forward. And if that's what's proposed, so moving forward with that, that cost is very minimal compared to what the cost would be if there was an LRT, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Shiner.
So, maybe the chief planner. This says our plans to 2031. Don't we have the Finch LRT in there as well?
Through the mayor, that's correct. The Finch LRT, we haven't identified as a priority project. It's beyond that. It's already moved into the construction phase.
Sorry, so, but it's part of our plan for 2031 or before that.
Through the mayor, that's correct. It's assumed as being part of our base case scenario.
So when we show these things to the public, why aren't we showing that still, even though it's been planned, so they know that that type of transit is going forward?
Through the mayor, it is shown in our maps. When we show the projects to be built within 15 years, we in fact do show it in the base map, Finch West.
And the Shepherd LRT, where's that at?
Through the mayor, the Shepherd LRT, quite frankly, is in limbo, and in the context of this report, we are requesting clarity from the province with respect to their intentions.
Their intentions for what? Is it our intention that it should be built? This is our plan. So if it's our plan, is it our intention that that type of transit should be built?
Mr. Mayor, under the master agreement, Metrolinx is obliged to build the Shepherd East LRT. The last update we've heard from the province is that they will update us on schedule once the Finch West LRT is under construction. Through this report, we're requesting an update on that project.
The Finch West LRT is supposed to be under construction when?
They're in procurement.
They're currently in procurement phase, so I'm assuming probably within a year to 18 months.
So I'm just trying to understand, are we then to assume that because it's there, we should have a date from the province for the construction of the Shepherd East LRT?
This report is requesting that update.
Okay. The boarding on the relief line, well, let me just ask though, if the Shepherd East LRT is a problem financially, why are we not considering for this in other areas BRTs, which could go in quite quickly in the middle of the road, could provide the transit relief that we need and could be changed at a later date to LRTs, which are much more expensive.
Through the mayor, one of the reasons why we've identified in recommendation number 6, clarity from the province of Ontario to confirm the timing for delivering the approved Shepherd East LRT extension is precisely because it has an implication on the rest of our network planning and it's information that we require. We need to have clarity about the intentions of the province. If the timing is very, very far off in the future, then we will in fact come back with a BRT recommendation. But in the absence of clarity of the timing, it's difficult for us to integrate it into our network plans.
My question. My question wasn't specific just for Shepherd. My question was, if we are so transit strapped and we have so few dollars and we have areas like Shepherd East, Finch East, Don Mills Extension from PAPE and others, why do we not have in our 2031 plan, because that's 15 years out, the fact that some of those areas should be considered for bus rapid transit in the interim so people can get moving around the city?
Councillor, I might comment on that. I think we shouldn't let the province off the hook on that. I think that they've said in their plan that they will build LRTs. It may be that they've just said for now, and this is what they've said, that they're going to put off Shepherd for a while, but we shouldn't let them off the hook on that, because otherwise we're underselling or underpurchasing what we want, which is a higher capacity, higher order transit, namely LRT, which is more future-proof than BRT. BRT has its place, but why would we let the province off the hook on that? I certainly wouldn't have it.
Andy, one more question then. Can you give me the boarding numbers for the relief line for PAPE, for Gerrard, for Queen PAPE, and for Broadview?
I'll ask the city to comment on that if they've got that to hand.
So that was PAPE, Gerrard, Queen PAPE, and Broadview.
Through the mayor, we do not have station boardings. The model hasn't been structured in that way at this point in time. We do have numbers for ridership along the corridor on the relief line.
Give me some advice. I'm trying to compare the questions about the fact that over 7,000 people are supposed to load in Scarborough, and you're proposing a second line, and I have no idea I can have similar comparative numbers.
That was your last question.
It's the same question I'm repeating, Mayor.
Okay. So, Mayor, again, perhaps I'll answer just while my colleagues are having a look. I mean, there's a strong statement from the TTC, and we'll give you those answers. But from a strategic perspective, we need to find a replacement for the SRT. That's absolutely given. There needs to be a transit solution for Scarborough. But as a strategic objective, the relief line absolutely has to go ahead. That's why it's a top priority for the TTC.
I just want numbers. Mayor Tory,
We will get you those, but I thought you
don't have them, and so.
And the ridership on it is? Give me any kind of number I can understand.
Well, I'm sure, because you asked the question again, there is a corridor number, as Ms. Keesmaat said, and I'm sure she could give you that.
And may I just add, Mr. Mayor, sorry, one last point. In case you misunderstood my answer, it wasn't because I was juxtaposing numbers. The relief line is so important to the TTC because, as I've said increasingly recently, it's not just a relief line, it's an alternative line. Okay. So yes, passengers per hour are important, but the juxtaposition with Scarborough, with respect, I feel is less important than the strategic objective for the TTC. It's our top priority to have the relief line, and I will continue to say that.
All right. Now, do we have
Ms.
that?
Keesmaat had
Mr.
an
Mayor,
answer. She was trying.
Would you like the number?
Sorry, yes, if you have that, Ms. Keesmaat, sure.
Through the mayor, peak point ridership projected for the opening of the line, which is 2031, on the alignment that you have before you right now, is 13,400 riders.
For the corridor. Thank you. Is there any other questioners? I have a few, if nobody else. Okay. I will then just start the clock and go through quickly. I think the first ones will be for Mr. Livy, re-Smart Track. Sir, did the announced new stations, which are specifically Smart Track, did they require a negotiation with the Ontario government?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, they did extensive discussions with them as to the number of stations. Obviously, advocating on the city's part, we wanted to see more of an urban Smart Track service than less, and that's why we ended up greater than their D scenario, which is a sort of modified C that you have before.
So the length of that negotiation, would it have been an hour or a week or a month, or did it go on for some period of time?
Over several months.
Several months. And based on your knowledge of those discussions, is it a possibility or even a probability that had those negotiations not taken place, had the advocacy you were talking about not happened, that some of those stations wouldn't exist today?
I would suggest to you, we might not have even got to number D. Might not even got to the 4 or 5. We might have had even fewer in the City of Toronto if it were not for the advocacy of this council and staff on that matter.
Okay, and just on this question that came up earlier on, I seem to recall the other day, and I think you were there, that on this business of the difference between SmartTrack and the other RER service, that the minister said the Barrie service, for example, would be 15 minutes. He gave, not more or less, he said 15 minutes. And whereas I think you're talking, and he was too, about service on this SmartTrack line as being 7 to 8 minutes. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. I think it's fair to say it's hard to actually deconstruct this in full. But had we not, as a city, been advocating for the type of service we're advocating and the frequencies we're advocating, I do not believe we'd have the level of frequencies that we're seeing on the Stouffville and Kitchener lines.
All right, some questions about the relief line. I don't know who would answer these. Am I right that the cost estimate that's being sort of circulated at the moment is $6.8 billion for this project?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and what percentage of design is that based on?
Less than 5%, Mr. Mayor.
Less than 5%. So just to really repeat a question Councillor Cressy asked earlier, and I'll use exactly the same words, that I assume in light of that the cost will escalate on the relief line, which I think we all know needs to be built, as Mr. Byford just said. But can we assume those costs will escalate, perhaps significantly, just because of the fact that we've seen so little of the design done?
So, Mr. Mayor, these are escalated costs of your construction, but all I would say is probably the biggest risk to escalating costs is delay. As we delay, that we're inevitably risking the escalation in those costs.
Okay, now I want to go to some questions just on the LRT. And just these are just things that I want to make sure that I understood correctly when I heard them. Is it right that there could be upwards of a 3-year delay if we try to revert back? There was this impression created earlier, we just have to phone Queen's Park and say, we're back to the old agreement, and they'll start building it the next day.
The delay will be to the end of the construction. So because we changed the plan back to a subway, we would have to revisit the plan, redesign Kennedy Station. We would also have to wait for Metrolinx to finish their construction works at Kennedy before we will be able to complete the LRT. So we're predicting 26, 27 potentially, but certainly 2026 completion date. So yes, that's correct.
All right, I had one more, but I can't give myself one more because my time is up. So that brings us to the end, unless there was anybody else that had questions of staff. I have no speakers list, but I'm sure I'll be able to compile one very rapidly. So I'll start with speakers from not members of the committee, and I saw Councillor Cressy's hand go up. Who else do we have, just to make note of it? From people, Councillor Fletcher, thank you. We'll just get 3 or 4 down here so we know. Anybody else? Councillor Perks, thank you. And, okay, we'll start with those 3. Oh, Councillor Davis, thank you. All right, there we go. We got the first 4, and we'll go from there. And so, Councillor Cressy, over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to our staff and all the deputants. As one of 7 new councillors, now a year and a half in, this is my first time participating in the Scarborough Transit Groundhog Day experience, but it's good to be here. Listen, the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good is that we're talking about transit as a city-wide network. That is an important piece. The good, that we're getting started on the DRL and design work. The good, we're talking about fare integration. These are good things. The bad, well, the bad is that we don't have any money to pay for most of it. Not to worry, item number 2 is coming up, and the city manager has solutions for us, I'm sure, and a cape to help us out. The ugly. The ugly is simply this. The one-stop Scarborough subway now costs $3.2 billion, and that cost is going to continue to go up and up and up. Torontonians and all Torontonians need and deserve better and enhanced public transit. On that we agree. But Torontonians also need and deserve better management of the public funds that we have and better decision-making in our chamber. Mr. Mayor, You campaigned on a 3-stop subway and a 22-stop smart track proposal. Now, based on evidence, you've changed your position to a 1-stop subway and a 6-stop smart track. Those are improvements. But I implore you and our colleagues to listen to the evidence and make one more change. And that is in the interest of all residents of Scarborough and all Torontonians for a citywide grid, to scrap the $3.2 billion 1-stop subway and build an LRT that will serve more people in Scarborough and still create an enhanced growth area. I'd leave us all with my time with 2 questions for us to ponder and to really dig into. And they're this: how much is too much to pay for a 1-stop subway? And the second question would be, is there any cost that would not justify a 1-stop subway? Ask yourself those 2 questions. Come to an honest decision. And if your answer is any cost justifies the subway, then ask yourself why. It's not in the interests of Scarborough. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. And I don't know if that motion goes up now, or you'll put that up yourself, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'll put it up when I speak.
You'll put it up. So thank you very much. I just want to thank you for taking that motion and moving that today, which would look at an expanded area within the TPAP consideration west of Pape and include the station, possible station at Carlaw. This is truly today a transit bonanza for my ward, and very shortly everybody's going to be trying to take back all the stations in the transit because they'll think it's too much. But there's 3 new stations on the relief line. That would be one at Riverdale, one at Leslieville, and one at East Harbour. And then new stations with Smart Track RER, the converging one at Riverdale and the other one at East Harbour. I think that one of the things that I'm very excited about it all, but also want to make sure that they're very closely considered and that any stations that are close by are going to be designed in a way that they're the same station essentially. I think Torontonians have had it with having to walk between stations, and we would never, let's say, plan Danforth and Main and Danforth in the same way and having those stations so far away from one another. So we have a chance to do something new and exciting, and I know we'll take that opportunity. I also just want to follow up on one of the questions I asked Mr. Olivier, the Chief Planner, which was about the site and area specific policy, which is number 247, which, because this area on Carlaw was a former industrial area, that non-residential gross floor area existing on December 16, 2013 or developed subsequently is replaced with any new development. In other words, there has to be jobs built in on Carlaw Avenue, and that has been the same time since the original SASP 154 was introduced, and that is why that's a mid-rise area, it's why it's a jobs area, it's why it's a creative area in the city. As a matter of fact, the zoning remains I-1 or I-2 zoning for that area, unlike any other street, and therefore all of the exercises are rezoning. So in asking to have that station box examined for Carlaw, I'd say it actually fits quite well within the overall planning framework of the city and our goal to have Carlaw as the hub within the East End. So I hope that that can be considered. I don't believe it will slow anything down, but I believe it augments an exercise that is well underway and has a lot of people excited in the East End of Toronto.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to begin with these words. You will not see me digging in my heels and insisting on charging ahead with things that don't make sense, which cost too much, or don't provide the most efficient, most effective benefits to our residents. You might recognize those words, Mr. Mayor. They were yours. You spoke them less than 5 months ago when city staff showed that the cost of the western spur of Smart Track was far too high to be justified by the number of riders that it would attract. tunneling underground. At times, we have to come to the very sobering and very difficult realization that things that we thought were reasonable when we had not very much evidence turn out to be completely unreasonable as we gather more evidence. That's what's in front of you today in terms of the Scarborough subway. Never in the history of the City of Toronto has there been a proposal in front of this council to spend this much public money for so little public benefit. No person has ever voted for that plan. There has never been an election with one subway stop costing $3 billion. There was an election with 3 subway stops costing $2 billion. So something that was, what's that, 6 times more cost effective than what's in front of you today? But there's never been an opportunity for Torontonians or Ontarians or Canadians to support this outlandishly expensive proposal. And the expense is outlandish because of the context. You have 2 further items that are going to be in front of you today, and I'll speak to those, but it's worth relating them. One of them is a report on the need to bring in new revenues for the City of Toronto. Unless you are prepared today to say that you are going to endorse one of the 3 of them that brings in hundreds of millions of dollars per year, and to begin banking that money away so that we can afford to build housing and we can afford to build transit, you're effectively consigning all the fiscal room the City of Toronto has to this one outlandishly expensive proposal. The third report that's going to be in front of you today is the directions report for the operating budget. A directions report which talks about telling the TTC that they're going to have $180 million less than what they say they need just to deliver the same service next year as they're delivering this year. In other words, the largest cut to the operating budget ever in front of the TTC. That same report talks about taking $100 million away from Toronto community housing. $100 million they say they need just to make payroll and keep the lights on and do minor repairs. In an environment where we can't do the basics, spending a staggering amount of money, 6 times as much as anything Torontonians have ever been asked to vote for, is beyond irresponsible. It will simply be the worst decision you make in your career.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. We have Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do just want to start first by acknowledging the staff who have put unbelievable amounts of hours into advancing all of these transit initiatives to have a report before us today. I secondly want to say just some opening words about the process. I'm extremely disappointed that we did not set aside a special meeting today for transit to enable more people to participate and to give us more opportunity to be better prepared and to digest the incredible amount of content that was before us today. We are making decisions that are extremely important, that have cost implications that are astounding, and we get 3 minutes of questions, 3 minutes of questions, 3 minutes of speaking, and then that will be it as part of a committee review. I don't know, as I approach this, how the public can begin to understand the complexity either. It's almost like a hydra. It's got multiple heads. It is a beast that is advancing at different pace. So one head will get chopped off and then another head sprouts. And much of it is moving. And they're all moving at different pace and that they're at different points of progress. And it is very difficult to really understand at what point do we make final decisions on all of the matters that are before us. Because there are announcements being made by elected politicians that we're announcing these stations, and there are people declaring that we are moving forward with a variety of things, and yet we have not made final decisions on many items that are before us. My concern, I won't get into the various lines, we are pushing each of them forward an additional step through these variety of decision-making or a variety of review processes. And at some point, somebody tell me where the decision points are, because it's not clear in this document. You've got these charts that show when you get initial business cases and then part business cases and now full business cases and partial design and full design and financing still waiting, hanging out there, financing. And all of the relationship with the provincial government that is happening somewhere, and that we are going to find ourselves at some point in a new entangled relationship. And for anyone who remembers, a couple of decades ago, we spent a great deal of time disentangling to ensure that we had accountabilities that were clear. I am very fearful of the new entanglements and what we will be accountable for. And governance, finally, if I could, Mr. Mayor, governance, we need governance, clear recommendations about governance and accountability, so we know as we enter into these new relationships what we as elected officials at the City of Toronto are responsible for.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you.
That exhausts my list at the moment of people who are not members of the executive. Oh, sorry, Glenn. Councillor de Bearmaker, Deputy Mayor, go ahead. Your turn.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting all of the set of recommendations that are before us today. I think this is a massive transit investment in every single part of the city that is desperately needed. And it's no more desperately needed than in Scarborough. Our city centre isn't connected to the subway system. Our university isn't connected to the subway system. We have 33% of the city's land mass, 5% of the subway system. We have 25% of the population, only 5% of the subway system. When you look at North York and Scarborough, for example, two suburban areas, we have about the same population. North York's population's a little higher than ours. Land mass, Scarborough's a little bit bigger than North York, and we have the largest urban park in the world over by the zoo. But we're basically the same population, the same geographic area. North York has 15 subway stations. Scarborough has 3. And I don't begrudge the people of North York having 15 subway stations when we, with the same population, only have 3, because I think the people of North York need those subway stations in order to be rich and vibrant and healthy and alive and to be able to get from point A to point B efficiently. I actually want more transit and more subways in North York. But when it comes to Scarborough, there just seems to be this wall of hatred and denial and antagonism to Scarborough. Here are the facts on the chart. If you look at this long line of subway stations from the western border of our city all the way to Scarborough, not to our eastern border, but at least just to Scarborough. And if anyone in this audience can tell me where they live on that chart, I can tell you that our subway is busier than your subway. If you live at Yonge, that's the only station along the entire line that's busier than our station. You think you live in downtown Toronto if you walk to the Bay subway station? Our subway station is busier than yours. If you're at St. George, look at them all. Anywhere you live in the city of Toronto, this station will be busier than your station. People say we don't have the ridership. That's not accurate. There's the science, there's the numbers, there's the truth. I would hope that people will listen to it. People say, oh, it's too expensive. We've paid for this subway, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. We've paid for it. We've increased our taxes. We've done that 3 times at council, and we've approved them all. The federal and provincial governments have approved the funding envelope. We're still within our funding envelope. Of all the projects we're talking about today, there's only one where we actually have all the approvals and all of the money, and that's the Scarborough Subway, and that's the one project people are trying to rip down and throw into the gutter. It's wrong and it's unfair to the people of Scarborough. When you look at changing to an LRT, We just heard from staff that the cost of an LRT now is $2.7 to $3 billion. It's the same cost as a subway. So you want to delay us for 2 years and end up spending the same amount of money on a system that doesn't carry as many people and on a system where Cabinet Minister Brad Dougherty has said, I'll cancel that subway over my dead body. If you think you can go back to the LRT, you're dreaming in Technicolor. Naysayers and nitpickers, get out of the way because we're building a subway. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
On that note, I'll have to thank you. Any other members, visiting councillors who want to speak? Okay. Yes, okay, Councillor Carroll.
I don't have a lot to say about the plan. I've gone pretty public with my comments anyway. I was willing to look at the study for a one-stop subway because it allowed the addition of an Eglinton LRT, and that was real bang for my buck. It's not there now. It's not funded, and that's a big disappointment. But I do have to take exception to the comment. To have preference for one plan or another, to have that characterized as you're having some wall of hatred against Scarborough is offensive to me, given that we're talking about a place where my parents lived for 30 years and my father going on now 40, where my grandfather died, where my mother died. And to call my preference for another plan a wall of hatred is offensive for me. Going forward, we have got to start to have a conversation about what is technically the best plan and take that kind of rhetoric and emotion out of this once and for all. Those are my only comments, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Okay, any other visiting members of council? Right, then the only person I have at the moment on the speakers list for the committee members is Councillor Palacio. Do I just take other names if there are other names who wish to speak? Councillor DeGiorgio. Okay, and Councillor Pasternak. Okay, you can start up then, Councillor Palacio. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be very brief. I do support the recommendations wholeheartedly, and I believe that the recommendations are finally defining the key projects that will form Toronto Transit Network in the future, and that's for the next 15 years, so until 2031, and also identifies future incremental phases as it relates to further analysis and discussions with the province, with Metrolinx and the TTC and so on. And to you, Mr. Mayor, I think that you have shown leadership, and City Council has finally, or is finally taking concrete steps that will embrace not only the local transportation plan, but also the regional one, and that will create multiple levels of choices to transit users. And I think that's extremely important for us to understand. Now, the good news overall, in my opinion, is that we have also engaged the key stakeholders all throughout these conversations, the TTC, the Metrolinx, and the others of government, the province and the feds, and the kind of investments. These are wise investments in terms of expanding the transit networks and to address years and years of underinvestment and neglect, literally neglect, for the last 50 years. So this is extremely important as we move forward just to continue working on it. In essence, the recommendations that we have, and thousands of pages here, I think that are advancing, as I asked during my questions, that the planning and the technical analysis on the smart track, on the Scarborough subway extension, on the downtown relief line, the waterfront transit, and also creates opportunities in terms of working on the financing aspects, and that's going to be one of the key requirements there. One thing that I have heard from residents in my area is that what they want is they want a master vision, a master plan that delivers more transit for more people overall, while ensuring that we make the best out of our public funds, whatever is available. So this transit plan overall, it delivers more options and ensures that that will create also more jobs, economic growth, and a better quality of life for residents all throughout the four corners of this great city. So I do support the recommendations, Mr. Mayor, and also the advanced circulation that, Mr. Mayor, that you put forward, and that's recommendation number 7. I also urge my colleagues to support this recommendation. That's a great one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Palacio. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things I want to just sort of maybe bring to the attention of some of the councillors, some of whom were not here when we first, or at least when we last debated the Scarborough subway extension. And I got to tell you that looking back, when the decision was originally made, I think it was a rude awakening for most of the councillors with respect to funding of transit as we move forward. I think there was a very bold decision that was made way back, I think about 3 years ago, when we decided to approve the subway extension into Scarborough. Not only did we approve it, but we also put in place financing mechanism to finance the city's portion. Some of you may recall we've added on about 0.5% on the property tax over a 3-year period, and that would then, on a compounding basis, go forward. And that kind of little financing scheme allowed us to pay the city portion. The other thing that bold move did was it basically brought the federal government into the picture, whereas previously it had always been a debate between the provincial government and the federal government, provincial and municipal as to who would pay what. And it doesn't matter whether the province says they're going to pay the full cost of some program. I can remember when the province said they were going to pay the full cost of recycling. And I can tell you it lasted a year or two, and then all of a sudden all the costs were foisted onto the municipalities. So bottom line, the cost of building transit will be borne to a large extent by the city. We understand, or at least should understand, that any delay in moving forward with any kind of plans for transit expansion results in an escalation in costs. And the only way to avoid the escalation in costs is to take immediate steps. So I'm all for, so it's a one-stop subway. But the base case is a 3-stop subway. What we're saying is we have to reduce our cost. We may not be able to afford the three-station subway right now, so we'll move to the 1-station subway. But that doesn't mean that 1-station subway is going to be not properly utilized in the future. The reality is we always have incremental extensions, more stations built, but you have an underlying foundation that you put in place today. Forget about everything else. All 3 levels of government have very visibly come forward and said, we're now going to cooperate to really take transit serious. And if you take that at face value, pay our portion, put in the necessary revenue tools to pay for our portion, and then push to make sure other levels of government pay for their portion. So I'll ditto or reiterate some of the comments by Councillor De Beermaker. Please move forward with these plans.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it is grossly unfair to continue to mock the proposal before us, calling it a one-stop subway. No one was mocking the construction when we went up from Wilson Avenue to Downsview and called that a one-stop subway. And when we build from Finch to Steeles, no one will be mocking that as a one-stop subway. And certainly when I ride the Penn Station train to Newark Airport, I've never heard of it referred to as a one-stop subway. The other thing I'd like to address is ridership and the voices of doom and gloom that there's insufficient ridership, even though the statistics demonstrate otherwise. And I bring to their attention some of the stations on the Yonge line, such as Summerhill or Rosedale. Summerhill with 5,770 ridership, average ridership on a weekday. Rosedale, 6260. Museum, it's not on the Young Line, 9800, and so forth. And I don't hear these doom and gloom people suggesting that those stations be closed down. Yet when it goes into Scarborough, they're all of a sudden waving the ridership flag. One thing that we don't want to do, and one thing the public wants us to get on with, is getting the job done and starting it. This endless debate, and this has been going on for years with the Scarborough subway. We actually should have never called it the Scarborough subway. We should have called it the Bloor extension. But what the public wants to do is they don't want to see the delay, the debate, and the politicization. And going back to an LRT that the federal and provincial governments, by every indication, will not fund, will be extremely damaging for the City of Toronto, both as a credibility, as a reputation point of view, as well as put us back, my guess would be about 10 years in transit building in the proposals before us. So I think the good news out of all of this is there is a vision ahead for transit building. Good news remains that there's more transit in the ground now, under construction and shovel-ready than in Toronto's history. The transit, the failure of transit building over the last 30 years remains our biggest crisis, and the fact that we have a wholesome debate here and a plan going forward. And true, it's expensive. It is very expensive because of the constant delays and arguments and political battles that surround it. So it's time to move on. It's time to approve what's before us and get transit built for the next generation.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mayor Tory. As I look at this debate, I think that one thing we can all agree on, nobody is against spending money on public transit. It's probably one of the largest demands that I get in my area. My ward's in the southeast corner of Scarborough. I get more demand for better public transit now. I think the next thing is housing, and we're going to debate that a little longer or a little further into this discussion. Saying all of that, I've also been elected as a city councillor to try and run a city and get the best value for people's tax dollars. Unlike Councillor de Beermaker's comments earlier, I don't really look at the city as North York's here, Scarborough's here, Etobicoke, East York. I try and look at it as one big city. I'm glad that today we're looking at a comprehensive transit plan and putting it forward. The component, though, of that transit plan that I have a lot of issues with is the Scarborough subway extension. And I have issues with that going back to the last term in office, when the province offered to build a fully funded LRT for us at $0 in capital, $0 in maintenance, a 7-stop fully funded LRT, including the maintenance. It would have replaced the 5-stop SRT, which I was on a few months ago, and I had a hard enough time talking to people that the noise on it was so loud. It needs to be replaced. I think it needs to be replaced, though, in a comprehensive, getting the best bang for our buck. And I don't agree with the Scarborough subway extension. As I've said earlier, I've been quoted in the media, when it comes to this project, the cash register keeps ringing, and I don't think it's going to stop ringing. It's still ringing to the point where it's impacted the Eglinton Crosstown LRT, which I have 3 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward. That project's now unfunded. Mayor Tory, you'll remember during the election campaign, you and I were both at the opening of a temple out at Old Kingston Road and Ellesmere, and you were talking with a gentleman who said that for him to get from where he lives to the Kennedy subway station, it took him about an hour and a half to 2 hours by the time he walked to a bus and got to that bus. And I think that putting this money into the Scarborough subway extension, not bringing the Eglinton East Crosstown LRT out to U of T Scarborough, that's not helping that gentleman at all. It's not helping anybody in the 3 neighborhood improvement areas in my ward, and it's certainly not helping the overall transit plan. I would really, which is why I can't support it, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What we have before us is a comprehensive, full network approach to transit. I want to congratulate staff for the incredible amount of work that they've done in pulling a lot of different plans together. This is an interconnected plan. It's a plan, and they have said it over and over, that if we start taking it apart, we're going to waste a lot of time, we're going to waste a lot of money, and it's not something that I'm going to support, and I don't think it's something we should be supporting moving forward. The chief planner said it best, I think, that the planning rationale for the Scarborough subway extension still holds with the increased costs. And yes, there are increased costs, and yes, we have to deal with them, absolutely. I know full well the burden of that. But understanding, even if we decided to go with the LRT, and I heard a lot of deputants, and I've heard a lot of my colleagues say, let's scrap the Scarborough subway and let's go with the LRT. The CEO of the TTC has already stated the escalated costs for that go from $1.4 to $3 billion. There are increased costs in whatever we do, and we have to face that as a city. We have to figure out how we afford it and what the priorities are moving forward. But my perspective is the Scarborough Centre is a major transportation hub for the city and for the GTA. It's a major economic hub for Scarborough and for the city. And we need to start treating the Scarborough Centre and that area of the city as such, as we have in other parts of the city. I consider the Scarborough extension a critical component, not only to the future of the Scarborough Centre, but the whole area. I deplore some of my colleagues who have not been up to that area of the city to go up and have a look what is there presently and think of what's going to be there in 25 years, what's going to be there in 30 years. That subway is an incredibly important component to where I see this city going in another 50 years. Staff have told us already if we slam the brakes on the Scarborough subway extension, we're going to waste, again, a number of years, and we just have to stop doing that. I do not think the residents of this city want us to stop moving forward with transit. This is a plan we have before us right now. It is integrated. It is a strong network approach. We have to move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. Do I have any other speaker? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I want to also thank the staff for terrific work in terms of putting this plan together in order to help us to create opportunities and to create a better future for not only the residents of Scarborough, but for the residents in Toronto and the region as well, because the hub will create that opportunity where people will come, will park their vehicles, will come to shop, will take the system, and will be able to travel across the city. Mr. Mayor, I want to also thank you, because I think it was easy if you were to simply have backed off and to say, all right, I'm just going to listen, and it's about saving $1 billion, and it's also perhaps about, perhaps losing votes at another opportunity and so on. You could have simply said, no, I'm not going to do it. I want to commend you for that, quite frankly, because the people of Scarborough are very fortunate that you're standing with them. I say this because it's been 40 years that we've been asking for an expansion of the system into Scarborough, not just simply at the Scarborough town centre, where we're looking at going now. People have suffered for a long time in Scarborough. We remember the days when the SRT would stop in the middle of the hydro field, where people would be there for an hour or two or what have you. They have gone through that experience and that exercise. The UTDC, I believe, was what was initially the company that built that system. And back in those days, the councillors in Scarborough then fought. They wanted an extension of subway. It was the same conversation, same argument that said, you didn't need it, take this is better for you. Well, 40 years later, we recognize that better was not, in fact, as they say, better. What is better as an option today to create more opportunity and more prosperity, Councillor Crawford's talked about that, Councillor de Beermaker's talking about it, and others have spoken about it as well. There's a real need to unlock values and opportunities that the Chief Planner has spoken about this, why she's looking at making these recommendations, which is consistent to what she's been talking about for many, 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 many years now, and I want to thank her and her team as well. And so you say the one-stop subway. Well, I'll proudly take that versus nothing at all, quite frankly, because I think it's in our best interest. You say, well, you know, we'll give you more LRTs. Yes, of course. Yesterday I was on King Street. There was all the LRTs stopped there, couldn't move. I don't know what was going on, but they were going nowhere. Well, we don't want Scarborough to stop to go nowhere. We want Scarborough to move and keep moving, quite frankly. A subway extension with respect to the Scarborough Town Centre will create that opportunity, unlock value, and create a future for the people in Scarborough. And that's what this is all about, not simply $1 billion.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Shiner.
Mayor Tory, it's interesting how people are trying to analyze the difference in the riderships from the different lines that are in front of us. We've got numbers for boarding at the Scarborough Civic Centre of 7,300 people every day, and for $3.2 billion extension. Then we've got ridership numbers for the relief line, the complete relief line. It's 6.8 billion, a little over twice, and it's going to carry 13,400 people for the complete line, compared to boarding alone at one station out in Scarborough. And I think the number tells you how important that station really is. That's a lot of people boarding from Scarborough every single day that are trying to get further into the city and don't have subway service now. And in a city like Toronto, you need subway service from east to west, from north to south. And east to west isn't just in the downtown. The community that I represent, when you go out with any type of development plan, I think all my colleagues are the same way. The number one issue that people are complaining about is traffic, traffic, traffic. And that's throughout the suburbs, throughout the core, into the 905. We've allowed a tremendous amount of development to go forward, and we can't move people around. This isn't a one-stop subway. This is a subway extension. That's all that it is. It's pushing the subway beyond the current end, as we've done with all of our subways, further out into the reaches of the City of Toronto. What's the Yonge Street subway extension? It stops at Finch, it's going to go to Steeles, and it's going to go on Highway 407 to bring people into the city if we could only afford the ridership, so afford putting that ridership on the line, because they are dying to get on the subway line. And we can't do that now because we're overcrowded on the Yonge line. It will also spur growth out in the Scarborough Town Centre and the areas around it. And the LRT is needed to allow people to get in and out in a rapid transit way in a dedicated line that they don't have now as well. I think that we're making a mistake on the relief line because we're not doing an environmental assessment, at least for the extension at a minimum to Eglinton and possibly right up to Shepherd, so we know what that route may be and be ready for that when we're able to add that to the program, which is what we're talking about. Because Yonge and Eglinton, when the east-west LRT goes in, if it's a disaster now, imagine what it's going to be like when we're bringing all those people right across from the ends of the city right in.
I have to ask you to conclude there on that note.
So, I mean, I'm supporting this. I'm supporting extensions. I think we should be working together as a council, not being divisive to saying mine or yours. This is a comprehensive beginning of a plan. They're all needed, and much more is needed for the city as well.
Thanks, Councillor Shiner. Other speakers from the committee? Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be really quick, but thanks so much for my councillor colleagues, my fellow Scarborough councillor colleagues for commenting, and the mayor as well. Thanks so much. and staff, of course, and all of the work that was done on Kennedy Station, which is in my ward. And I know all of the work and the amount of money that would go into it if it were to go to an LRT versus a subway. Subway just goes right through. And that was the impetus for the original motion that was by Councillor de Beermaker and myself way back 3 years ago, because it just goes right through. Of course, that was from my ward, and that would go to the heart of Councillor de Beermaker's ward. And that's why we brought the motion forward. So other than the media, and many people believe that this is somehow related to the former Mayor Ford, it actually had nothing to do with that. In fact, we never spoke with him about it, and it was something that we worked on to bring that to council. So I know that many people love to attribute the Scarborough subway extension to Mayor Ford, but it really had nothing to do with that. It was really the imagination, and I think the drawing that Councillor de Beermaker and myself brought forward. So in saying that, I think that for myself, my own experience with Warden, Victoria Park, and Kennedy, and the amount of parking, and you have to remember this, the amount of parking that is around those stations is huge. We have many, many parking lots that surround those stations. They come from all over Scarborough, and even other cities outside Scarborough come to those stations. So building it out further to the town center will draw even more people to that. So I don't believe it's going to be 7,500. I believe it's going to be much, much larger than that, because the reach is further. And in the stations downtown, they don't have the capacity for the parking, which they do at the stations in my ward. So that I can say that ridership's going to grow. I think those numbers are very, very conservative, and that they're going to increase. So again, we've had this debate so many times. I've spoken so many times on this issue, and we just need to move forward. We need to get the shovels in the ground. We've had numerous letters of support from all three levels of government, and from all three levels of government, from MPs, MPPs, and Scarborough councillors. And all of them support, aside from Councillor Ainsley, but all of them support, not only through funding, but through the action and through their words. And it's fully funded. It's something that we need to move forward on and stop the debate. It's very, very unnerving to the residents of my ward and to most of the residents in Scarborough and across Toronto, I would say. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Holland. Other speakers to be heard from? Councillor Barlow, please.
I've been debating if I had anything else to add or not, because a few things have been said. I'm not going to make it seem that this is an easy decision. I think that this hasn't been an easy decision for anybody. This $900 million is a big chunk of money. And you have to think about what is in front of you. And so I think I could say I think I drank a little bit of the Kismet Kool-Aid, because to me, no, it's to me it is the vision of having a city that is not only the downtown with its suburbs. It is actually a city that is integrated, that has different urban centers, that is being competitive on other urban centers. And to me, does it make sense there? We're expanding the subway to Vaughan. We're talking about expanding it to Richmond Hill. Our own city is going to be competing with those urban centers, and we have a third of our city that is not connected to rapid transit. To me, that didn't make sense. And then I heard things from some of our staff that said, the biggest risk to cost is actually delaying. The subway is never going to be cheaper than what it is today. Never. It was cheaper 50 years ago. It was cheaper 100 years ago. So if we want to have that vision, if we want to have a city that is actually has these urban centers, the time is now. And then the other thing on top of this that led me to continue, at least allowed staff to continue doing this work, because at the end of the day, we were told as well, there's only 5% of design. We need to continue. We are asking you to advance this work. That's what we're telling them to do. And is the amount of time that we've been talking about this, and if we were to take a piece of this puzzle, the amount of time that we would continue talking about this and that nothing has happened. And two wrongs don't make a right. And so I think that this city is living an unprecedented amount of transit being built by all three orders of government. And when I hear things that, oh, the LRT signed agreement, we could just bring it on. Come on, we had the premier yesterday on TV saying, basically supporting the subway. Who are we kidding here? The reality is that conversations have been happening. This is the plan that three levels of government are supporting. If we were to take a piece of this puzzle, we would have to go to the drawing board, continue conversations, and Torontonians would be listening to us over and over again, council meeting over council meeting, talking about the same thing, and nothing would get done.
Thanks, Councillor Bailão. Other speakers? Well, then I'll just set the clock on myself and make a few remarks. First of all, I want to say thank you to the staff. I mean, the output here in terms of just reports that we've asked for and received has been extraordinary. Even if you disagree with some of the conclusions, I think their hard work goes, absolutely unquestioned by anybody. I just want to address for a minute the question of civility that Councillor Carroll raised earlier on, and quite properly so. I will just say that civility has to be on all sides. I have never, I do have a motion that was previously circulated that I'll put on the table that is on behalf of Councillor Fletcher. I've never in my entire time here, which is not that long, but I've not seen an issue on which the legitimacy of one side of the issue has been unaccepted by anyone, that there's absolutely no legitimacy to it. If you say, well, gosh, it was elections, then the response is, well, yeah, but those elections really weren't about the subway or the LRT. They were about something else. Or if you say, well, it's about the cost estimates. I mean, if cost estimates were fatal to projects around here, nothing ever would have got done. And I'm going to try to change that with your help, and we're all going to work together on that. But that's the fact. I mean, every single project, because it was based on 2 or 0% of the design work being done, went way over. Or we've got people labeled as being dishonest in major newspapers because they have an honestly held view. It's not possible to have an honestly held view anymore without being labeled as being dishonest. Or you have the chief planner's advice being taken by people on one project, and it's the hallelujah chorus in terms of this is the best advice we've ever seen, but on another project, the very same chief planner is out to lunch and completely wrong. Now, I mean, nobody's right 100% of the time, but, this is the kind of stuff that goes on. We are dealing here with a Scarborough Transit Plan. And as somebody very wisely said earlier on, I think it might have been Councillor Crawford, you can't just take a plan and start pulling pieces out of it and saying, well, it's still going to be a plan. And the fact is, I heard over the course of the last few hours and the last few months, people say, for example, that this Scarborough Transit Plan, that the Scarborough Bloor-Danforth subway extension is going to create, at the end of it, one of the busiest subway stations in the entire subway system. Oh, but the ridership's nowhere near enough. One of the busiest subway stations in the whole subway system. I heard our chief planner say it was going to be a key driver of economic growth, a key driver, a prerequisite to economic growth, something you had to put in place to make that happen. Jobs and opportunity for people throughout the city, but including in particular in Scarborough. That it was going to be a key contributor, we had a deputant sit here and say that, to more sane commutes, people who take 2 buses and 2 transfers and 2 hours to get anywhere. And this is going to help. We had somebody there, he's totally objective, that man that came in here and said that. It covers both the economic development and the social policy aspects of what we're trying to do because it connects priority neighborhoods and you take the package, the LRT, and it attracts investment. I say we got to get on with the job. We heard that to delay this will be 2 or 3 more years. There's a huge cost associated with that, way bigger than anything that's been talked about in terms of numbers today. And the LRT, by the way, is partially funded even after the increase in the subway's costs. We've got to stop this, we've got to build, and I want to just finish, and I'm sorry I'll take 15 seconds. During one of the debates in the election, Councillor Stintz, as she then was, said to me, well, why should people in East York have to pay for this subway in Scarborough? And I said, because we all live in Toronto. And what's good for Scarborough, and we've heard professional evidence this is good for Scarborough, is good for all of Toronto. And it's good for the economy, it's good for transportation, and it's good for social justice to help those people get on their feet and have the opportunity other people have in this city. And so I will be obviously supporting this and supporting this motion that I brought on behalf of Councillor Fletcher. Thank you. We're ready to, we only have one motion, is that right? That's a miracle.
Wait till council.
And the motion is on the screen. Do people need we've had it for some time. Do you need a moment? Because otherwise we're ready to call the question on the motion. I'm ready to do that. A recorded vote on the amendment to the motion moved by me on behalf of Councillor Fletcher, and happily so.
On the amendment by Mayor Tory, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? Councillor McMahon. The amendment carries.
All right. On the item as amended.
Sorry, Mayor Tory. I mentioned to the clerk earlier there was 4 clauses that I wanted to be noted in the negative one.
So we'd have to separate them out then, No, I don't have the sheet in front of me here.
Sorry, it was 3A, 3B, 5A.
Hold on one sec for you, Councillor. Let me just grab it here. We're 3A.
3A.
So what we'll do is then we'll have votes on those clauses first, and then on the item as, the balance as amended. Okay, so is the first one 3A then? So people may want to turn to their sheets here. It's on the orange sheets if you want to look at it there. And this is where you can see what it says. 3A, it's on the cost estimation experts on the McCowan Corridor Express Subway. So are we ready to call the question on that? 3A then? Pardon me? You want a recorded vote on that, or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Or at least if I can be recorded in the negative.
Well, it has to be a recorded vote then.
Okay.
Okay.
Do all as one? Can we do A and B together, Mayor?
Are you doing it for 3B as well, Councillor Ainsley?
3A, 3B, 5A.
All right, well, let's do 3A and B as
Yep,
one because
okay.
they're in the same.
I'm fine with that.
On recommendation 3 in the report, all those in favor? Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? Councillor Ainsley. Recommendation 3 carries.
Next one is 5?
5A.
5A and B, or just A?
Just 5A.
Just A, okay. 5A then?
On recommendation 5A in the report, all those in favor? Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. All those opposed? Councillor Ainsley. Recommendation 5A carries.
And then the reference in number 12 to the Scarborough Subway extension.
Okay, so it's just 12 again, with that one separate, you would like a separate vote on 12?
I was told that the reference in it to Scarborough Subway extension could be separated
It's a
out.
bunch of projects. Well, is it possible to separate a word, a phrase? He's asking to separate a phrase out of number 12.
I'm fine with the other projects. It's the reference to the Scarborough Subway extension.
They really are separate components. You ought to be, they're very separate components.
Can it be pulled out?
You ought to be allowed to separate out a project.
Can we create it as a 12A? Just there, just 1 second. Staff concur that it can be a separate project.
All right, so we'd list it as 12A then by itself, or? All right. So we'll list then with everybody's concurrence, 12A, we'll say the Scarborough Subway extension. And then B would be the other projects, and then the language would follow below, include additional planning work, et cetera, et cetera. So
Mayor
people
Tory?
follow on what we're doing?
Point of
Yes.
order.
Sorry.
We don't separate any of those at any other committee. You have to move a motion
Yes, we do.
when it's there, and you could move that motion at council. This is only recommendations to council. But there's no motion to separate that in front of us. So I don't.
That's
believe
why I'd
it's-
asked the question of whether.
I don't
guess
believe
what
it's
we've been
in
told
order
is
to
it can be
separate.
done, but you're saying it has to be done by way of a motion, which should have been done earlier.
Yeah.
So, well, look, I think we should just call the
Sorry.
question on 12 then, and.
On a point of privilege, Mayor
you can vote
Tory?
as you wish.
On
Yes?
a point of privilege, Mayor Tory?
Yes.
At 12:30, before we reconvened, I asked the clerk about this, and I was told that that was all right.
Well, I'm sure the clerk gave you the best advice she could at that time, and we have indeed been told that had you moved a motion to separate the two, then that could have been done, but you didn't, and again, you weren't advised to do so. But now we're where we are, and I would rule that we should vote on item 12 as it is, because there is no mechanism by which to amend it, and pulling out one phrase is not something that is within the established procedure. So you can vote against it, or you can vote as you wish. And then if you want to change it at council, that's your purview to do at that time.
But sorry, Mayor Tory, at lunchtime, if I'd been advised to move a motion, I would have moved a motion. Right?
Okay, again, I can't speak to what you were advised at lunchtime. I'm just saying you didn't move a motion, and I understand you may say you weren't advised to do so. We've got advice now from the clerk and from others, and I think we are where we are. And if this is the last chance you had to fix this, you'll have a better chair at City Council, and if you can convince all and sundry that it should be changed at that time, you'll have that opportunity. I must say I find it a bit unusual myself that you would just, at this stage of the game, pull one phrase out of a recommendation, and there's no...
Mayor Tory, I'm so sorry, on point of privilege.
Oh my gosh.
Not at this point of the game. I asked before this meeting reconvened what I should do. So I'm not doing anything at this late point in the game.
I've made my ruling. Do you wish to challenge it?
Yes, I wish to challenge.
Okay.
All those in favor?
All those in favor of holding the chair's ruling? Opposed? Okay, my ruling's upheld. All right, Clause 12. Do you still want Clause 12 voted on separately? We'll vote. You've asked for it, so we'll do it. Clause 12, all those recorded vote, I think you want.
On recommendation 12 in the report, all those in favor? Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, Councillor Thompson. Recommendation 12 carries unanimously.
All right, now is that the last of what you wanted dealt with separately?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll go to the item as amended, the balance of the item as amended.
Accommodating me.
All those in favor of the item as amended, the balance of the item as amended? There's no recorded vote in ASCOR? Better have a recorded vote. Yeah.
On the balance of the item as amended, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Pasternak, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Thompson. Balance of the item as amended carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, so according to our approved order of business that we agreed upon earlier today, we move next to the revenue options 16.3, and I don't recall now. Is there a presentation on that? There is.
Yeah. Just talk to staff once they get set it up.
We can have the members of the committee resume their seats, and everybody else, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please. All right. We don't have quorum anyway. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, we do. 7. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have quorum. And over there in the back corner, please. Over there, we're trying to resume the meeting, please. Thank you very much. And we have a quorum present. And I want to welcome our group from KPMG who helped put this report together, and they're going to give us a brief presentation. I think you have some materials in front of you, and perhaps you could introduce yourselves and take it away. This is how we pay for what we just discussed for the last 7 or 8 hours,
Exactly.
or at least the alternatives.
It's a great segue. Mr. Mayor? Oh.
Hang on. Sorry, I was just going to, through you, Mr. Mayor, just kind of introduce this. So if you recall, in February, Council passed a resolution to come back June 28th on an update of the revenue tools under the COTA that was first done in 07-08 Hempson report. We then hired KPMG to do that update. As you recall, under the long-term direction report last month, we were going to come back with a report on a revenue strategy. The purpose of this report is to bring back the update of both revenue tools under COTA and non-COTA revenue tools. So we have KPMG. Today we have Brad Watson, who's a partner at KPMG, Will Lipson, and Eric Wolf. And that's all I got to say about this right now. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of Executive Committee and Council, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. It's my pleasure and a privilege to provide an overview of the findings of the work that we've done as has been identified relating to the revenue options that we've been asked to consider for the city. As indicated, my name is Brad Watson. I'm a partner with KPMG. I am joined by my colleagues Will Lipson and Eric Wolf. Depending upon the, I'm going to provide about a 10-minute or so presentation, a brief overview of the 185-page or so report that we've submitted. Depending upon the timing of the proceedings, I may very well leave you in their capable hands for questions, depending on how long this runs into the evening. And I'd like to get things started. So, in terms of background, as has been highlighted, Hempson Consulting prepared a report for the city in 2007 that addressed some of the revenue potential and the options available to the city under the new, at that time, City of Toronto Act in 2006. If you fast forward to the deliberations that Council had during the winter, looking at the operating and capital budgets in February, the Council then directed staff to complete an analysis of, and an update really, of the Hempson report, as well as look at other revenue tools that might be available. And so that's where KPMG was engaged. We were brought on in mid-April, and over a period of 5 or 6 weeks completed an analysis. And that's what you have in front of you. As you look through the report, just to orient you to the findings, we've highlighted both qualitative as well as quantitative effects. And again, we've looked at that in the context of both those tools that are available to the city under the Act as well as those that are not. One of the things that you'll find as you go through the report, and it was again suggested here a moment ago, is that ours is a study that highlights the potential implications across a host of revenue options. We have not provided recommendations. That was not something that we were asked to do. But one thing we would recommend is that as you start to peel away the layers of the onion, if you will, and start to hone in on one or more of the options that look like they may have merit, we would recommend that you conduct further study, further analysis to get a little more specific on what the potential might be. It goes without saying, it's not on the slide, but it goes without saying that the work that we've done has considered the various revenue options from the perspective of the city and the city alone. Some of these tools, and I'll use an example of, for example, the tobacco tax. That would be a new revenue option for the city, but it is something that is currently a tax that is currently levied by the federal government, provincial government, Of course, by implementing such a tool here at the city, that would generate new revenue for the city, but it might very well have an effect on both federal or provincial governments. We have not considered that as part of the analysis that we've completed. So with that in mind, here are the tools, and here are the revenue options, rather, that have been considered. If you look down the left-hand side of the slide, these are the options that are currently permitted under the Act, and if you look down the right-hand side, these are the ones that would require a little bit more work, a little bit more collaboration with the province to be approved. As we went through the analysis, as I've indicated, we completed both a qualitative as well as quantitative. So quantitative is easy. We ran the math across a whole host of different assumptions and inputs, and we can speak to some of that as we go. But the qualitative also considered various other effects that might be associated with each one of these tools. And so when you look at the report, you'll see that we have commentary on the sustainability, the potential sustainability of the revenue, and that deals with things like the elasticity of demand, the consumer behavior and avoidance, and so on. We have taken a stab at estimating the potential costs associated with implementing each of these revenue options. And then we've also, as part of the work, looked at various precedent examples. So looked at where each one of these alternatives has in fact been implemented in municipalities across Canada, across North America, and around the world. We have tried to provide a summary of the experiences of other jurisdictions that have implemented each of these. I'm going to highlight, before I throw up the slide that provides the results, that you should again consider these results as indicative. It gives you a sense of what the potential might be, the art of the possible, with each of these tools. These are, as I've said, predicated on detailed calculations that have a whole series of input assumptions regarding demographics, demand, consumer behavior, as economists like to talk about, price elasticity, and so on. And again, any changes to those assumptions will vary the results. We've kicked the tires pretty hard on the various inputs, the sources that we've used. We've had much debate, and I'll spare you you should actually be happy to have been spared the debate around one source versus another and the various considerations. We've done some sensitivity. We're quite comfortable on, again, the indicative results that are here. So with that, let me orient you to what you'll see. So I'm about to provide you with a table that highlights the findings of the report. What we've tried to do in summarizing this in one simple slide is provide you with an indication of the revenue option. And you'll see that when you look at the report and you look at the summary table, we've provided you with a range. And in many cases, the range mirrors the range that was used in the Hempson report, again, for ease of consistency and comparison. The point of a range is to give you a sense of what the implications of one rate versus another might be for each of the given options, but it's not at all to suggest that one is better than the other or to provide an upper or lower limit. It's simply there to provide a range. You'll note that what we highlight is the estimate of the net revenue benefit that the city might accrue on an annual basis once the revenue option is implemented. Now, the net benefit includes the gross amount that could be expected from each one of these revenue options, less deductions for changes in consumer behavior, avoidance behavior, and the like, as well as the estimated costs associated with implementation. So when you look at the result, it factors in the cost of implementation and the elasticity of demand and the like. For the simple summary table that you'll see here, we've shown you the net result. If you're interested in the details, you can certainly go through and see the step-by-step calculation as provided. In each case, we've highlighted and provided a reminder as to whether or not it's allowable under the Act. And then lastly, or not lastly, but we've also highlighted an estimate, and this really is a starting point to the likely timing associated with implementation. Each one of these revenue options has a different time frame associated with the implementation. What we've tried to do is to suggest that once you've made the decision to proceed with one or the other, and you in fact have confirmed the authority to proceed, what is the time frame that you would likely incur to get from a starting point up to a steady state of operation? So designing the system, implementing it, testing it, refining it, and so on, and getting it to a point where it's a natural part of ongoing operations with the city, the allocating and then collecting of this revenue. And then for comparison purposes, the last column in our slide highlights what the equivalent increase would be in the residential property tax rate. So if you wanted to generate this amount of funds in any given year, what might you have to, and you didn't want to implement this tool, what might you have to do to the property taxes to get the same bang for your buck, if you will? So with that, this is the summary of the results. And you can see what we've done is we've taken the dozen or so revenue options and gone through and completed the calculations. And you can see that there's a low of 3 million with a very low tax on entertainment and amusement to a much higher, more significant amount of just over 900 million if you were to look at something like a personal income tax. As I look at the results, without necessarily going line by line, and I won't, I'll leave you to flip through them. It's fairly self-explanatory. There's 3 or 4 things that you might consider. Some of them, alcohol being one, tobacco, entertainment and amusement, hotel tax. These are taxes that would be charged at the point of purchase. So these are taxes that would be paid by the consumer at the time they purchase the service. So it's something to keep in mind. One of the items that's on the list is road pricing. And it's important to highlight that this is not tolling of the Don Valley or Gardiner. Again, that is the subject of another study that's currently being completed in parallel. This relates to actually corridor pricing. This is a mechanism that has been applied in London, in the UK, as well as a number of other cities, and it's effectively drawing a box around an area of the city and charging for people to either come in, as the case is in what we've modeled, or when leaving this core. For the purposes of the work that we've done, what we've assumed is that it would be a charge to users or individuals as they enter the city core during the AM peak. We've drawn the box, the lake to the south, Bathurst to the west, DuPont or the tracks to the north, and the Don Valley and Bayview to the east, just to give you a sense of the area that we were looking at for the purposes of the study. You'll note that there's actually 2 different ways, just to pick up on another of the revenue options, there's 2 different ways to look at parking. There's a parking levy that we've considered, and that is effectively charging an amount per day for all of the different parking spots, non-residential parking spots that have been identified in the city. And there'd be a little bit of work to do to create that inventory, but once that's done, you'd be able to then articulate what the incremental cost would be to the owner of the land or the facility. The other approach would be to charge a tax on any place that parking is currently paid for. Again, that would be a tax on yourself in terms of the green P, but any of the other parking, paid parking that exists within the city, there could be an approach where you charge a tax on that revenue. You could look at different ways of implementing that, where perhaps it's a greater tax the closer you are to the downtown core, and less so as you go out from the core. Again, it's an option to be considered, not something that we've contemplated, but just something that might be reviewed if and when you were to pursue that further. Lastly, there's a number of these revenue options that would require some interaction and collaboration with the other levels of government, whether that be the provincial government or the federal government in the CRA. Those being the personal income taxes, the business income tax, et cetera, where you're going to have to work with your partners at the other levels of government to piggyback on top of already existing revenue collection mechanisms that are in place. So that's a high-level overview of the findings. One of the things you'll see as you go through the report, and again, for the purposes of brevity and in the interest of time, we haven't gone through a detailed line-by-line review, but you'll see, as I mentioned earlier, qualitative assessment included in the report that we've provided you. What we've tried to do is assess each of these options in the context of 3 or 4 key things. The first would be the impact on stakeholders, which would include both consumers as well as residents. We've looked at the impact on economic and business activities. And then lastly, competitiveness of the city and avoidance. So these are, again, more qualitative things that have been contemplated as part of the analysis. And as I conclude, I guess the next steps in terms of approach, as you look at considering the various options that are in front of you, there's a number of things that you can contemplate when thinking about which, if any, of these to pursue. The first would be the feasibility of implementation. Some are easier to do than others. There's a key question underlying each one of these, and that is, well, what are your policy objectives? And each one will have a slightly different effect on overarching policy that you have as council. The next, again, is tied to the efficiency of implementation and really the operation, ongoing operation. And that's not just the collection, but also the enforcement. And then last but not least, the fairness and equity of the tool, and really thinking about who is ultimately affected by each of these alternatives. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'll pause and be happy to answer questions as and when.
Thank you, Brad. Something occurs to me, and I'll just seek your concurrence on it, that we'd be better off maybe in this case where we have these gentlemen, that's no disrespect to our staff, but they are here with us, like it or not, during these meetings, and these people are from outside, and I wonder whether we shouldn't have questions of the committee now, as opposed to going through all the deputations first and having committees. I just think we should probably do that. Everybody concur? Fine then. Yes, Councillor, Deputy Mayor. No, I guess there's always time to question staff as well, but they're here, and we're going to ask them questions about their presentation, and then we can ask questions of staff after the deputations. Does that seem fair? Are you worried about there being 2 rounds that way? But you're going to get the same result, I think. So, I would then be happy to entertain from visiting councillors first. Let me just find my pad here, if I can. Questions of these. Councillor Perks, is your hand up? There we are. You're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question, in terms of the time to implementation, that's from the moment council decides, or?
Almost. It's from the moment council decides and you have the authority to proceed.
I see.
With some of those that are not currently allowable under the Act, there's an extra step that needs to be taken before the clock starts in our analysis.
You mentioned the Hempson report. When the Hempson report was done, a couple of these, I think, were identified as having some potential legal risks. Did you review that?
No, we did not, in the sense that the focus of our work was, or the scope that we were asked to look at was look at these 12 revenue options and tools. Some are allowable, some are not. Do the best you can in completing an analysis. We didn't complete a legal review per se.
I'm recalling that the Hempson, at least one of them, suggested there was some, the city was exposed to legal challenges on it, but you didn't pursue that?
No.
Okay. Did you review these in terms of progressivity or regressivity?
Yeah, I think it's a factor that's considered, and so I mentioned earlier on that one of the things that we've talked about from a qualitative perspective is the impact on consumers or residents, and in some cases, you'll see we've noted that some are in fact regressive, and, alcohol being one, tobacco tax being another, as just examples. And so we've highlighted that. It wasn't a primary focus, but we've tried to capture those kind of observations.
So it's in your report if I go, yeah. I read part of it, but there's a big chunk to go through this month. Did you look at any of them in terms of how consistent they would be over time? So for example, we have a variety of different revenue sources right now. Some of them are very stable year to year. Some of them fluctuate quite wildly. It's
a very good observation. And yeah, we've tried to highlight areas or some of the revenue options that will in fact vary with economic conditions and so on. You know, a good example of that would be the entertainment and amusement tax, for example. In times of, you know, when the economy is a little bit difficult, you might not have as many people going out to ball games or movies or bars or the like. And so we've noted that.
Just using our property tax as a marker, would I be right in assuming all of these are more volatile than our property tax?
Yeah, I think so. I
Okay.
think that's a fair observation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Perks, Councillor Davis.
I wonder if you could expand a bit. You analyzed income tax and possible options. I know it's not within our jurisdiction, but, and you looked at it from both an employment focus and a total income, personal income tax focus as well. Could you expand a bit on that analysis and which might provide more revenue and what the policy considerations are associated with both of those approaches?
No, it's a very good question. In terms of the revenue implications, I think you know, we've tried to highlight in the summary table the differences that you might expect in either the employment approach to personal income tax or the taxable, or looking at the taxable income when looking at things on a personal level. In terms of the business income tax, again, you can see the range. Another perspective would be to look at it as a business tax. In terms of the details of how we calculated that, I may turn to one of my colleagues to help.
Sure. Well, I was thinking about the policy implications. Why would you take one approach over another?
That's a good question.
You talk about an employment approach versus an income approach.
What I would say is, it again depends on your policy objectives. You know, the senior levels of government do levy business taxes and personal income taxes, so they do go after both as means of funding activities that serve both constituencies. So they you know, as we've highlighted, they both have their own individual strengths and weaknesses in this regard, and you know, it's to some degree, it's your decision ultimately, should you pursue either of these, what you're trying to accomplish and why this is the appropriate means.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask the question that, of course, I think most people would want to ask you, which is, you don't make any specific recommendations. You've reviewed everything. If one were to assume we want the most feasible, we want the most efficient, we want it to be progressive, we want to also tax those who come into our city as well as those who live here, because we deal with the impact of people who come into our city on a regular basis, and we want to generate the most revenue possible. What would you recommend as either the or the suite of taxes we should pursue?
That'll be the last question.
So just to confirm, the most feasible, the most efficient, the most progressive, and the most money. Did I miss
Yes.
on your list?
No, people outside the city.
Easy to administer.
Ease of implementation. And you wanted to catch people both in the city as well as from outside the city.
Either one or more forms of tax.
That's a tough one. That's
what we're looking for.
I guess I say it's a tough one in the sense that is, I heard whispered over here, the magic bullet, that would be the best thing for all and sundry. You didn't say the most politically acceptable, but I'm assuming that would be on that list as well. I think that the challenge is that you've actually highlighted, I don't think any one tool catches all of the factors that you would want to consider. the reality is, as you go through this list and any others you might add to it, you'll be making trade-offs with respect to each one of those factors, and fundamentally, that's what we've left for you to assess.
All right, on that note, we'll have to call that question to an end. Perhaps not exactly answered the way you wanted, but nonetheless, that's the answer I guess we have to come up with. Now, I don't have any other member, oh, okay, I do. Councillor Shelley Carroll.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't get your attention earlier. Thank you for this report. The comparison with other cities is far more robust than in the Hemson report, I think because we asked for it more clearly this time. But I'm wondering how apples to apples it is. You know, we talk about how they're collected in places, how they're targeted to things. But in terms of, there's a review that looks at the overall cities. It also looks at the cities that we're using for comparison and what their budgets are, and then there's a lovely big pie chart. Did you unpack what those cities fund? You know, water, wastewater is separated out for us. Some of those have school boards in. Did you do any of that separation? Or are some of these tools going to a mixture of the things that we fund and also school boards?
You know, I think the reality is you'll find a mixed bag in terms of each of the different jurisdictions. So to your point, there's no, just like there's no perfect revenue option that covers, you know, that gives you the best of all worlds. There isn't, I would say, a jurisdiction, a city that is exactly directly comparable to the City of Toronto. I think what you'll find is you look at by revenue option, the different municipalities that have considered the implementation. All of these are in place. They're, you know, by definition successful because they've been using them. They've worked through the implementation kinks and challenges, and they're now on the other side of a sustainable revenue base.
Did you have time to look at those or actually make direct contact to look at those things, how they worked out, how they tweaked and worked out kinks? I'm especially interested in places where they're using some of the tools we asked you to look at, and they are applying them to direct specific things, goals that the city had. Because that's what we're hearing from Torontonians. If you're going to implement something, I need to know where it's going. When other cities target, they employ a revenue stream, but target it to a very specific expense, is that a successful model? Is that working well in the other cities? Did you have time to look at that?
Okay, maybe I'll jump in on that one. There's a few questions embedded in that question.
I know. I only have so much time, so what can I do?
All right, so I'm not sure I'll capture them all, but initially, no, our focus was to, the initial question was, have we contacted some of the other jurisdictions? The answer is yes. We didn't contact them all. Some of this was done through the internet or other research.
Yeah.
Sometimes we contacted KPMG colleagues of ours who are familiar with the practices in the city.
Oh, okay.
And so, you know, we had a limited period of time to do this work, so we tried to advance it as far as we could. But again, as Brad said earlier, should you pick, you know, revenue tool or revenue option X as something you want to pursue further, then you can go much more in depth into.
There's another layer of study, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. This is the indicative study to get you
I
started.
have to stop you there, I'm afraid, Councillor.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, other visiting members of council who wish to ask questions of our consultant friends here? Okay, if not, I do have one name so far from the committee, which is Councillor DiGiorgio. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Ainsley.
My recollection when, under the City of Toronto Act, when the powers were originally given to the city, was that they focused on, and it's a vague recollection, they focused on direct taxes. And by that, I understood to mean that the incidents or the people who were subjected to the taxes was quite clear. And so you have your personal vehicle tax and land transfer tax, as opposed to indirect taxes. And the ones that are on the list as possibles refer to the indirect taxes, like a municipal sales tax and what have you. So is it your view that the province is going to be receptive to our trying to get our hands on indirect taxes?
A good question. I don't think we have a view as to the receptivity of the province. I think what we've tried to highlight is that there are, as you see, a half a dozen of those that we considered that would require further collaboration and discussion with the province. That's, to the extent that one of those revenue options is on your list for further consideration, that's a key next step, is trying to answer that question directly. We don't have any insight into the answer.
Would it be your recommendation that we confine ourselves only to the direct taxes that are before us, or that at least are on the permissible?
I think I think as part of the consideration, casting the net wide as we have, I think we were asked to do that for a purpose, which is to look at what the universe of options might be and what the results might be. I think if you consider one of the ones where you don't currently have the authority, I think you do have to take into account the fact that it would be something that would require an additional step, and that may or may not affect your decision-making.
Okay, I guess from my perspective, what I would like to know is that should we seek permission to introduce an indirect tax prior to our discussing it, or should we discuss it, make a decision, and then go and seek permission?
I would almost see it as being iterative, frankly. I'm not sure it's which comes first, because if it may be back to the question a moment ago, you may decide it's the perfect tool, but if it's not something that would be considered by the province, or that discussion doesn't work out, well, then you're back to the beginning.
Exactly. So
But I don't know
which
if
one
you
should
can
go first?
presuppose which ones would be acceptable or not.
All right.
Again, I go back to the analogy of you're peeling away the layers of the onion, and that part of the analysis is, in my mind, a good part of the next steps.
I now have Councillor Ainsley next, and then I have Councillor McMahon, Councillor Holland.
Through you, Mayor Tory. Thanks, gentlemen, for the report. Made for some very interesting reading. I wanted to start by asking you the summary of findings page, the net annual revenue, the first column, net annual revenue potential. What was the methodology to arrive at those numbers? For example, the road pricing, I don't think there's any other jurisdiction in Canada that does that. I was just wondering how those numbers were arrived at, like what?
Sure. So as a first order of business, we estimated what the gross revenue would be. And so that's taking a look at traffic patterns and different cordon charges and coming up with what the gross amount of revenue could be, given the number of people driving into the core in any given day. And again, predicated on a series of assumptions, but that's the first step. We then looked at, in the case of the road charging, the elasticity of demand. And so there's a deduction that is placed on the gross amount because, frankly, and again, it will vary depending upon the charge. People won't drive, and they will avoid the downtown core. And so there's, from the gross amount, is a deduction for those that choose simply not to partake of the service, if you will. And then in the case, again, of the road pricing, we took a stab at estimating what the administration costs would be. Okay. And so this, again, is the cost, in this case, it's the cost associated with operating the gantries and the tolling equipment that record the trips, whether that's a transponder or taking a picture of your license plate. Think about the 407 when you drive. A variety of different ways that can be considered. We've taken an estimate at what those costs of administering the system would be. That includes collection as well.
Okay. And then the other thing that kind of stood out for me when I was reading the report on page 165, I think roughly to 170, you had the different charts where you did a property tax analysis of, I guess, is this the largest jurisdictions across Ontario? And the city, when you looked at the average at each chart, we came down at the low end in almost every chart in comparative in the property tax burden. Were you surprised by that, or any thoughts on it?
No, in the sense that I think that is, I don't want to call it a well-known fact, but that is something that has been mentioned in media and so on as to the relativity of Toronto's residential tax rate to other surrounding municipalities. And this, again, this slide or this page gives you a sense of where Toronto stacks up.
And then I just wanted to ask quickly, the one thing that stood out in this report, while you examined the property tax and the property tax burden, there was no analysis of, for example, we've always talked about public transit subsidy. We used to get a 50/50 TTC subsidy or housing, subsidy from other levels of government. There was no analysis of that. Was that outside the parameters of what you're asked to do, or?
Could you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understood. I'm sorry.
We used to get subsidies. There's no analysis of subsidies we get from other levels of government and how that could impact revenue tools. For example, if we restored a 50/50 TTC subsidy from the province.
No, this is the assessment we've done is if you were to implement any one of these revenue options, what would the potential be? We haven't considered the implications on other levels of government, nor have we considered other funding agreements or any of the other sorts of things that might come into play.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you. I just love this report. You should win a literary award or something for it. I'm not sure if you can answer this one. Just wondering about the timeline that it would take for us to obtain permission from the province to implement some of these revenue tools we currently don't have permission to.
That's a tough one. I'm not sure if, and part of the reason we purposely didn't include that as part of our estimate of time to implementation is fundamentally that goes to the broader question of the ongoing dialogue and relationship between the city and the province, and we don't have a view on that.
Okay. And do you think, in your opinion, is it better to implement kind of a one big ticket item versus a bunch of smaller ones?
Ultimately, that comes back to, again, unfortunately, I take it back to your policy objective of what you're trying to achieve. It is a balance between many of the factors that were raised a few moments ago, and the implications to users to your point, many things being implemented at once versus one that has a bigger price tag associated with it. That to me is part of the decision making that you'd have to go through when considering these or any package of these.
Okay, thanks.
It's Pride Week and therefore an occasion to be happy, and in that spirit, we're going to revert back to the non-members of the committee and ask Councillor Cressy for his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and because it's Pride Week, I'll keep it short then, in the spirit of all things being good and equal. In your review, did you consider approaches to the income or sales tax that don't require changes to CODA? So, for example, a tax sharing scenario whereby the province or the feds continue to collect and thus share the tax as they would do with the gas tax. Did you consider that approach?
We did not consider that. I don't believe, no.
So, but in your review of other jurisdictions then, are you aware of other jurisdictions in North America, for example, whereby under the Municipal Act that they're governed, an income or a sales tax cannot be levied, but there is a tax sharing arrangement, be it with a provincial or a state government? Are you aware of situations where that takes place?
Yes.
Okay, so in terms of the summary of findings, would it be fair to say then that it is permitted under COTA to have an income or a sales tax so long as there is a tax sharing arrangement, in our case, with the provincial or federal government?
Oh, no.
No, I wouldn't say that.
I think you went a little bit too far on that also. No, you've got certain legal authorities provided to you on the COTA and under the Municipal Act. My understanding is, outside of what you have explicit authority to do, you can't do anything else.
Correct. It would be a grant as opposed to a tax. It would be the provincial or federal government granting us the funds as opposed to us levying it as a tax.
Correct, and that could relate back to Councillor Ainsley's question about do we consider any subsidies, any money that the senior governments give you, and the answer was no.
Okay.
The only thing I wouldn't do in that, to your point, is mix in the concept of the act as part of that, thought process. Again, back to the notion of the act provides you with the authority of what you can and cannot do, but to the extent that you could create an arrangement with the other levels of government to share in some of their personal or business tax revenue, that's something that would be, I believe, outside of the confines of the Act itself.
And now, this may be broader than your review, but under the previous federal government, there was a cut to the HST. Had the Toronto equivalent of that cut been transferred as a grant as opposed to cut, but transferred to the city, do we know how much that would have been, the value of that?
I don't have that.
Okay.
That wasn't part
Thought it was worth asking. Okay, thank you. Can you get it? I'm being instructed to ask by my colleague to my right, not my left somehow. She should be on my left.
I'm sure that's available. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
No comment on any of that. That brings us back to the members of the committee then, and I think we were to Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you.
I guess.
And I'm not sure if we have had a KPMG report since core service review, maybe? That time I remember.
Probably.
Yeah, you weren't on that. No, thankfully.
We were in the
You'd be
firm at the
thanking
time.
yourself for that.
Part of the firm, sure.
Colleague of
And
ours.
that was my first question. But the second one is so I know that you have this list, and was it that you did comparators from other cities? Like, how did you draw upon this list here?
We were provided the list in the scope of work that we were asked to complete. So it was a list that actually city staff, I believe, compiled and part of what we were asked to do.
And then you just did the analysis on how much money that would.
Yes, again, in addition to the qualitative factors and all the other things that are comprised in here, but yes.
Okay, so on the road pricing, so that requires provincial approval, the Cordon pricing, and then, so I apparently, I'll ask.
No,
TTC.
sorry, that's one where there's a bit of gray area, I think, in terms of whether or not it's allowable under the Act or would require further consideration from the province. It's probably one that, we didn't complete a legal review. Back to one of the questions that was asked, that's something you'd have to dig into a little deeper.
I think the act allows you to toll highways, but not roads.
Okay,
Okay, so that limits, if you're going to do Cordon pricing, there's not a lot of highways to deal
Right.
with. And the main two highways are somebody else's study.
right, okay. And so I assume then you wouldn't have had conversations with TTC to understand the uptake that they would be required, and if they were able to have the capacity to do that. Just following on our last debate, you may have heard the last debate.
No, we did not.
No, okay.
But
And-
it's a reasonable assumption to make, just continuing your train of thought, in that as back to the answer of the question earlier, there is an elasticity of demand. Those people are choosing to, because of the price, to either not come into the downtown core or to come in a different way, and there may be an effect, to your point, on the TTC ridership.
And
Right.
just very quickly, at the high end, we said $20 a day. It's not an upper limit, but that was the highest of the three numbers we analyzed. At $20 a day, a lot of people switch.
Right, but then that leaves, I guess, the TTC, if there's no option to take a bus.
It's a real issue.
Or subway, because we don't have any, then I'm just wondering how they would, what the other options are, and I'm just really wondering how you came up with that number, but.
The 20 or the, no, sorry, if your question, Councillor, is did we
89 to
consider the
377.
costs that the TTC would have to incur, the answer is no.
Right,
No, that hasn't been included.
That has not been considered.
okay. And just one final question on sales tax. So we have sales tax in the city. How would that work? I'm just thinking of the border. People would go to Rona here, or Rona outside, or IKEA here, IKEA outside. I mean, I can really think of at least major ticket items, people won't stay in the city, how that would affect businesses.
From an implementation perspective, this would be a tough one to do in one municipality of the province, right? Because you think about how we pay sales tax. Currently, it's the HST. Part of what might be considered is, and it goes back to the question that was raised earlier, is perhaps looking at a province-wide increase that then gets allocated out to the various municipalities. Again, speculating on what the implementation might be. Alternatively, it is a City of Toronto-specific sales tax, and you don't then piggyback on top of the mechanism and the process and the administration that's already in place for the HST. You have to put it in yourself.
Okay, we have to move on. On that note, thank you, Councillor Holland. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have asked my questions offline, most of them, but I have just one question in terms of the parking levy. The projections that you have in this slide number 6, they're based on how many parking spaces altogether? I understand that there is some exemptions there in terms of college, universities, and hospitals, and whatever else. So the projections are based on how many parking spaces overall? Because I don't have those numbers here.
Just over 1 million, and that's on page 55 of the report. There's a table that highlights the, now is this is for the levy, yes. Yeah. So it highlights the number of paid spots in the city, as well as those that would be deemed as unpaid, and it's just over 1 million in total.
So the total number of parking spaces is within the commercial and residential?
This is focused on non-residential.
Just non-residential?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. No more questions.
The page 55 of the report will give you that detail.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the team, thank you for the report. I just wanted to ask about potentially the economic impact, business impact, tourism impact, employment impact, and those types of things in terms of consideration. And I suspect that you haven't done that analysis and so on, but I'm just wondering where you have actually done these type of work, whether or not you've seen any variation, or what does that look like, basically?
One of the things that we've tried to highlight as we go through, Councillor, is the, as I mentioned, from a qualitative perspective, not quantitative,
right,
the effect on, both from an economic and business impact perspective. So the impact that such a levy or a charge or a tax would have on local business, the impact that that might have on perhaps driving business outside the boundaries of the city, and you can see how that might happen depending upon which of the charges we're looking, or the options we're looking at, how that might be the case, depending on, again, where people happen to live as well. We've also contemplated in cases like the tobacco tax and the like, the impact on the underground economy.
Mm-hmm.
Qualitatively, not quantitatively. These are, again, things that would need to be considered.
Right. Hotel tax, destination marketing fees, and so on. Is there a correlation between those two particular issues?
A correlation in what sense?
Well, in the sense that, so if you have an area where you have a destination marketing fees, and then you then introduce a hotel tax, what's the impact of that vis-a-vis a situation where you have both?
So at this stage, what we've done is we recognize that there is a fee already, and the analysis that we've done is in the context of, in light of that existing fee, if you added a charge, what would the impact be on both consumer behavior in terms of price elasticity of demand, as well as any avoidance behavior that might result, in light of, again, the fact that those charges are already being paid.
Right, and we've done some analysis of the impact on both on page 108 of the report.
Oh, do you? Okay, fair enough. I'll take a look at that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks very much for this report. It's actually quite impressive. Two items that I was sort of digging for that I didn't see, I'd like to know why, was an auto rental surcharge, which appears in some U.S. cities, and a municipal lottery. And I realize the legislative barriers to a municipal lottery, but unless I missed it, I don't see a reference to either of those two.
The short answer is those were not, either of those revenue options were not ones that we were asked to review. That's why they don't show up on the list.
So they're not out of the question, they just weren't part of your...
Not part of what we were asked to look at, no.
So in and around page 117 there, you make a rather strong reference to the non-residents that come into Toronto every day to work, but don't live here. So they don't purchase a lot of goods and services here. They don't pay property taxes, I assume. Are you, by keeping this section, by putting this section in here, are you suggesting that we look for revenue streams from non-residents, or suggesting it?
So I think this question, it relates to the personal income tax. And so in that section where we're making reference to individuals coming from outside of the jurisdiction and working here, it was in relation to how you charge that personal income tax, whether it's a payroll tax that's collected by employers, which would then impact individuals coming from outside of the jurisdiction, versus applying kind of a secondary personal income tax to only individuals who live within the city, which may not necessarily capture the revenues from them if they work outside of the city.
So theoretically, we could look at revenue tools of tourists who don't live here and non-residents as a potential opportunity. Now, at the risk, a little risky question, but we on the land transfer tax, it is the purchaser that pays. Now, if the seller paid something, would we run into problems with federal tax law and the principal residence, or is there something there?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that. Would have to look into I don't know the answer off the top.
Not to replace the other, but in addition to.
I see the point you're making. I just don't know.
Okay. Now, my last question is, I've got to find a question that you can answer. The congestion tax probably works in cities, correct me if I'm wrong, where you're trying to move people onto public transit. But I'm sure you've heard the debates, and you know in this city we're maxed out when it comes to certainly our subway lines, at least the Young line, and we're getting there on the University line. Could that, in fact, cause more trouble than it's worth, where we're trying to drive people onto transit and we can't manage it?
It's a good question. I go back to my point earlier about the policy objectives. One of the reasons, as you quite rightly point out, that you would consider something like a court in charge, and as has been applied in jurisdictions really internationally. One of the benefits, in addition to generating revenue, is to affect user behavior, and that is to push people out of their cars onto transit. I think your point is depends on how you define short term, but in the depending upon the timing of when that revenue option was implemented, and then some of the other items that were discussed earlier today are in fact implemented, you'd have a bit of a challenge, as was mentioned earlier, you would hope you would see people moving out of cars into transit, and there would be an increase in ridership, and it would place a strain on the TTC.
If I can just add to that as well, in the jurisdictional reviews examples that we included in the report, there's reference to a strong focus on public transit side in those jurisdictions where they implemented it. They were focusing on the increasing capacity on public transit prior to implementing that tool.
So something like that could be problematic. My time's up.
That's the last question. Sorry about that. I was distracted for a minute.
It's okay. It's good.
That was at the end of the list that I have, but there are others who may not have asked questions yet who wish to. No? Yes? Okay. So on that note then, we will thank you very much for your patience in answering the questions today and for the work you did on the report. And you're, of course, welcome to stay for the deputations and any other part of the discussion you wish, but we don't have any other questions of you at this moment.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, may I just address a comment before we move to deputations to the deputants, just so they know. I think I can't presume upon the actual motion that will be brought and the vote that will be held, but my guess is this is going to be sent to staff for some further work. So lest people think we're about to make a decision. When somebody earlier on, I think it was Councillor Davis, posed that 9-part, very complicated question about progressive and all the other things, I don't think anybody would have expected we'd be making a decision on this today. We've got some work to do on expenses first and so on. So I just say that to the deputy, and it's not discouraging you from staying and making your presentation, but just so you know, there will be no decision taken on this today. In all likelihood, there will be a decision taken perhaps to get some more work done by the staff. So I will just mention that in passing and move to the deputations list, which is almost as lengthy as the previous one. And Sean Mahar from the Social Planning Toronto was first. Good day. You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the members of the committee. My name is Sean Maher. I'm the Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto, which is an independent charitable organization that conducts research, social policy research, oriented around the good of the city. I want to speak today primarily about the urgency of taking action on revenue tools rather than just specifically to one or the other and which ones are better. And the need not to continue to kick the can down the road on addressing this issue. I want to do that in the context of the budget direction that is also before the committee today or possibly tomorrow. That direction asks for cuts of 2.6% across all departments. It's a direction that's been set instead of a direction to take immediate action on the revenue tools that KPMG has so ably shown are readily available to us in 2017. I raise it because those cuts will cause real harm. Over 600 childcare subsidies, over 200 hostel beds, over 500 more kids on waiting lists for summer camps, even higher transit fares. That's what we get for a 2.6% cut. And I know that many people want to believe that we can cut without impacting services, that we can somehow make these cuts and not have them have an impact on the public. But the budget shortfall is $500 million. And it is certain that in an organization this big, there are some efficiencies somewhere, just as it is certain in a building this big that there are some toonies that have slid into the backs of couches. But it is equally certain in both of those cases that there is not $500 million in either of those two sources. So without new revenues, we are left with cuts that have adverse impacts on the public. The city manager was clear. We have reached the practical limit of making budget cuts that don't affect people and the services that they rely on. Revenue tools are an opportunity to avoid that, and there is not a reason to delay them. There are a few in particular I want to draw the committee's attention to. The alcohol tax, and in particular the tax on stores rather than on licensees, could bring in $125 million annually and be available by this time next year, in the middle of the 2017 fiscal year. It is easier to put in place because there are essentially really only two vendors, and it generates substantial returns. I think it's also worthwhile to have another look at the deeply unpopular and not so long ago repealed vehicle registration tax. It did hit drivers for $60 a head. But since the time that we repealed that tax, we have asked MetroPass users to pay $180 a head more, 3 times the vehicle registration tax. If we can tax transit riders, who are predominantly lower income residents of this city, it seems somewhat inequitable to say we cannot impose even a third of that cost on car owners.
Sir, I have to ask you to wrap up on that note. We're at 3:10.
Okay, I had a couple of other points I wanted to make about those, but I appreciate that I'm over my time.
All right. And do we have any questions of Mr. Maher? All right. Well, thank you very much.
Very briefly. Sean, thanks for coming in. I know social planning's done a fair amount of work on this. Are there particular tools that social planning has identified that you would like to see recommended? Certainly, I think the alcohol tax is a good opportunity with very limited adverse consequences to generate some substantial revenues for the city. I also think it's important for us to look at, over the medium term, it's not as quickly implementable as the liquor tax, the parking levy. You're going to hear a lot of cautions from people's various opinions about the impact of a parking tax.
The real research on parking costs is actually much less worrisome than much of what you've seen in the papers. Elasticity is actually not very high for parking fees. And in fact, some of the elasticity you get out of charging parking fees is in fact good for business, because one of the principal things you get when you charge for parking is people parking shorter, not less frequently, but just less time, which means your turnover goes up and access to retail outlets also goes up with it. So parking tax actually can be beneficial to business.
Thanks.
All right, thanks very much, Mr. Maher. Number 2, Gideon Foreman, Climate Change and Transportation Policy Analyst for David Suzuki Foundation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the committee. My name is indeed Gideon Foreman, and I'm a policy analyst with the David Suzuki Foundation. And the foundation is here to support the adoption of new revenue tools. Among the most promising, in our view, are the tax on alcohol beverages that Sean Maher just mentioned, and a levy on commercial parking lots. Our key message to you today, Mr. Mayor, members of the committee, is that these measures could further a goal that all of us support, namely making Toronto safer and healthier. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives says a 5% tax on alcohol sold at outlets such as the LCBO could generate about $77 million annually. That's a conservative estimate. The levy on commercial parking would add at least $175 million. So combined, the initiatives would provide Toronto with over $250 million each budget cycle to fund housing and the TTC. The Wellesley Institute says that lower-income residents rely more on urban public transportation than all other income groups. So when we put money into transit, especially for things such as a low-income transit pass, we're actually fighting poverty. We're helping low-income folks search for employment, get to job interviews, and eventually commute to their workplaces. In short, a city with affordable transit has less poverty, and that means a healthier and safer city for all of us. Trips in transit are also less likely than those in cars to end in an accident. The Victoria Transport Policy Institute says that transit travel has about 1/10 the traffic casualties as you find in automobile travel. So if we want to reduce the dangers of moving through our city, we need to get more people on buses and streetcars and light rail. As well, the revenue tools could help fund the city's 10-year cycling plan. And that plan, I don't need to tell you, includes a network of protected bike lanes that clearly set out a portion of the road for bikes, a portion for cars, making our streets more predictable and, again, safer for all road users. The alcohol and parking taxes could also help us to become healthier. Wellesley Institute says that increasing the price of alcohol reduces acute and chronic harm related to drinking amongst all groups. And because youth and heavy drinkers are especially sensitive to cost increases, the tax could be beneficial to those who need to curb their drinking most. The parking levy, of course, would incentivize drivers to walk, to cycle, to take transit more, and of course, in so doing, they'd improve their fitness. And reducing automobile use would also boost air quality. Emissions from cars and trucks contribute to over 1,000 extra hospitalizations in the city each year, and that's from Toronto Public Health. So there's a good deal of talk about improving Torontonian safety. Let's ensure that this discussion takes a broad view and seeks to reduce a whole range of risks, including those from poverty, car use, pollution, etc. If we take this wider perspective, Mr. Mayor, we may find that the revenue tools such as the alcohol tax and the parking levy are very helpful indeed. They'll provide financial incentives for healthy behavior and hundreds of millions of dollars for safety-enhancing public transit. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. I appreciate that, your timeliness. Councillor McMahon has a question.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming down, Gideon.
Pleasure.
So what I'm hearing from you is that you, David Suzuki Foundation, is keen on specifically dedicating the revenue tools to something, an area.
That's what we would like to see. I mean, we know there's competing things, and you as a council have to decide, but that would be, that's a major concern of ours, public transit.
Do you think that's more palatable, probably a palatable approach for Torontonians?
I think it is. I mean, people want to see, as others have mentioned, the tax going to a specific thing that they can touch and something concrete, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, great, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Other questions of Mr. Foreman? All right, well, thank you on that note, sir, very much
Thank
for being
you,
here.
Mr. Mayor.
Patricia Reid.
My name is Patricia Reid. And
Hello, Ms. Reid.
thank you for hearing me today. I live in Parkdale High Park, and my councillor is Gord Perks. Every time you have less revenue than budget, you start making cuts in low-income people's lives. And that's a very cruel way to treat vulnerable people in Toronto. 5 cents more on a TDC is a great burden to people like me, but it isn't so much if you own a $1 million house. I notice you keep lowering the house taxes and raising rides on the TDC. That hurts we people. When Presto Card becomes a reality, just paying $10 for it will be a huge burden for those like me. It will mean the first month I will only have 5 tickets. My other 5 will go to pay for the card because I only get 10 tickets. The card should be given to me free or 5 rides put on it. It overwhelms me how cruel you can be. I will be 76 on July 2nd, and a senior pass now costs me 20% of my rent, so I do not get it. Now, I only volunteer 2 places. I used to volunteer 4, but I can't afford the fares to volunteer anymore. I volunteer with Live Green. I've been there for a long time when they were called TEV. I work for the city, do the environment days, bike to work days, and also I'm doing the festival at Yonge Street next month. We volunteers save the city a huge amount for salaries. I also volunteer at the stop at the Lansdowne Garden. We grew 5 pounds less than a ton of food. We tried to push it to a ton, but we couldn't do it. Half of that food was donated to the food bank. I'm sort of doing what the city should be doing, and you're nickel and diming me all the way to get there. Because I have to try and get a ticket to go there, and then I walk home. And it's all the way from Davenport right down to Queen. You have a revenue problem, not a spending problem. Raise the taxes a little bit on your houses or bring back the vehicle tax. I have no house, I have no car, but I do have a caring heart that you're stomping on and taxing me to death. You're making my world so little by not letting me use the TDC because it's not affordable to me. I sure need a $50 pass. I was really quite gladdened to hear about you going after, listening to the new revenue, because I think that's your problem. And in Toronto, we have the highest level of poverty among all the major cities in Canada. Almost 600,000 people are poor. But of course, you knew that. Poverty reduction must be your priority. Stop funding the city on the backs of poor people like me. Stop cutting in budgets. Stop hiking user fees. All those things, I'm really stretched right now. 10 tickets a month, that's all I can afford. I've been told, and I had a list of new revenues, but everybody's talked about that.
And I'm going to have to ask you to just conclude, if you could.
Oh, okay. So anyway, the last thing I'm going to say is that when I came here, I thought, you're just waiting for me to die. I wanted to get a place, they say 6 to 8 years. And I'm hoping that that's not so, from what I heard. You're looking at new revenue. Thank you.
Or are we all hoping that's not so? Thank you, ma'am. Do you want to just stay in case somebody has a question for you, just to make sure? Any questions for Ms. Reid? Okay, thank you again, Ms. Reid, very much. Mark Shapiro, Dream Team. Is that Kathy Zayak as well?
I'm sorry?
The second person, just so we have a...
Yeah, Kathy Ziak.
Ziak, okay, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mayor Tory and committee members. Today you are discussing how to find infrastructure and services to help make our city great. There is so much needed in our city. I urge you to find a way to invest in people. As the city manager has said, the answer is not to cut services, it is to fund crucial services through taxes focused on those who have ability to pay. In particular, I urge you to ensure that the city's long-term financial plan has adequate funds to ensure that supportive housing is available to those who need it. Today, I'll be sharing my story of what it's like to be a parent of a son who suffers with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder and now fits into the community. My name is Mark Shapiro. I have 2 sons, Howie, my eldest, at 57 years, now lives in North Carolina with his family. His younger brother, Kenny, 51 today, is managing his own life in his own supportive housing apartment here in Toronto. In 1986, after I graduated from Brooks Institute of Photography and worked for 4 years in Los Angeles commercial photography field, my spouse Mary Lou and I moved back to Toronto to be with our extended families. Kenny moved from living with his mother in Montreal to Toronto to live with us. At this point, with our lack of experience and knowledge, we commenced the journey on the sharp learning curve of the issues of mental health. We began to support Kenny the best way we could, helping him deal with his mental health demons. Kenny visited with a few different psychiatrists. We felt he was in denial, and also we had a sense he needed a higher level of know-how psychiatric help. The executive director of High Tikva Life and Hope Foundation, a supportive housing agency, said to me, "Mark, Kenny has to become responsible to the system of mental health and supportive housing. It is set up to provide the expertise services Kenny targeted for Kenny to be able to successfully learn how to manage his own mental health recovery." At this point, Kenny decided he'd figure it out on his own and spent time finding shelter in malls and on the street, and became resourceful to find food anywhere he could. He called himself the Mall Man. Occasionally, he would show up at my photographic studio, my son, a street person. Savvy friends he met on the street taught him how to obtain money. When he came in, sometimes the smell was tough to manage, but we pushed through it. One can imagine living on the streets, the constant anguish and panic, not knowing where he was. Was he safe? He started going to shelters for a while until his assigned social worker found him an available shared apartment at Habitat Services. In the 1980s, advocates, mental health workers, and housing providers voiced serious concerns about consumer survivors of the mental health system being housed in boarding with very poor living conditions. Habitat Services was established in 1987 to help address these concerns and improve the quality of life for tenants. Habitat Services funds and monitors 45 boarding homes and 15 apartment units for 931 adults at sites across the city of Toronto. At Habitat, one has to be diagnosed with a mental health issue, and even though Kenny hadn't had his symptoms examined at the time they took him in. One day he suffered.
Can I just ask, are you intending to do, between the two of you,
Yes.
6 minutes?
Yes.
And you'll, it's okay, that's fine. So you can
Yes.
carry on then. That's okay. I
So
want to make sure you.
she's going to take over from me.
All right.
She's going to flow right
We'll
in.
deal with the 6-minute limit though for the two of you. That's fine.
One day he suffered a breakdown, was rushed to Sunnybrook. He called me. I went up to see him, and when he walked down the stairs, it was like it was a completely different person. He began to take medication and finally accepted his mental health issues. Eventually, as an outpatient, he connected with the right psychiatrist and received the proper treatment. This support, major support, led Kenny to get a job, move into his own apartment subsidized by High Tikva Life and Hope Foundation, take his own medication, and be responsible for managing his daily life. About 3 years ago, frightening feelings of anxiety seeped into Kenny's life. OCD reared its ugly head. A recurrence of overwhelming indecision, fears of loneliness. Kenny said he wanted to fall asleep and not wake up. His Sunnybrook psychiatrist recommended was Kenny should spend a few months at Ontario Shores Mental Health Sciences in Whitby. After 4 months, Kenny, still feeling the oppressive depression, was released back to Sunnybrook as an outpatient, where Kenny joined an ACT team. The assertive community treatment team is made up of a psychiatrist, support workers, occupational therapists, and a group of peers led by peer support specialists. Slowly it was coming together for him, empowering Kenny to want to continue living, gaining some quality of life, also supported by his ACT team at Sunnybrook. OCD is an illness Kenny has slowly recognized. He's not a label. He is taking control, learning cognitively how to manage his own life. I'd like to thank Sprint for promising to save Kenny's job, thanks High Tikva Life and Hope Foundation for guaranteeing his home, and thanks to the Ontario Ministry of Health for providing the sustainable funding subsidizing High Tikva and his Sunnybrook ACT team. No words can explain the feelings of relief we as parents have with our son functioning normally and enjoying life connected to community and especially family. We take comfort when we pass on. Our son will always have a safe, secure, affordable home and consistent support. You're on.
Thank you for having us here today. I also want to urge you to ensure that your long-term financial plan raises the revenues needed to ensure that people in Toronto can meet their basic needs. I urge you to adopt and move forward with implementing new revenue tools that are paid by the many homeowners, drivers, tourists, and others who can afford to pay a bit more. Decent housing is a basic need. I'm going to tell my story, which starts off as, in my childhood, I had a difficult living situation. My father is an alcoholic and suffers from schizophrenia. I suffered verbal abuse. Being very shy and introspective, I dealt with this by withdrawing. As a good student, some early warning signs of a mental illness began when I was 11 years old and lasted until college. At 19, I was diagnosed with depression, given an antidepressant, and had my first manic episode. I was later diagnosed as bipolar 1, and I am currently diagnosed with schizoaffective disorder. I was a few months shy of completing a 3-year program of college, but I was unable to finish. I tried killing myself with a spiced nutmeg. I collapsed on the bathroom floor. I shaved my head with a big razor to push away my feminine side. I wore the same brown polyester pants for 2 months, which my sister called my depression pants. I worked at a number of different jobs. At age 25, I got a subsidized apartment in Mississauga, but I felt isolated. I was afraid I'd be evicted when welfare ran out, so I went back home, but the living situation with my parents was unbearable. I ran away, ended up in a shelter for 8 months. I went from the hospital to a boarding home. I was hospitalized again for 2 months, where they finally found me suitable housing with supports at a place called George Herman House. I started to live and enjoy life. It was a great location. I learned to do chores and cook, group meetings, staff were strong female role models, outings to High Park, Royal Ontario Museum, YMCA, or Centre Island, celebrations for birthdays and anniversaries, plus access to alternative health treatments. This was the turning point, George Herman House. I socialized and had fun. My best friends are women whom I met there. It helped me feel more emotionally stable and confident. Staff and other women were always willing to lend a helping hand, a shoulder to cry on, or an ear to listen. Plus, there was a house cat named Phoebe, who was a little feline therapist. Anytime a girl was crying, she'd always follow that girl to her room. I developed the confidence to live on my own, do my own chores, come and go as I please, share my space with family, friends, and enjoy my own sanctuary. For 4 years, I lived in a market rent apartment with my cat, Zoe. I feel connected to the city and the people in it. I worked part-time for 5 years at a pharmacy, and I work and volunteer with the Dream Team. I volunteer once a week at a nursing home, which I've been doing for over 8 years now. I would like to write songs, do photography, make documentaries, write stories, and knit in my free time. It's been 25 years of coping with my mental illness, and I've become more aware of my symptoms. I meet other people who struggle with similar issues that I do, and I've learned it's nothing to be ashamed of. Together, we can break the stigma and shame. My current housing is St. Jude's. I feel very lucky to have the apartment I live in. I believe people must have a safe, clean, comfortable environment to heal, function, and give back to society. This brings me to my reasons for joining the Dream Team. I want to speak out about the importance of having supports and a safe place to stay.
Kathy, I really appreciate your courage in coming forward and saying all this. We'll have to ask you to, are you just about near the end, or?
I'm just about near the end.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just want to say these supports enable people to begin recovery from mental illness and move forward in his or her life. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you both very much for your submission. Very thankful. Any questions of these deputies? All right, well, thank you very much for both of you for being so forthright with us.
Thank you.
Mary Hines. Thank you for being here, Ms. Hines.
Thank you.
3 minutes.
I'm a resident of Ward 34, and I'm here representing the Older Women's Network, Ontario's only advocacy organization for midlife and older women. We are here not to beg and plead, but to demand action on funding for essential services. Thank you for creating Toronto's poverty reduction strategy. Now it's time to fund affordable housing strategies. Now it's time to fund a food security strategy. And yes, we seniors want improved funding for childcare and youth services. We are grandmothers and great aunts, and we care about having an age-friendly city for all Torontonians. It's time for Executive Committee and City Council to grow a pair of ideas. Idea 1, make use of the taxes allowed by the City of Toronto Act, starting with reinstating the motor vehicle registration tax. Idea 2, do not be afraid to increase property taxes. They have not kept up with inflation. However, it is important to better publicize the property tax increase cancellation program, the property tax increase deferral program, and the water rebate program. Many of the seniors I work with know nothing of these programs and do not cap the allowed assessment value for deferral. But don't stop there. The city government, led by Mayor Tory, seems to have no problem announcing programs and spending for transit and promoting them in the press. Announce the taxes you will be asking the province to allow us to impose. Promote them. Be creative. Explain how the hotel tax will be dedicated to affordable housing, how alcohol and tobacco taxes will go for health initiatives. And it's time for a city sales tax. Not 1 cent, but 2 cents. 2 cents for TO. We paid 15% a few years back. Much easier to calculate than 13 or 14. Please grow this pair. It is time to stop increasing fees for city programs and to use the more equitable taxes. Your fees tax the most vulnerable residents. You can be leaders and explain to your constituents how taxes can be used to benefit us all. We senior women are the consistent voters. We senior women want a city for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hines, are there questions of the deputy? Councillor Pasternak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for coming in. You listed off a few things that we should target funding to. I didn't hear Wheel-Trans. Was that just an oversight, or?
Personally, I think we need to have much more accessible transit without we need Wheel-Trans, but Wheel-Trans is a stopgap. Our services should be accessible to virtually everyone, and they're not. And we also do not, if I can speak a little further, we don't actually show people how they can use public transit when they become disabled. Many people are not used to using public transit. They've gone from cars to being disabled, and so they automatically think of Wheel-Trans, or in many cases, they could make use of public transit if they only knew how, because it's doable by many people.
I guess meeting our obligations under fully accessible subway stations would be another
Absolutely.
targeted.
And of course, if we ever get the streetcars, because right now there's virtually no accessible transit south of Bloor, going east-west especially.
Thanks for coming in.
Any other questions of Ms. Hines? Again, well, thank you very much, Ms. Hines, for your submission. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Michael Rosenberg.
Okay, thank you. I actually see this item as very directly related to the budget direction item about priorities. So I'm going to speak more then about, when that item comes up, about priorities. But in terms of new revenue, I think it's a good idea in addition to prioritizing spending, but not as a substitute. I don't want to just see revenue come in and being spent in areas that are not the best area to spend them on. And I don't think it's sufficient just to sort of target where the new revenue is going to go, because that doesn't really mean that that's where overall spending goes. Because it's very possible, especially as the city generally uses the property taxes to fill in any gaps, that you could have a new revenue source and you could target it towards one thing, but in fact, some other thing in the budget is actually growing faster. So I don't think this can be separated from the priorities question and the shifting existing revenues question. It can be done in addition to that, but not as a substitute. And there's really one other point I would make about revenues. And that is that because of the way the property taxes are calculated, even though we say that property taxes as a whole haven't gone up faster than inflation, there are different classes of property taxes. And the residential property tax went up by 2.7% last year. So it has gone up faster than inflation. So it's a very important factor that, with residential property taxes going up faster than inflation and spending going up slower than inflation, one of the main reasons for that is the different property classes. So you may want to consider as one of the revenue options to take the reduction that commercial taxes get relative to residential and simply reduce that reduction to the minimum allowed by the province instead of the accelerated reduction that you're actually using at the city currently.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosenberg. Are there questions of Mr. Rosenberg? All right, well, thank you very much for your deputation. Thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Gary Ragus, Retail Council of Canada. Do you have to do that? Thank you for coming, Mr. Ragus. Over to you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Gary Ragus. I'm the Director of Government Relations for Retail Council of Canada. Retail Council of Canada speaks for an industry that touches the daily lives of Canadians in every corner of the country by providing jobs, career opportunities, and by investing in the communities we serve. RCC is the voice of retail in Canada and represents more than 17,000 Ontario stores, storefronts of all retail brands, including department, specialty, discount, and independent stores in general merchandise, grocery, and pharmacy. In fact, our membership represents over 70% of core retail sales in Canada. Retailers understand the need for infrastructure improvements and congestion reduction for transportation of customers for logistics and because of its broader economic impact. We are prepared to engage in the discussion with proper consultation and a commitment to the equitable treatment of stakeholders. In fact, a comprehensive consultation process and economic impact analysis is required before decisions can be legitimately made. Retailers will not support tools that disadvantage any one sector of the economy or create economic distortions such as a parking space tax or regional sales tax. As far as a parking tax proposal, retailers only have one way to recover the fee, and that is to pass it on in retail prices paid by all consumers. That does nothing to deter drivers in particular, and therefore nothing to reduce congestion. A $1 a day charge is fixed, but revenue yields vary from a parking stall in a high-traffic mall building as compared to a suburban strip mall or shop mall. The ability to pay thus varies widely. The charge would affect all free parking stalls equally, even at local shops and services where there is little or no congestion. Valuation for property tax already factors in the availability of parking. Adding a new parking charge taxes that property a second time. $1 a day only sounds small. However, for our larger retailers, this charge amounts to roughly millions of dollars annually. For smaller stores, we've heard estimates from a large mall landlord of an impact of $4 to $7 per square foot. The current competitive and economic retail environment may preclude a commercial parking tax from being passed on to consumers with higher prices, and consequently these costs will most certainly result in decreased employment as retailers attempt to match expenses to revenues. In other jurisdictions that have contemplated such a levy, it has been found to be expensive and administratively difficult to implement and inefficient to administer. In summary, we oppose a parking tax in any form. A parking tax is not economically viable to small business, impacts employment negatively, acts as double taxation, and has proven to be costly and cumbersome to administer. The city must remember to consider how any revenue tools impact its competitiveness position relative to other jurisdictions. Thank you for allowing me to present to the committee today on this very important issue, which will have significant impact on the retail sector.
Thank you, Mr. Ragus. Questions from Councillors Davis and Carroll. So, Councillor Davis first.
I guess the obvious question is, what kind of revenue tools is your sector prepared to support?
I'm shocked that you would ask that question. I never expected to get that. I think from our perspective...
You might include it in your deputation then.
From our perspective, you need to have a revenue base that's broadly based. It's not just focusing on, for example, in our case, the retailers. So we would be looking for any kind of revenue tool to be broadly based.
Could you give us some examples?
It's too early in the process to give you any specific
This
examples.
is the third time we've reviewed this at the City of Toronto, and we often get people who come up here and say, don't tax us, but we never get any positive recommendations. What recommendations do you have for us to generate new revenue?
Well, I think it needs to be broadly based, so whatever you're considering, it has to be something that would apply to a larger pool of participants as opposed to, in our case, the parking levy would require retailers to pay a significant amount of that revenue that you're looking for.
So you're saying increase the property taxes? It applies to everyone, that's broadly based.
That's a broadly based option, yes.
So you would accept
That's one area that you could look at.
increases, additional increases in property taxes?
If it's broadly based, yes.
Great. And any other you would consider broadly based?
No, I don't have any position at this time.
Sales tax is broadly based?
Sales tax is broadly based, but it would be tougher to administer because of the border challenges that was mentioned earlier in the afternoon.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Carroll is next.
Yes, and I think it can follow along from there. You were saying you wanted some revenue-based, and so if I could just get some clarification. In your deputation, you talked about how a levy on parking spaces would have to be, the payment of it would have to be generated directly out of leasing revenue, but I didn't understand the multiplier. So the dollar on the parking space leads to $7 per square foot on the lease. If you could maybe clarify that for me?
So leases are handled in many ways, shapes, or forms, and it depends on whether you're small, medium, or large. So I can't say
Right.
that one size fits all, but all I can say is that, for example, in the example of a grocery store that has 40 to 60 spots, there would be an extra $15,000 to $20,000 a year that they would have to generate over and above what they currently charge for products in the grocery environment.
Right. So, so there is a situation where if you have to generate that, could they not generate it out of revenue? Why does it end up directly onto the lease and in the form of $7 per square foot? Could arrangements not be made such that their terms are built into the lease so that it is generated by revenue?
Leases are negotiated and terms could be reached at, yes, but it depends on your bargaining position. Whether you're small versus large, you get different options that are put before you. I think that the challenge for example, the grocery example that I gave you is that people are experiencing high levels on the grocery prices that they're paying right now. We are suggesting, or the suggestion is being made that you would pay an additional amount of money over and above the higher prices we're paying right now for fruits and vegetables and meats, if you will. So it's just something that one needs to consider.
Right. But there is some flexibility in how you could offset it. There are some grocery stores downtown where the only way to go there is either to walk there or park a vehicle in a fee-charging parking lot. So some sort of, so just as, would you allow us how you could negotiate terms, you could also model it in sort of a similar fashion to the way we have property tax, where we have a small business class, et cetera, et cetera? We could do the same within a parking levy?
I'm sure you could. I don't know enough about that to be able.
Right, we'd have to discuss it with the sector, which is you, right?
True.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McMahon, the question.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming down here to share your thoughts with us. What percentage of your retailers currently charge for parking?
I would say that it's less than 20%. The majority of spots are free parking spots.
And what would they charge for the parking, the 20%?
It varies by location. I couldn't really tell you by location how much they charge.
Could you give me a range?
No, I'm not informed enough to be able to give that.
Okay, so that's something we might need in the future. Do you think parking should be free? Like just your thoughts?
Do I think it should be free?
Yeah.
I think every business model is different. You have free parking, hopefully that allows people to be able to shop more conveniently and leisurely, and hopefully, from our perspective, spend a lot more dollars than you would if you're using public transit, because you have a place to put your several bags from purchasing at the retailer, so.
And the 20% of retailers who currently charge, what kind of retailers are they, and why do they charge versus the ones that don't?
Generally, retailers that do charge are in malls that have that situation, that's set up that way. I can't say that any retailer specifically charges for parking off the top of my head.
But 20% do, you think? Yeah.
It's a ballpark guess.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. I don't see any other questions for Mr. Ragus, so I will thank him very much, and we'll move along. Thanks a lot. Sheila Block, Policy Alternatives, Ontario Office. Oh, yes. So can I just get a motion to extend? We'd already discussed this previously. Motion to extend until 10 o'clock. Thank you very much. Carried. Pardon me? Oh, I said everybody had their hand up, so I just said carried. All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried, notwithstanding Councillor Shiner's strident opposition. Ms. Block, welcome, and it's over to you.
So thanks very much for the opportunity to talk to you about this report. And I really want to focus in on two things when I speak to you. The first is the fiscal context in which you're going to be making decisions about the report. And the second is really the need to take into account transactions, costs, and scale when you're considering the options in front of you. So last week, the Budget Committee passed a motion recommending a 2.7%, budget cut for all departments, all agencies, TCHC. And 2.6 might sound a little bit vague or a little bit benign, but that's a reduction of about $100 million in the operating budget. And as an indication of what scale that is, it's about 1.5 times the operating budget of Toronto Public Libraries. It's about 2/3 of the operating budget for community recreation this year, or about 75% for road and sidewalk repair and cleaning. And that cut actually won't address the gap that you're facing this year in the operating budget. So to maintain property tax increases at inflation, that has to be augmented by a little bit over another $500 million cut in spending. And those pressures arise from the budget decisions you made last year. Again, to kind of give you an idea about scale, $600 million is about half of what the TTC brings in as revenues, or is about 3 times the net transportation services operating budget. And again, as you were discussing this morning, that is just dealing with the operating budget. So unfunded capital budgets, et cetera, haven't been included in those amounts. So in that fiscal context, I think you really have to focus, should actually, I hope, focus your mind on the options that are before you. And when you're thinking about those options, I think it's really helpful to look at this exhibit from the report. So that middle column there shows you the estimated annual revenue, and then the third column shows the percentage increase in residential tax rates. Because any new fees or taxes that you adopt have to be worth the trouble, right? So and that trouble is the cost of collecting them and the burden that you place on business or individuals. And when you look at it, you look at the percent increase in residential taxes, there's really clear that some of these revenue options really have limited potential. For example, the tobacco tax or the entertainment tax would produce very small amounts of revenue. They wouldn't address the revenue problems that the city is facing, and they would hardly be worth the administrative costs associated with them. They could be matched by an increase in property tax increase of less than 2%. And again, using the property tax, you wouldn't be increasing the administrative burden because you'd be using an existing tax base. So the scale of challenges that you're facing requires that you take decisive and quick action to raise new revenues. And given the fiscal context, you can't choose the delay of choosing revenues that you don't have the legislative authority to implement under the City of Toronto Act.
Ms. Block, we'll have to ask you to wrap up now, please.
Okay, so these factors and these considerations suggest you really need to pay serious attention to the parking levy and the road pricing taxes. They're within your current jurisdiction, and they will raise sufficient revenues to start to address the problems you're facing. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any questions of Ms. Block today? Okay, thanks again for being here.
Thank you.
For your patience. Now, I understand that Terry Mundell and Joanne Belanger are going to be heard together. Is that right? And Andrew Weir as well. Okay, sorry, I have all three. Right. You're all most welcome here, and so I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's great to be here for this opportunity to make a deputation on the revenue tools. My name is Terry Mundell. I'm the President and CEO of the Greater Toronto Hotel Association. The Greater Toronto Hotel Association is opposed to any amendments to COTA that would allow the city to implement a hotel lodging tax. The recently released KPMG City of Toronto Revenue Option Study presents fundamental flaws and gaps in the report that don't represent the potential impact of a hotel lodging tax on Toronto's hotel lodging sector. GTHA believes that the implications of a hotel tax are far more complicated with far more risk than the report suggests. The key assumptions and limitations in the KPMG report overestimated the total room nights consumed in the City of Toronto. We estimate that overnight visitors staying in commercial accommodations in the City of Toronto consume 6.66 million room nights, not the 10.5 million room nights in the report. 48% of that total consumed room nights originate with visitors from Canada. Of note is that 85% of all domestic visitors to Toronto are from within Ontario. Using a proposed hotel tax rate of 1%, this would equate to a raised tax revenue of approximately $9 million for the City of Toronto. The KPMG report also suggests that the hotel tax is expected to only affect visitors to the city, not expected to have a direct impact on the residents of Toronto. This statement is not correct. Hotels in the City of Toronto have a significant customer base from the city that the tax will impact. This is not only a tax on residents of the City of Toronto, but also a tax on residents of Ontario. The KPMG report also suggests that tours who travel for business, for example, are less sensitive to price changes. Once again, this is simply not accurate. Businesses around the world are looking for ways to reduce their travel costs, not to increase them. The KPMG report also notes that a key issue with the application of a hotel tax is its impact on the competitiveness of Toronto hotels. In 2014, competitive destination property tax ranges from $1,602 per room in Atlanta to a high of $9,700 in New York. At $4,280, downtown Toronto hotel property tax ranked third highest in North America, behind only Boston and New York. A strategic plan for accelerating economic growth and job creation in Toronto 2013, a City of Toronto document clearly states commercial and industrial properties account for 20% of the total value of all assessed property within the city, but contribute 40% of municipal property tax revenues. Additionally, the tax revenue received from commercial and industrial properties exceeds the cost to provide municipal services to these developments. The hotel sector in the City of Toronto contributes approximately $140 million in property taxes, ranging from a low of $2,200 per room to a high of $11,000 per room. Of the $142 million collected in property tax revenue, half of that goes to providing services for commercial and industrial properties, while the balance of the $71 million supports services and programs to the City of Toronto residents. We contend we have our money in the system. The City of Toronto must also level the playing field for Toronto hotels with private hotel rooms industry. This industry continues to grow at a significant rate and is causing significant stress on our business. The revenue structure section of the report talks about jurisdictions competing with us to have a combined hotel tax and sales tax of 14%. It doesn't speak to Chicago at 11, Boston at 11.7, and Miami at 13, all below 14. That's our competitive set. We need to know who they are. Not only do we have a destination marketing program in the City of Toronto, which we as a hotel community started a private sector answer to a private sector solution, In 2004, this program is used to help Tourism Toronto sell and market Toronto to the world. I simply say to you at this point, Mr. Chairman, this is clearly an issue which is causing investment in the hotel community to be at a significant challenge for us. Joanne.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Belanger, and I'm the President and CEO of Tourism Toronto, and I'm joined by my colleague, Andrew Weir, who's the Executive Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer. We certainly appreciate the need for a thorough assessment of new revenue tools. Transportation and accessibility are key objectives for this council and are also critical for a successful tourism industry. So while we appreciate the spirit in which these proposals have been raised, a hotel tax is far more complex and risky than it may appear. I want to focus my comments today on our city's competitiveness because in our business, we compete quite literally with the world. The report does acknowledge that leisure travel is highly price sensitive and there would be reduced visitors if the tax burden on visitors is increased. Let's look at what we see as one of the biggest gaps in the KPMG report. The report explicitly says that business travel will not be affected and has no price sensitivity. The report presumes that there will not be a single room night lost in the business travel segment if prices increase. That is categorically false and simply not the reality we face every day. A big part of our business is bidding on major meetings and conventions. These are highly competitive, structured bids. Price is always one of the key deciding factors when they choose between Toronto and Chicago or Montreal or Copenhagen or Cape Town. For all the meetings we booked last year, totaling over 500,000 delegates and 600,000 room nights, we had to offer direct financial incentives for 37% of that business to successfully win the bid in Toronto. And so far, in 2016, we have provided an incentive on almost half of the business won. I want to be very clear about this. Business travel and conventions, which drive about a third of our hotel business, will go down if the tax burden goes up. And when those meetings don't come to Toronto, their delegates don't eat in our restaurants, don't shop in our stores, don't buy tickets to the performing arts, and don't ride in our taxis. But you don't have to take our word for it because it's our customers telling us in their own words. This is the definitive survey that every city in North America uses as the baseline for customer sentiment in the convention business. Here is the word-for-word conclusion of their report. While Toronto fits the bill in many ways, a fair number of meeting planners continue to point to the high cost of meeting here. One planner observed, "Finances aside, it is a great place to go." But we don't even have to wait for a new tax to be implemented for it to hurt Toronto's visitor economy. Just a few weeks ago, when the story first broke in the media, this was the headline of the newsletter that was sent to over 6,500 top meeting planners in the world. Toronto is exploring the potential of implementing a new mandatory hotel tax as a way to earn revenue. Could this cost you more during your next meeting? So the people who make decisions about where to hold their meetings, that's what they're reading about Toronto. Clearly, this isn't the message any business wants to send to its biggest customers and potential customers. Thank you again for the opportunity to share our thoughts.
I might just start off with some questions, and I thank you very much for that deputation. First of all, let's just go over the fact there is, and it's acknowledged in the report at some length and referred to many times, there is an existing destination marketing charge that now is in place. And perhaps you could explain to the committee the basis upon which that operates, how much money that is presently taking from hotels, I mean indirectly from the guests, I guess, one way or the other, but over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Greater Toronto Hotel Association in 2004, in a private sector solution to a private sector problem as governments weren't responding, created a program called the Destination Marketing Program. That program generates a significant amount of revenue for Toronto to fund destination sales and marketing. All of the dollars from that program go to Tourism Toronto. They create the destination sales and marketing programs, market us to the world and the nation, of course. The program in itself, Meritori, the numbers of 1% per 9 million are relative. in terms of the dollars that brings in terms of a 1% destination marketing program. There's about 75% of the hotels that are in, hotel rooms, pardon me, that are in the City of Toronto that participate.
Now, when you say governments weren't stepping up to the plate, am I correct that when you started to collect that money voluntarily, the city stopped sending what was, I think, quite a considerable sum of money over to Tourism Toronto? So you replaced that money, but there was quite a substantial sum of money coming from the government prior to that time.
In fact, in 2004, which happened to be the years we had SARS, the city's contribution at that point, I think, had reduced down to about $3 million. In 2005, there was about $500,000 left, and at that point in time, obviously in 2004, we knew, particularly in the year when you have SARS, that we had to stand up. The hotel community had to provide some leadership on this file. It wasn't easy. I can tell you that, going into hotel owners and talking about increasing your prices. It's not something which is very simple. But at the end of the day, again, the hotel community stood up. We managed to get the program up and running, and it's been very successful. It's generated a lot of great convention business for us. It's generated a lot of great leisure travel for us. And I think people have to remember that there was a significant amount of other businesses that benefit. Restaurants and retail and taxis, and some 300,000 people in our area that belong to the tourism business. All the money doesn't come to the hotel community, that's for sure.
I think we probably are, and certainly this report makes it very clear that it wouldn't necessarily be the case. In fact, it clearly distinguishes between whether you had this hotel tax in addition to or instead of the destination marketing fee. So the notion that somehow it's going to be an extra tax on top of that is not necessarily the case at all. You understand that?
I understand that. We've read the report.
Right.
There's no doubt about it, and I think without a doubt that is one of our significant concerns.
Okay, and just on the sort of competitiveness part of this, you would, and I say this not in any way being flippant, but I mean, our competitive set, and you can speak better to exactly who they are, but certainly the cities that are covered in here, and most other cities that I've ever been to as a traveler, all have one of these of some description or another. So in that sense, when we talk about our competitiveness being eroded, we have one that doesn't apply to our whole industry. Most of the others have one that does apply to the whole industry. So I guess by just having one that now applied to the whole industry, and where we maybe ended up with sort of some additional monies in addition to the Tourism Toronto money, I can't see how that would affect our competitive position.
In fact, not all programs across North America cover all of the hotel industry. In fact, many of the jurisdictions do it differently by room. Some of it do them by regional district, depending if there's something special going on in a district, convention district, for example, Mr. Chairman. I think in competitiveness, you also have to think of the amount of investment that goes back into hotels. In the year 2000, the City of Toronto had 25,628 hotel rooms. 15 years later, we have 25,901, 273 rooms we grew by in 15 years. Chicago has an 8% supply increase coming on next year. Denver's increasing, New York's increasing. We're not. We're an expensive jurisdiction to do business. Our base costs are far more expensive than a lot of the competition that we deal with, and we can't get a New York City $270 a night rate.
All right, fair enough. My time is up, so I'll have to leave it to others who may have other questions for you, but there's lots more to be discussed on this, obviously. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much for coming in. It's good to hear from you. So I was just going to ask that what the mayor just asked about. First of all, are you against a hotel tax completely in any form?
Yes.
And then I was going to say about the U.S. cities, but you kind of explained that already. But what do you think about a hotel tax that could be specifically allocated to arts and culture sector in the city, which would then hopefully attract more tourists to get more business for the hotel?
I would argue to that point that we have $142 million in the system. 50% of that goes to fund the actual cost of services provided to the industrial and commercial assessment base. The other 50% is used to provide services to the residents of the City of Toronto. There's an extra $71 million that you are now getting out of property tax from City of Toronto hotels to use as council chooses.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Other questions of the group from Tourism Toronto and the hotels? Oh, Councillor Thompson?
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the group, so going through the exercise, and I've got a motion that asks that the city manager looks at the, assess the economic impact and so on. Would you support that type of motion to ensure that we can address some of the points and also the city manager to derive his own analyses and so on to determine what the impact potentially will be?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Yes, absolutely. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to understand the complexity of our business, who we compete against, our cost structure. So the answer to that is yes, absolutely. We look forward to it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for being here today, and as implied by his questions and my comments, lots more to discuss. So we appreciate your being here. All right. So that brings us all the way down to number 17. No, I'm sorry, number 13. Tim McGuire from CUPE, Local 79. Another imposter.
I forgot the beard and
A
the
series of
glasses.
imposters today.
I apologize, Tim can't be here. He had a prior engagement
Not
this
at all.
evening, a member meeting. I work with Tim. I provide strategic communications and campaigns at CUPE 79, so I'll be filling in for him. That's okay.
Thank you.
So my name is Katrina Miller. As I said, I work with CUPE Local 79. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. It isn't often that I get an opportunity to compliment KPMG on their work and the work that I do, but this report is very, very thorough and is a wonderful basis, I think, for us to have a very informed conversation about revenue tools. It's a conversation that we need to have right now. And I want to hearken back to a month ago when the city manager came forward with his long-term financial direction report, which uncovered two very important things. The first is that our investment in services is not keeping up with the rate of inflation or population growth. And the second is that regressive user fees are going up, 9% over the rate of inflation since 2010, while property taxes have gone down almost 5% in that same amount of time. And what that's leading to is a city that is less fair and less equitable. And if we continue on this track, that's what's going to happen. Our city is going to continue to slide and secure its place even further as the most unequal city in Canada. Now, this council has made some wonderful commitments. The poverty reduction strategy is a wonderful commitment to try to turn that trend around. We're looking at the Tenants First housing strategy later on. Again, I think these are intentions to try to turn that trend around and find a way to have a city that's livable for all of us. But in order to do that, we need a proper way to fund our city, a way that is potentially more fair to everyone who lives, works, and plays here. And I think that starts with a conversation on revenue tools. Unfortunately, in the 2017 budget, as you've already heard, we have a 2.6% cut right across the board, which is going to hurt services in every single corner of the city. The cut on TCHC alone is going to take $100 million at least out of that budget and potentially actually close units down. We need to have this conversation now. And we need to have not just a conversation about the revenue tools in this report, the ones that can be implemented in the short term, like 6 to 12 months, and those that can be implemented in a medium term, but also a proper conversation about property taxes and what is a proper level of property taxes to make a tax system that's fair for everyone, that supports the services we need. Because the truth of it is report after report shows that our property taxes on average have been below the rate of inflation for 16 years. This is a conversation we need to have now. We cannot wait. We can't wait till the fall. We can't wait till next year. I implore you that we need to have this conversation now. We're ready to be part of that conversation with you and support you in that conversation because we need to build a fair city in Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions of the deputy? Okay, well, thank you very much for your patience and for representing Mr. McGuire today and Local 79. That does now bring us down to number 17, Tammy Morgan, Stop Community Food Center. Ms. Morgan here? Tammy Morgan? Okay, Hannah Alexander, Stop Community Food Center. Hello. Thank you for coming.
Tory and committee members for the opportunity to speak today. I am Hannah Alexander. I am from Ward 8, and I'm an advocate at the Stop Community Food Center in Ward 17. I'm here today because we have a need for a fair and an adequate revenue to help build a city for all of us that includes an effective poverty reduction strategy. This is my story. I suffered a job injury and a termination 3 years ago, and as a result, I went in a downward spiral towards the poverty line economically, socially, and emotionally, to the point of relying on food banks and fixed low income. Decreased income eventually took away my ability to pay for quality physical therapy, sign my own rental lease, repair my vehicle, access to medical and legal services, as well as many landlords refused to rent me without a job. Lack of access to housing has caused me to move frequently, as well as a loss of personal items, frustration, and depression. I've had to live with others in overcrowded spaces, which had sparked conflicts and various types of abuse. These behaviors come with a social stigma of suddenly not being able to make ends meet due to a job injury and termination thereafter, and very little money from social assistance after spending all my life savings. At present, I'm dependent on the TTC for transportation, and every time I ride, the right side of my body hurts terribly. It has been very frustrating accessing the healthcare service for my injury and chronic pain. I am in the process of rebuilding my health and my life with great help from the Stop Community Food Center. As an advocate, I know my struggles are not unique and that the recommendations made in the poverty reduction strategy will benefit many, many, many people. I'm asking you to end the cuts to necessary services and to adequately fund Toronto's poverty reduction strategy as soon as possible. City Council has a revenue problem, and there are new, progressive, and sustainable revenue tools to fund city services as soon as next year. Help people like me by funding the poverty reduction strategy, including fear geared to income and compliance with the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disability Act, integrating health systems and mental health services in accessible community locations will also help get me back on my feet and better able to manage my pain. Revenue tools to fund the poverty reduction strategies, as we've heard prior, include a tax on alcohol, could raise up to $151 million each year and could be in place by next summer. The vehicle registration tax could be reinstated by the end of 2016 and raise $95 million in 2017. A parking tax will take longer to implement, probably 18 to 2 years, but could raise up to $535 million per year. Tobacco and entertainment taxes are harder to manage, but could raise up to $81 million a year from
I'll have to
now
ask
on.
you to conclude now, Ms.
I wish to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak and my contribution in improving communities across the city.
We appreciate your deputation. Are there any questions? All right, well, thank you very much for your patience and
Thank you.
for your representation. Okay, so that brings us to Hamish Wilson.
Yes, thank you very much for this again. I think we sometimes have a spending problem, especially with some transit projects. We certainly also have a revenue problem. And we're a very, very, very rich city, really, when you start to look at it. The housing prices are really stratospheric these days. So instead of worrying so much about keeping the tax hikes to the rate of inflation, what rate of inflation? Are you talking about the inflation rate in the housing prices? Like, seriously, there's a big gap between the rate of inflation that's measured for statistical purposes and the rate of inflation to actually buy a house in this city of Toronto or own a house. And sure, some people are going to be a bit stretched by having their property taxes go up. But seriously, anybody that's owning a house in this city really is on a bit of a pot of gold and significant money. So I would suggest that actually boosting the property tax more than what you've been willing to do is actually a very wise, sound, and prudent and overdue measure. Now, another thing is, of course, yours, we are tending to subsidize cars a fair bit. I'm sure some of you have seen this before. This is an old stat from January 10th, 1996. The city of Vancouver found that each car basically got $2,700 per car per year of avoided cost. And to do some math using that old vehicle registration tax, it's about $2.7 billion annually of avoided costs. So I'm a real keener on actually making sure that cars pay an awful lot more closer to what the TTC users pay for their services. So by all means, let's get that vehicle registration tax back on the books and do it this year, because we have a lot of financial pressures, and put it up to $100 for sure, because if we actually have a bit of user pay, then people think more seriously about, well, will they take the car, or maybe they'll buy a smaller car, or. With the tax on, so yes, again, let's do a vehicle registration tax, and if people are resistant to having it, then let's get it directly allocated towards a specific capital purpose.
I forgot to reset the clock, so you have 1 more minute left because we're at 6 minutes now, so.
Thank you. Time scuds for some of us. With the parking tax, yes, in theory, I think I'd support this for sure. I was surprised to hear that there's 1 million parking spaces. That's an awful lot in this city. An aspect of it all, I think, is that we provide drainage services for all the surfaces. So that might be a way of actually like getting at some of that gifting, as it were, and the servicing. If you actually really start to charge for the drainage of these purposes, or these things, because a huge amount of surge in the Don River, for instance, is from all the storm sewer surge, like 70% from the upstream paved surfaces. So that's one way of getting a little bit
On that note, we'll ask you to wrap it up.
Okay, and cordon pricing, maybe it should be for the entire city of Toronto. I believe there are 52 entry points, and that might be good.
Thanks very much. Any questions of Mr. Wilson? Okay, we'll keep moving. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Derek George. Derek George here? Okay. Michael Brooks, Real Property Association, and Brooks Barnett, Manager, Government Relations and Policy.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Michael Brooks. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Real Property Association of Canada. My colleague, Mr. Brooks Barnett, is here with us. I represent 6 and 7 industry associations: Toronto Financial District, BIA, NAOP, BUILD, GTA, BOMA Toronto, the International Council of Shopping Centres, and the Retail Council of Canada, my colleague who already spoke today. While we will have a more fulsome submission on all of the revenue tools, we wanted to come and speak to you today particularly about the parking levy, which I would distinguish from the parking tax. The parking tax is a tax on paid parking that would be added to the bill that you pay when you exit a parking lot. A parking levy, according to the KPMG report, is a tax on space, unoccupied, occupied, or not. And so we have provided to you some background materials, which I believe have been circulated. In 3 minutes, I really don't have the time to go through all of the slides, but I wanted to make some high-level points for your consideration. Yeah, it's the deputy mayor. Please, yeah. I think it's the fire alarm, a precursor to my next point. Your parking levy, if you were to proceed with that on the numbers KPMG has proposed, would be the same as a 44% increase in commercial property taxes in the city of Toronto. A 44% increase in commercial property taxes in the city of Toronto. What would businesses do reacting to a 44% increase in property taxes in the city of Toronto? That's $1.3 billion is your commercial property tax rate, and you're showing $575 million as the potential raise from a parking levy. That's a Brexit event for business in Toronto. We make a number of points in our submission to you. You already know that Toronto is one of the highest cost jurisdictions in Canada. You have the highest land transfer tax rate in North America. I understand Philadelphia is a tie with us. We did have the highest commercial property taxes in Canada, but we're down now. Montreal and Vancouver have that dubious distinction. But it's very hard to do business in this city. We have high development charges. We have Section 37 payments. We have a number of charges. Land is so heavily taxed in this city, it's no wonder that costs have risen. KPMG's report acknowledges that the revenue projections are not based on accurate information. We have no idea where they get this number of unoccupied parking spaces. We believe it is half that and maybe less than half that. It would contradict the city's plan to reduce the commercial to residential parking tax ratio, which has been bringing down for 5 or 6 or 7 years now to 3.5 to 1 from formerly 4.5 to 1.
I'm going to have to ask you maybe 30 seconds more, and then we have to wrap up.
I am going to actually go right to what am I recommending. We have included in our submission the typical impacts on a bunch of small businesses. This really hits small business. This doesn't hit the pension funds. It's a flow-through for a major shopping center, goes right through net leases to the retailers in that shopping center or strip shopping center. This isn't hitting big business. This is hitting every one of your businesses in the city who are a tenant in an office building or a tenant in a shopping center who are going to end up paying this tax. 44% potential. So we have recommended a bunch of things for you to consider. On the equity heading, spread this base out. Like the previous speaker, you can't just ignore the residential base and give them inflation only when they're benefiting from this. You really have to spread it out.
I have to thank you very much
Thank you.
for that. Now, are there questions of this deputy? Shelley Carroll, Councillor Shelley Carroll, did you have your hand up there? Okay.
Yes, I'm wondering if you could clarify what you mean by a Brexit event when various forms of parking tax and parking sales tax are right now happening in Montreal, Sydney, Melbourne, Vancouver, and Metro Van municipalities, Pittsburgh, Miami, LA, and Seattle, and that's just the top sample.
You haven't broken out sales tax from parking levy.
I'm saying various, all of
sales
the above. And
your sales
so
tax
which one
number.
is your favorite and which one is your least favorite?
Parking levy is my don't go there.
So parking sales tax is okay then?
That's not great, because that's only gets you 113 million, and that's maxing it out at 20% if you look at KPMG's numbers.
I am looking at their numbers.
And that would
So
be,
if you're, if
and
I
that
could,
would be anti-car. A sales tax would be anti-car, because if I'm driving, I'm paying it. A parking levy, you don't see it if you're driving. It's buried in someone's price. It's buried in the apples you buy. It's buried in the rent you're paying. It's buried somewhere else.
right, so if we're going to flow through, or we're going to spread it out, and we're going to be fair and broadly go across a number of different sectors, do you mean broadly except for this sector? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying broadly, including your residential tax base, which is not in
Agreed.
this Revenue Tools report.
Agreed, so no exclusions then?
No exclusions. In fact, if you want to take it from a principled basis, who benefits from transit? Certainly the residents. Who benefits?
Fairview Mall's in the middle of my ward, and certainly the subway has helped it a lot. So,
Yeah?
yes.
And so do
yes.
its cars who park there as well.
Yes, they charge for the cars now. They're
Yeah.
doing so well. People pay to park at Fairview Mall now.
Janak, a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for coming in. Whenever this parking levy idea has come up, it's quickly pointed out there would be an exemption for small independent plazas, a hybrid of sorts. Is that something you've looked into, or is that a non-starter?
What happens when you exempt people from the denominator, but you keep your numerator, is that the property tax for those remaining to pay the tax, let's call them the big malls, for example, go up higher than 44% property tax increase. It's possible, if you exclude small parking lots, that some shopping centers or buildings will pay 100% increase in their commercial property taxes. You can play with the numbers and make them do whatever you want.
So a formula which exempts some of the small operators would not be...
No, the big shopping centers flow through these costs to their small tenants. So if you're running a Yogan Fruz in Yorkdale Mall, you're the one that's going to pay the cost of a tax on Yorkdale's parking lot.
Yes, they certainly know how to pass things through.
It's net lease. That's why they have net leases.
Councillor Pasternak, thank you. Other Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. So wouldn't the shopping center owners, the retailers, pass that on to the shopper so that they would pay 50 cents or $1 for the spot, or wouldn't they pass it on so it's paid?
Well, most shopping centers, the anchor tenants have a clause saying you cannot charge for parking. So the big malls don't have the choice to put in a kiosk and make people pay. So they have to pass it through to their tenants.
So the clause couldn't be amended, or?
No, these leases are 20 years long. It's like, wake me up in 20 years and we'll renegotiate it, but no.
But what about, so right now, some of the spots are free, right?
I would say the majority in the bigger centers are free, Fairview being an example of not, but
Do you think parking should be free in general?
look, if you propose a tax on parking, a levy, that's the third tax that parking spot, that square foot of parking is paying 3.5 times more tax now than a residential house is for $1 of value. You've now passed a stormwater levy. Now you're going to charge for some water to run off that piece of parking lot. And now you're thinking of a third tax. If a tire parks on that square foot, you're going to tax it a third time because a tire has landed on that piece of asphalt. How many times can you tax a piece of asphalt in this city?
Thank you.
All right, other members of the committee or guest councillors who have a question of the gentleman from Real Pac? All right, thank you very much for coming in today. We appreciate that. Myra Semiatiki.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Pleasure to have you here.
Glad to be here. So the script I prepared last night for my remarks, I think wishfully began with good morning. I'll amend that. I'll amend that to good evening and really commend you all for your...
It could have been 1 o'clock in the morning, so...
commend you all for your stamina and your dedication. I want to try to do 3 things in the time I have. Convey some thanks, some disappointments, and one modest, I think, suggestion in where this conversation is going. So firstly, on the thank you side, this is a really important and refreshing discussion that you are leading. Thank you to the staff and to council for highlighting the unsustainability of Toronto's current financial situation, and especially for emphasizing that the problem we face is on the revenue side. It's good that we're now presented with a wide range of potential new revenue tools to consider. But I also need to say that the reason I'm here is because I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed and surprised that in all this discussion, one idea has not been explored and brought forward, and that's the idea of a progressive property tax, of making the property tax system more progressive than it currently is. It's a very regressive taxation regime we have at the moment because of it having a single flat tax rate, as opposed to our current one-size-fits-all flat property tax rate. A progressive property tax would have a variable tax rate based on assessment brackets. The property tax should be structured just like our income tax, with higher tax brackets charged at higher brackets of property value. Why should we do this? The short answer is that there are a lot of benefits to introducing a progressive property tax. Number one, it raises a huge amount, it can raise a huge amount of additional revenue. You may know that in Metro Vancouver, about the same population as the City of Toronto, they've done a study that found that they could raise an additional $1.7 billion annually through a progressive property tax. All of that depends, of course, on what are the brackets and what are the tax rates. It would also raise those funds from residents, like yours truly, who have benefited the most from rising property values in the city. It simply, I think, is not right that we are allowing property owners to pocket the huge increases that they are garnering from their homes, much of which they derive thanks to the important and significant programs, institutions, and services that the city provides. The city city has to recapture more of that wealth that is being created, and frankly, I think those who are reaping those advantages need to put more back into Toronto. We've heard a lot about Toronto being characterized as the most polarized city in this country. It's time for those of us who are on the high end of that equation to put more back into the city. A progressive property tax would be administratively very easy to collect. It could provide a variety of cushions for the rare exception of instances where an undue hardship would result from such a measure. It would allow council to freeze or even lower taxes on lower and modestly valued real estate.
And I'll have to ask you to wrap up, my friend.
And the last thing I would say is this is not a radical or far-fetched idea. You will find some of the leading public finance scholars in this country who are advocating for this, and it's a regime that exists in about a dozen different European countries and cities. So my simple suggestion is, by the time this comes back to council in the fall for fuller discussion, do some research into what's the magic number that Toronto could generate from a progressive property tax regime. So all I'm asking is, do that study, come up with some numbers. Much as I try.
So thank you.
Yep.
All right, Councillor Davis, question.
So we have a list of things I think are going to be referred to staff to look at. You're suggesting we add looking at how to create a more progressive property tax. In where you have seen it in existence, how does it work?
So I haven't drilled that deeply into the European experience. What I have seen is the study for Vancouver that says you could raise a huge amount of money and then decide, rightly, council could decide from a policy values perspective, how does it want to use that additional funds? Obviously, much of it could be put to programs and services. Some of it could be put to tax relief elsewhere in the property of property taxpayers. It amounts to a redistribution of the taxation burden. So we know that right now, we've heard a number of speakers make the point that we have an increasingly regressive revenue generation bias in the city. We're tilting more and more to user fees. We're putting the same rate of taxation on people in a starter home as we are people in multi-million-dollar homes. And if you move to progressivity in the property tax system, you'd have a lot more revenue from people who can and should be contributing that amount, that council could then decide how it wants to allocate and distribute.
That we would decide how to distribute it.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm asking is the mechanism.
So if I understand,
so you would tax at different rates.
That's
for
right.
Different values of homes.
Right. And to be honest, I wanted to come here and give you those numbers. And the reason I couldn't is because I don't have the citywide comprehensive data of property assessments. The city obviously does. And so I would ask staff to do that kind of study and to look at, play with different scenarios. At what brackets and at what rates could you raise how much additional money that would redistribute and make fairer, I would say, the hit of property taxation, and allow you a huge pool of funds to decide how you want to play with those funds. So all I'm asking is do that study and report back.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Other questions for Councillor Carroll?
Yes, I wonder if you can just unpack this for me a little bit, because this is the one thing that KPMG did not study.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here.
I'm wondering if you could give us a little more of what Vancouver is looking at. I'm assuming we're talking about, we already have CVA that
Right.
sort of goes up on a curve as it is based on assessment.
Right.
So I guess you're talking about a sharper curve. Would we not have to then, we'd have to have a progressive hardship program too?
Because
there is still that person on a
Right.
fixed pension whose home is now worth $2 million.
Right.
That's a problem for us.
Right. So there are two pieces to that. Yes, there are a variety of cushions that you could and should look at providing. I hearken back to market value assessment. We thought that was going to unleash chaos into that, and people were going to be driven out of their homes. That didn't happen. there are mechanisms of demonstrating and providing support for those who might be in a very difficult position. But really, do we want to be in a situation now where somebody is paying right now $3 million for a home, and we're saying to them, no problem, we're going to tax you at the same rate as somebody desperate to get into the housing market at 5, 6, 700,000, no problem, we're going to charge you both the same rate of taxation. We wouldn't accept that on the income tax. We shouldn't accept that, I don't think, on the property tax side.
But you mean in various grades, because that currently
Right.
does not happen.
That's the point.
We don't tax the same thing for $1 million home as we do with a $3 million. We have a certain amount of progressivism built into CBA. That's why I'm trying to unpack.
So the way the Vancouver study predicated this was basing it on research by a Canada Research Chair in Public Finance named Reese Kesselman from Simon Fraser University, who said, let's go with the following scenario. We take 5 brackets and escalating grades of house values over $1 million. It tops up, the highest is over $3 million.
Right.
And we set a surtax, a progressive surtax, on each of those brackets. So for the first million, this would apply only up to after $1 million. And they figured this would apply. They figured this would apply to 25% of property owners. So the majority aren't getting hit by this.
Right.
But you're then applying this to those at the higher scale. And again, depending on what the rate is that you're charging them as a surtax, that's what's generating this phenomenal amount of additional revenue that they've projected.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor DiGiorgio.
My question is almost a gut reaction to what you're proposing, simply because you're sort of saying, well, income tax, you know, people that earn more money pay a higher rate, yes. However, once people have already paid income tax, then they have some after-tax dollars,
right,
which they invest, let's say, in a home, and you're saying now let's tax them again at a progressive rate. And I have some difficulty with that.
Well, except I guess that it's going to a different level of government for different services, and the increase in property values flows so much from the desirability of living in this city. And a lot of that flows from the work that all of you do. And the city should recapture more of that windfall than it currently does.
Fair then if we just focus on the growth? Forget about the original capital that somebody puts into the home?
Yeah.
But if we focus on somehow capturing just the
Yeah.
growth at the same rate, I don't have a
Yeah.
problem with that.
Yeah. Well, I think I think that's a good point, and I think that's where additional study and just come up with, like, play with, could you introduce more progressivity into the property tax system, and just run some scenarios, and what does that generate?
All right, thank you.
All right, other members of council wishing to ask questions? Okay, well, I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Councillor Pasternak.
The third rail of municipal politics is raising that property tax. Do you have any wisdom on how something so potentially unpopular could be implemented without people going down Yonge Street with torches and pitchforks?
Well, to take, let's play with the Vancouver scenario. The increase would be felt by a quarter. Let's assume it's an equal distribution. Would be felt by a quarter of the taxpayers. And what if you use some of those funds to cushion and provide relief across the 75%, where you didn't have to increase where you could freeze, depending on their brackets, freeze or potentially even lower the burden on them. So one way might be, you've got 3/4 of the population potentially as winners in this. So, those aren't bad odds to go into a bit of a battle on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak, and thank you very much for your
One more, Mayor, one more.
I'm sorry, Councillor Barlow.
Just a quick one. I just want to make sure that I understand. So basically what you're saying is how, the way that we differentiate between industrial,
Right.
commercial, and so on, inside the residential to start differentiating.
Yeah.
Okay. So that, for example, we could have a different rate for foreign ownership, for example.
Perhaps?
You could,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Next, we had Tom Allison, Friends and Allies of Smart Track. Mr. Allison still here? There he is. Oh, it's, Mr. Lofsky.
I'm not Tom Allison. I am Arthur Lofsky. He's asked me to appear on his behalf. FAST has invited me and Peter Tomlinson to update tax increment financing projections that were bandied about during the election campaign. Just full disclosure, I was involved in some of those projections. Our analysis shows that the TIF funding mechanism would help fund Smart Track and would free up resources for other projects. The reason why we updated our projections is because the city commissioned a new report by SRRA. It's called Commercial and Multi-Residential Forecast for the review of Smart Track. It's publicly available on the city's website. And they rely on growth projections from a section entitled Tax Increment Financing Analysis in that report. The bottom line is that with that new detailed, precise information that I believe the city will be using to make its own TIF projections, the city could realize $2.318 billion over 30 years in present value dollars. I'm just going to try and put it wrong way. Hopefully you can see that. That's the breakdown. I'll read out these numbers to you. The projections are based on the medium growth scenario, which is what the city thinks is the most likely scenario, and it's mentioned in its report. The projections differ from what was talked about in the campaign because a few other items were added, variables were added, information that was not available during that time. One of them is the TIF zones that were included. There were 18 studied. Liberty Village and Unilever are the key sources of growth in the commercial side and will generate 21,530,000 square feet of new incremental growth in those zones. The second thing is multi-residential development was not considered in the original reports. And that will generate about half of the tax increments. Also, this includes education taxes that come from the province. The Ontario Tax Increment Financing Act envisions it that way, but it would require a regulatory change. Finally, just quickly, I'll just finish up. It also includes uplift on existing properties for both residential and commercial, and that also would require a regulation from the province to help enact.
Thank you, Mr.
And that's all I'll say.
Are there questions of Mr. Lofsky? We have Councillor Perks first.
Hi, I'm just curious, to come at these numbers, this is how many square feet of building beyond the current zoning?
Based on what was in the SRRA report, I don't know what the actual current zoning is, but, and I believe the authors of the report talked to the city about what will be possible. But 22 million new square feet will be built commercially and 71 million residentially. We did subtract development that would occur in other parts of the city that would be drawn to the new tax increment zones because of Smart Track.
Right.
We tried to be conservative.
So that's 93 million square feet of new space spread over 6 station areas?
No, well, for commercial, it would be about
22 million square feet over 3 areas, Lawrence East, Unilever, and parts of Liberty Village.
I know, but I heard you give a number of 71 million for residential, right?
That would be new, with Smart Track, there would be 71 million new, although a great portion of that would be drawn from outside the tax increment zones, so the new amount of square footage because of Smart Track would be 5 million square feet.
Oh, 5 million.
Sorry,
Oh, okay.
I was unclear about that.
All right. So 27 million new square feet in around 6 stations gives this much revenue.
Over 30 years in present value, including uplift, and if you include education.
And if the province decides they don't need the money for schools, but they'll give it to us.
Well, that's mischaracterizing it a bit. The funding that is notionally allocated for schools, but it goes into general revenues. And this is money they wouldn't have had but for Smart Track being built.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Others who wish to question Mr. Lofsky? Going once, going twice. Mr. Lofsky, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Derek Moran.
On page 8 of the city report, it says, as the city's long-term financial direction report pointed out, property taxes have the following characteristics: stability, efficiency, transparency. In terms of transparency, does it say anywhere on the City of Toronto's website, City of Toronto Act, just what payment is properly defined to be? I ask because in 1977, the Supreme Court of Canada in Bank of Canada versus Bank of Montreal, it was then Chief Justice Bourlaskin who said, a promissory note, by definition, involves an unconditional promise to pay a sum certain in money, but is not itself money. There is no liquidation of the debt until it is discharged. And this may be my money, like a remittance, or money's worth, or the debt may be forgiven. I have something here in brackets about $25 million in loans to a couple of theaters and an arena forgiven in November. Discharged is partly defined in the Dictionary of Canadian Law as of a payment made or paid. On the back of a current remittance from the City of Toronto, it says, please return this portion with your payment. Payment is partly defined in the Dictionary of Canadian Law as the set-off of any amount against indebtedness incurred. And just to point out, set-off is referenced to in the Bills of Exchange Act. Okay, so payment is actually set-off. And the common denominators of the definitions in the Dictionary of Canadian Law for legal set-off, statutory set-off, and just plain old set-off requires the fulfillment of 2 conditions. First is that both obligations must be debts. The second is that both debts must be mutual cross obligations. And both conditions must be fulfilled at the same time to net out a debt owed by one person against another owed to the other person. As I told the Councillor Greb at Marco Mendocino's budget town hall meeting, that if she ever wondered what exactly the law was, just to check the Bills of Exchange Act, as it mentions right there in Section 9, common law of England, as Police Chair Andy Pringle probably at this point talks to himself now in his sleep, that Ontario is a common law jurisdiction where the rules of equity apply also. As a remittance from the City of Toronto, as I explained at Budget Committee, is considered money. Money is defined in the Financial Administration Acts as negotiable instruments. But what's the one thing every negotiable instrument needs to make it valid? A signature. The definition of value in the Bills of Exchange Act means valuable consideration, and Section 57.1 of the Bills of Exchange Act explains just what that valuable consideration is.
We'll ask you to conclude now then.
Section 57.1, presumption of value. Every party whose signature appears on a bill is, in the absence of evidence to the contrary, deemed to have become a party thereto for value. Strip away all the legalese, wordiness, what I just said there, and what you have left is the signature is the value.
All right, Mr. Moran, on that note, we'll thank you and see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, I will thank you very much for being here today.
Everybody knows what payment and value really means?
Much appreciated, sir.
Silence is acquiescence.
Victoria Jute. Hello, Ms. Jute.
Hi,
Thank you for coming today and for your patience. You have 3 minutes.
thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Victoria, and I reside in Ward 42. I organized a community town hall last Thursday in Ward 10 to discuss 4 topics, which included affordable housing, transit, income inequality, and pedestrian safety. The town hall was focused on a panel discussion for revenue generation tool ideas and how we can fund programs for these areas I mentioned. What came out of the panel discussion was that the City of Toronto has reached a practical limit in terms of funding prosperity and anti-poverty strategies, and we haven't been asking how to bring in revenue. The venues that were discussed in which we can implement taxes for include a tobacco tax, an alcoholic beverage tax, an entertainment tax, road tolls, a parking tax, and reinstituting a vehicle registration tax. It's understood that no one wants to be the one to raise taxes, and especially with the vehicle registration tax / personal vehicle tax that was implemented, repealed, and possibly reinstituted again. But implementing a 1 cent increase in tax would raise millions, according to the KPMG report on revenue tools. However, instead of proceeding with new revenue tools to fund investments in the programs that were discussed during the community town hall last week, the city's budget calls for a 2.6 across-the-board spending cut, which marks a continuation of 6 years of budget reductions. These budgetary decisions disproportionately affect services rendered to the Toronto suburbs. Homelessness is rising. There is an increasing gap between the rich and poor. User fees on programs and services have gone up 9% over inflation, and transit fares have gone up 18%. If we continue to divest in our social capital, we will no longer be considered a world-class city, but a highly polarized one. What the community members are looking for is fair funding for city services and infrastructure. We also need to protect residents from any further cuts to services and infrastructure. We would like the city to set spending targets based on priorities and move forward quickly with new sustainable revenue tools to fund city services and infrastructure priorities, with costs primarily shouldered by those who can afford to pay more, such as drivers, homeowners, and tourists. We look at these complex issues as social determinants of health, and when we have healthy people, we have prosperous communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jute. Are there questions for this deputant? Councillor Davis. Councillor
Which
Ainsley.
community are you in?
I live in Ward 42, but I volunteer a lot in Ward 10. I used to live there up until last year, so I still volunteer there.
And so the consultation was in what neighborhood?
Ward 10, York Center.
York Center.
So we had residents from Ward 10 and Ward 23, which is Willowdale.
Okay. And generally, people said what? What was the main message you heard?
Well, they want to see more funding for, the 4 topics were affordable housing, transit, income inequality, and pedestrian safety. So there are a lot of, I guess, ideas about time-based transfers for TTC, pedestrian safety, more infrastructure for cyclists and pedestrians, especially in the Bathurst Finch area. Affordable housing, there are a lot of ideas around that as well. People just want to see more options available. And income inequality, one of the suggestions was a basic income.
Okay, thank you. Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Tory. Victoria, so the town hall you mentioned you did last week, was that in Ward 42?
No, it was in Ward 10.
Ward 10, downtown. Oh, okay. What got you interested in? You're from Ward 42. What got you interested in Ward 10?
I was living in Ward 10 for 4 years. So I moved to Ward 42 last year, and I'm volunteering in both, but I just built my networks in Ward 10. So I formed a social action group in Ward 10.
Oh, okay. Are you doing the same thing in Ward 42? Or I guess, so the issues that you raised here in terms of revenue tools opposed to property taxes, So Ward 42 being in the northeast corner of Scarborough, do you hear many of the same concerns as you do in Ward 10?
In Ward 42, we work a lot on food security.
Sorry?
We work a lot on food security.
Food security, okay.
So we have community gardens. We've attained a part of the hydro corridor for urban farm, and there's markets. So it's really focused on food security in Ward 42.
Okay. Any of you had much feedback, like you mentioned about the our 2.6% across the board spending cut? Have you had much feedback in Ward 42 or heard from your neighbors about that? I know there's going to be a provincial election there soon. Whenever it's called, I was just wondering what type of things you were hearing in terms of property taxes.
I haven't started the discussion yet in Ward 42 around that, but I do plan to host some town halls in Ward 42 as well. But I have a couple more planned in Ward 10.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for your volunteering and looking in the community. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Anstey. Thank you, Ms. Jude. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
Lisa Campbell.
Hello there. Thanks so much to the executive for sticking with us. I know it's a very late night for everyone. So my name is Lisa Campbell. I'm the chairwoman of Women Grow Toronto, which is a network of women entrepreneurs involved in Toronto's emerging cannabis industry, including physicians, nurses, doctors, bakers, marketers, lounge and dispensary owners. I've spent a lot of time in City Hall over the years, unfortunately, fighting to fund municipal harm reduction programs, which were threatened to be cut in the 2013 KPMG audit, among other community programs. As well as a young person, I participated in the Beautiful City campaign, creating $10 million in annual additional revenue to the City of Toronto's budget. Over the years growing up in Toronto, I've learned a thing or two on how to generate revenue to fund all the community programs that our city needs to keep our city a vibrant international hub of creativity. I'm grateful for the executive to be able to speak today to the KPMG recommendations on revenue tools, including a municipal tax on alcohol, 1 to 10%, with 21 to 150 million annual projected revenue, with just 12 months of implementation. According to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives report, the Toronto's Taxing Question, Options to Improve the City's Revenue Health, this municipal tax loophole on alcohol and tobacco sales tax restrictions from CODA could also be applied to cannabis, with projected revenue for Toronto more than all of the City of Denver combined. So we know that the City of Denver has a population of 700,000. And in 2016 alone, they're projected to collect more than $7 million USD from a special marijuana retail sales tax and $28 million in total marijuana-related revenue, which includes standardized sales tax and licensing fees. Denver has issued over 300 sales tax licenses for dispensaries. There's no reason why we can't do the same or more in the Greater Toronto Area, which has a much bigger population. We could be collecting HST, which is 13%, as well as a municipal marijuana retail sales tax at 1 to 10%, just like alcohol, with the same tax loophole. We need to do this now. Municipalities in Vancouver are already starting the process, as well as Vancouver Island. In Vancouver, the licensing fees for businesses are $30,000 for dispensaries and $1,000 for compassion clubs. Municipalities in Vancouver Island are taking this a step further by actually licensing craft cannabis producers, such as bakers and small growers, requiring testing and labeling. But we know that this goes beyond the jurisdiction of a municipality. So in Toronto, we actually do have recommendations for cannabis businesses from the Municipal Licensing and Standards Committee from 2012, which do suggest that we should be licensing vapor lounges. It's 2016, 4 years later, and we've seen no licenses for lounges, and we haven't been able to talk to the MLS meeting, which I see Frank DeGiorgio has already left, but you know, Frank DeGiorgio, as well as other councillors, voted to silence deputations for municipal licensing standards. So,
I have to ask you to wrap up now.
okay, I thought I had 3 minutes.
Yeah, you've 3:21, yeah.
Okay. I just see that the clock has stopped at 2:15.
Oh, the one behind you, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's not working.
So in conclusion, in order to take cannabis out of the black market, we need to license it. We need these business licenses. We've been waiting for 4 years for lounges. Dispensaries in Toronto, Vancouver started this process a year ago, so we're hoping that we can start the conversation early and move along. So I appreciate your cooperation.
Thank you for your submissions, Ms. Campbell. Are there some questions for Ms. Campbell? Okay, thanks very much. We appreciate your patience in being here. Amigo Dorothy and Laura Buccioni, I have down here. Is that one person? Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. You have 3 minutes.
Did you say 2 minutes? Okay. My colleague is not here, Laura, so I'll speak on our behalf, both of us. Thanks for having me here, and thanks for the exhaustive work done on revenue tools. My name is Amigo Dorothy from Etobicoke, Ward 6. I'm a public policy issues advocate for the vulnerable. Work began many years ago as a rehabilitation officer. Currently, I'm an active member of the Women's Habitat and a volunteer for Daily Bread Food Bank for over 3 years now, and as well facilitate APACH. APACH is an all-in-one place awareness coaching center for cross-cultural connections. This work with the public puts me in touch with the public, members of the community daily, and their issues of concern have been submitted to you in writing, so please pay attention to them. These include issues as socioeconomic inclusion. Etobicoke is a new ward, so our statistical figures tend to be low and has often translated in us being excluded from budgeting priorities. For example, the recent funds from federal government to reduce poverty in Etobicoke's most depressed wards excluded Etobicoke from the Toronto depressed wards, and we are appealing to be included in priority budgeting despite our very low figures. As I've mentioned here before, my work in Daily Bread Food Bank is such that now we are having about 700 instead of 500 people every week. The increase is so high that we do not have enough resources. And instead of blaming influx of immigrants, the suggestion that we could actually begin generating agricultural revenue through use of whatever space we have in the community, including rooftops if possible. We could make vegetables, grow flowers, sell some, grow herbal products, and so on. So it's just an idea. Now, the inclusion of Etobicoke that I had mentioned before was to increase jobs within the community, especially for the youth. And we are suggesting that City Hall begin to, we are very, very grateful to councillors here who support funding for big businesses and real estates and so on, but we are requesting that more emphasis be laid as well on small business creation programs, because we have very many talents and skills in the community, in our community especially, incoming immigrants from different places. And so we are suggesting that you put more practical effort in supporting our small businesses and not just glass ceiling efforts, glass ceiling support, because the small businesses, councillors here have talked of innovation, they're not interested in creativity, but creativity really puts food on the table for many of us. For example, I work on jewelry, I work on gift items, maps of different countries of the world, and they go like hotcakes. In a day, I can sell 50 pieces of jewelry. People on the subway everywhere asking, and for $10 each, that is about $500. And if
Ms. Amigo, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up shortly, if you can.
Okay, please support us, small businesses, to create jobs for others. At the same time, in our community, we have very many empty premises, and we are suggesting that some differential tax and housing tax system and residential tax incentives be put in place so that the owners can release these empty premises for our use. And at the same time, would like to participate in renovation of these premises.
All right,
if
I think
possible.
we'll have to call it a day
So
there, ma'am.
thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your trouble in coming here. Now, are there any questions of Ms. Amigo?
Etobicoke is appreciated.
All right, thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate it. Jeff Kettle. Jeff Kettle? Oh, Jeff Kettle was just before you, if he's here. And if he's not here, then you're up next, Mr. Smash.
Okay, thank you.
All right, then he doesn't seem to be answering the bell, so you obviously anticipated that, so here we are.
Again, long day for everybody. A couple of things I wanted to go over. Hopefully I have enough time, but first of all, today was a very tedious day for me. It was a very tedious day for you guys. I'd like to commend you guys. You guys should all give yourself a pat on the back. This is a true showing of the democratic system. Thank you all the deputies that did all your deputations. Again, my name is Johnny Smash. I'm speaking on behalf of St. Stephen's Community Center, MAC Committee Members Advocacy Committee. We are a group of people who live on low incomes and have firsthand experience with needing city services. We can't afford increasing user fees, especially for TTC travel. Our group wants to adopt a number of revenue tools. This funding is needed, especially since every city councillor and the mayor voted last year for a Toronto poverty reduction strategy. Property taxes should be going up more. Why do we have to cover these shortfalls with higher user fees? You have to understand that TTC fares and recreation fees have gone up 9% over inflation recently. This means those of us who can't afford it are being forced to pay more for services we need. Services must be funded by fair sources of revenue, such as sales tax, LCBO tax, or parking tax. Funds must be shared based on community needs, and the police service must really reduce their budget. We need more funding to pay for low-income social assistance transit pass, new affordable housing, and more childcare subsidies in the 2017 budget. We want council to invest at least $100 million a year to expand the above services and more. One of our group members spoke to this committee in 2015, stating, "I've been evicted 5 times in the last year and a half." He stated, "I've lost more than $3,000 in rent. I've been on TCHC list for 6 years. I have not received one phone call to look at a place. I've been stuck in the rooming house system. I ended up in a shelter, sleeping in a park because all the shelters are full." This group member needs affordable TTC fares, new affordable housing in Toronto, and a well-funded shelter system. People in our group talk about how they can't afford to buy food and must walk because TTC fares are too expensive. We urge you to take action now on low-income, TTC pass, and free transit for people on social assistance. This committee can set the stage for a real discussion on new substantial revenue tools to fund city revenue and infrastructure. At $1 per day, commercial parking tax could raise $640 million per year for the City of Toronto. This funding could almost match the city's shelter support and housing administration needed funding. We urge you to invest in the most vulnerable in our city, then we will have healthier neighborhoods and sustainable communities. I still have time, right?
You have 15 seconds.
Okay, just briefly, I just wanted to say that we need commitment and innovation. Like, government spends money on parks and repairs and stuff like that to inject money into the economy. They collect revenues by taxes. Nobody wants to collect taxes, and nobody can't collect taxes. It's like a bad word. What we need right now is innovative ways to raise funds, such as fundraisers and other things. We need commitment from you guys and commitment from the community to think what is best for Toronto. For example, if you were to go to the Toronto Exhibition Stadium, why couldn't we have a thing that, hey, if we needed the parking lot fixed at City Hall, why couldn't the citizens donate money instead of always looking for tax revenues? So this is where I think that government and the people need to meet halfway. We need to come together. We talk a lot about pride, but what about the pride of Toronto and putting things down, putting things aside, and coming together to raise funds instead of always looking for taxes? We need other revenue tools, and we need to come together.
All right. I thank you very much. Now,
Thank you,
see
sir.
if there's any questions for you? There aren't any, so I'll
Thank you,
very
sir.
much for your patience and for being here this afternoon.
Thank you, Council.
All right. That, I believe, brings us to the end of the list of deputations on 16.3. And so we would next move, if there are some, to questions of staff by councillors. Councillor Menawong, Deputy Mayor Menawong, you had asked about this first. Did you have any? You were just asking, wait, back at the beginning, you said, well, we have questions of staff as well on this. And no. You didn't have any? Okay, well, I just thought you were so chomping at the bit back then that you might. I never questioned staff. Oh, are there questions of staff from Councillor Carroll, please?
So just a quick one. If this report now exists, but now we also have some feedback, and particularly from industry groups. So I guess the question is, if some of the comments that some of the special interest groups like Retail Council and hospitality industry and such have brought up some concerns, would it be staff's intention, if we were ever to go ahead with these, that this would fit under the heading of further study? Because am I right in thinking that? KPMG said if you were to pick the ones you like, before you would implement them, you still want to do some further study. Is there some of that that still needs to be done that might address some of these concerns, might introduce adjustments to models, that sort of thing?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the simple answer would be yes. And if you look at the consultation report on the long-term fiscal plan, we plan in the first phase to do some more consultations around assets and revenues, and then report back on that.
So the fact that people have come to make deputations doesn't necessarily mean, oh, okay, these are no-goes. What it means is we've heard there are things we have to address. We've heard some things that would inform the model if council did want to implement them. We've heard some things that we would build in, if at all possible.
That's correct. So as we consult further and we hear there's a potential adverse impact, there's one of two things. Don't do that tax, or what structures could we put in place that would help mitigate the adverse impact, such like what we do on property taxes. We have a deferral program, we have a cancellation program. What things could you do to help this?
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much. I wonder this has been an interest of mine and others. Someone else who had other comments next to me about it, but the issue of building progressivity into our property tax, or looking at a surtax. Are there schemes like this in other jurisdictions?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in Ontario, we can do, we don't call them surtaxes in Ontario, we call them graduated tax rates. In Ontario, we can do graduated tax rates on industrial property and commercial property, and the City of Toronto does use graduated tax rates for commercial properties over and above and less than $1 million.
And graduated rates for residential properties are currently not
They're not currently allowed right now under the legislation.
But that could be something we could ask for, along with all of the other things that we're asking for from the provincial.
Absolutely, and we've done some analysis, quick and dirty analysis of what some graduated tax rates could possibly look like.
Okay, so you could report back on that as well?
You could.
Okay. The other thing that maybe I would ask, the KPMG report, it assesses each of these options against a number of criteria, and one of them is policy, and our policy priorities. It's easy enough to say this is complex, this is and costly to administer. This is, some of the other criteria are more clearly defined. But some of them have policy objectives. How are you going to, if this is referred back to you, this great big document, when even these people who have spent some time developing and reviewing all these options, how are you going to take all of these and come back with recommendations, particularly because one of the key variables is the policy objective behind the tax, when we don't give you direction on the policy objective?
The policy directions are, I think, a critical piece into informing what we would bring back. So through the public consultations and any directions that council want to give us, I think the policy directions are important. So I'll just give you an example. If a policy direction is to try to move public behavior out of cars and into transit, then you'd use road tolls and or vehicle license fees. So any direction that council would want to give us, I think that is important. Because
So
the policy
without giving you
directions
those
dictate-
parameters and priorities up front, how are we going to know what you're going to come back with? How are you going to, what direction will you be given if it's just referred to you?
Policy directions are set by council and this committee. So if you want to inform this process or give us some directions, we would gladly take it, and that would help us in terms of what we are going to come back. The other key important thing is, what are our expenditure priorities? Because that will dictate.
Because they're going to tie to potential.
Absolutely. The revenue, the amount of revenues we need is it will be a direct function on the expenditure priorities that council has for the future.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Following along the same lines, I note in the long-term financial plan report, there is some discussion of things like progressivity, some discussion of a variety of public policy pieces that we've already got in place that shape the thinking around that report. Am I safe in assuming that any further work by city staff will use those same pieces?
You are correct in that assumption.
That's very direct of you, sir. When we had the Hempson report, there was a bit more detail on some of the risks and exposures, particularly in terms of the legal piece. Would that be a piece of work that you guys would undertake as well?
Any policy advice would come back with a very rigorous assessment about the potential yield, the consequences of that yield, some of the mechanics, the impact on progressivity, any other policy priorities that might be there, public health, a variety of other things. And of course, it would give you some sense of the certainty of that and the risks associated with that, including economic, legal risks, and anything else.
Okay. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? We have Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. So if we wanted to specifically dedicate a revenue tool, the funding from that revenue tool to a particular area, how would we do that and when would we do that?
So my advice is that may be required, but it may be slightly premature. We do have some fiscal challenges available for us, not available to us, facing us in 2017. And we do need to take a look at both any options to potentially close residual fiscal gaps in 2017, 2018, as well as the long-term capital plans, and then above that, any potential investment in poverty or other priorities. So there needs to be a consideration of the total amount of revenue required, and then the year in which that revenue is required and where it might be dedicated. In the first instance, the most likely initial draw is to operating shortfalls that have the potential to be fairly serious.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, other questions of staff? Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. So to Mr. Byford, in terms of the cordon pricing, is he here? No TTC's here?
No, but city staff will be happy to answer the question.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Wallace. So in terms of the cordon pricing, if the road pricing, if we implemented such a policy, number one, would it require provincial approval? And then number two, what would be the uptake of the TTC and would it have capacity?
So it would require provincial approval, and I'll invite KPMG to comment on this as well. But one of the challenges would be that we know there is some marginal incremental capacity in the TTC because TTC ridership is in fact falling below its initial projections. Obviously, there need to be some calculations. One of the things that is important here is that the establishment of cordon pricing, if that were council's direction, would require some time to implement. That would be, we would proceed, I would understand, in concert with the TTC in terms of incremental investment in TTC capacity.
Okay. I just thought that they were having capacity issues, so I'm just wondering if there's immediate, if this were implemented within.
Obviously, those things would have to come in parallel.
And so, okay, That's fine. And then in terms of the personal income tax, is that also something that would require provincial approval or federal?
Both, both.
Okay. And, sorry, just the last one here is okay, sorry, for the sales tax, again, is that something that,
So both provincial, both the harmonized sales tax and the provincial and income tax are both administered and collected by the Canada Revenue Agency. So both require a mixture of federal and provincial approvals. At this point, there have been initial dialogues with the province. The province has not historically been receptive.
oh, yeah, I would say for the, especially for the sales tax, what I'm wondering is, I'm just trying to see when supporting a 2% sales tax increase.
There are a variety of issues associated with sales tax that are technical in nature. Long before there's a policy conversation, sales tax are collected on a unitary basis across the country. They're submitted to a global CRA pool. They're allocated out on the basis of that CRA pool. The mechanics of the allocation are genuinely complex, as are the treatment of input tax credits.
Yeah.
It's a fairly complicated, detailed, technical area, and the implementation costs are quite significant as well.
Yeah, and just finally, I know because I had asked KPMG the same question, they said it was, that one in particular is more problematic because they'd be looking at Ontario-wide if that were to be implemented, and I'm not sure how you would do that in Toronto with the cross-border shopping.
Ontario-wide's relatively straightforward because the basket of the collection basket is put in place. That's not true on a municipal or regional basis.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. Other questions? I had Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. City Manager, you mentioned a shopping basket of things we want to spend the money on, but isn't that the inherent problem of selling taxes to a general population? If they think it's going into one big black hole, they're less likely to buy into it than if we say, look, we're going to bring in these new revenue tools, but we're going to build a new subway line a year. If they know exactly where it's going, you can get that public buy-in.
So two very quick comments, if I may, Councillor. The reference to the shopping basket is actually a technical reference. It's related to the way that HST is collected. HST is collected on a global basis across the country and then allocated out by the CRA on the basis of a financial model. That financial model is based on a basket of consumption. It's called a basket of consumption in the economic language that is worked through by Statistics Canada. So that was the specific reference to that basket. In general, yes, there is lots of polling evidence that suggests there will be greater tolerance of taxes if they are specific and dedicated. That may make some sense. The only challenge may be that Council may have an operating shortfall to address, at least in the short term, through some element of incremental tax revenue as well.
So in your view, if we were to allocate it, target it quite closely to, let's say, transit infrastructure, or new builds, could we get that micro when it came to the kind of revenues that we need?
Absolutely, absolutely. The only challenge would be whether or not in 2017, 2018, and in the years, remember that we have two specific challenges associated with the budget. The first is balancing the operating budget and then moving on to the capital budget. Once we have, and the 2017 budget takes a pause on any progress on capital. So once we've addressed 2017, 2018 on the out years, then we can use, and the out years from an operating perspective, then the incremental capital, whether it's available from savings or from incremental money, whether it's available from savings or through efficiencies, can be dedicated to capital or other specific purposes.
And one last question, in the negotiating, what are the chances of the province saying, well, we're going to give you all these revenue tools, and then all those transfers you were looking for transit and housing and infrastructure, you don't need those now because we've just given you the permission to go raise your own money?
Any conversation with the province around these tools should be global in nature and should ensure that the city's interest, that includes the revenue measures we may be interested in, and it certainly includes securing adequate funds for other city priorities are protected, and obviously staff would bring forward advice to council that was oriented to the protection of those interests.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Any, Councillor Palacio?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city manager. Today we are not approving anything at this point. What's before us is for information purpose. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And you are coming back with a report in the form with possible scenarios in terms of
That's correct.
tools and whatever else.
After consultation.
After consultation, thank you. Will you include in your report any other potential revenue tools that we're looking at? For example, the road tolls that City Council gave direction to staff to look into it and to report back. Will you include things like that in your report as well?
The report back, I can only presume, will be quite broad in nature because we have a very broad base from which to work. But the report, as we come close to the crunch time on 2017, as we begin to plan more realistically for a longer-term sustainable future, will deal with realistic options.
One thing that I keep on listening out there as well. Yes, we need revenue tools to cover all the everything that's on the queue. So the question that I've been listening is in terms of efficiencies. That how we found the level of efficiencies that amalgamation was supposed to bring in terms of avoiding duplication, reduce the size of government, and to make the government more accountable. And at the same time, how we look at it in terms of efficiency, especially with our ABCs and so on.
Yes, absolutely. And there is a hierarchy here, and we should recognize long-term plan makes it clear that the government has, in fact, been getting smaller as a share of GDP. It's been getting smaller at real per capita or inflation-adjusted per person terms. But the fundamental hierarchy will be we will always look for efficiencies first, long before we ask through council our citizens or residents or businesses to pay more. So efficiency first. Then if there is incremental revenue, we will dedicate that first to filling operating gap. And if there is incremental either resource available from either efficiencies or revenue, we will then seek your permission to make progress on the residual, quite large capital requirements that are being approved by council on a relatively routine basis.
And I will assume as well as you bring the level of efficiencies, you will also bring the level of financial pressures that we have within the next cycle of the budget process.
So both the city divisions and the agencies face significant pressures. We have an item on later today that indicates that as we try and balance that budget within the policy parameters that Budget Committee has given city staff, there's not a huge amount of room. That does require very significant emphasis on savings. That's required to bring us to or close to budgetary balance for 2017 on the operating side. If we're unable to get there, obviously we provide advice to you about potential incremental revenue tools to help bridge that gap. Once we're through that, then we can look at many of the other items, transit and other priorities City Council has on the capital side.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Anybody else that has questions of staff? Councillor Thompson.
Can you give me an idea as to what the public consultation process will look like and how you see that panning out, if you will?
So this has been designed to be a relatively traditional City of Toronto public consultation process, and I'm going to ask Roberto to...
And just before he answers, just to add that, I understand that.
Yep.
The interesting thing is, I've seen them over the years. Question is, do they work, and whether or not something new and unique would be brought in as part of your process?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so that consultation process and what we've got planned is laid out in item 16.2 on the agenda.
Read it.
So we're following very much some previous successful consultation periods that consultation processes, sorry, that we had on the Feeling Congested program.
Okay.
And
just
a few others. So it's going to have a mix of public meetings, online tools, in-person education kits, which I think in the past have been have been very effective in gauging sort of the temperature of the public. And it will have a mix of general public plus stakeholders on something like this.
There is a provision there for opinion research. It has been my perspective that earlier forms of the research have been potentially a little bit naive, asking very straightforward questions that yield answers that are not necessarily replicated later when push comes to shove. So we may try and find mechanisms through focus groups or others to put somewhat more tension and realism into the consultative process.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Any other questions of staff? Okay, well, hearing none, then we would be moving to speeches. Can I just put together a list so we can see? Councillor Crawford does have a motion that, among others, that will be moved at the, he'll speak probably at the tail end. Other speakers that want to? Councillor Carroll? Okay, and anybody else that's a visiting member of the committee, the visiting member of the council? Okay, then we've got, I saw Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pasternak. I want to say a brief word. Councillor Crawford will speak last with your concurrence. Anybody else? Councillor Palacio? Yep, okay. And all right, well, let's get started then. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mostly just want to thank members of staff. I hope whomever commissioned the report based on council's motion is in the room, so that I'm thanking them directly, because I had to go back and review my motion because I wanted to measure, okay, this is a huge report. Does it meet everything that we asked for in the motion? And in fact, it does. It gives you the SWOT analysis we asked for. It gives you far more multi-jurisdictional review than we've had in the past. And while it's at times superficial and apples to oranges because of time constraint, the most important thing to me is that it gives us, in the decade that's passed, almost a decade now since Hampson, it gives us a bird's eye view of how very extensively all of these tools are being used in other municipalities. Even the liquor tax that we thought, well, that's an onerous waste of time, is in Philly, DC, and Chicago. Amusement taxes are now very well represented in Canada. And Regina has a movie tax, Saskatoon has an entertainment tax, Save and Exec movies, Philly, Pittsburgh, Phoenix, Chicago, as well as Cook County. So many people will ask, what about the jurisdictional problems? Everyone's going to drive to Markham to go to Rona. Well, what happened in Chicago, which uses every single one of the tools studied here, is after about a decade, they then began to be introduced in Cook County, which is in effect Chicago's GTA. So boundary issues address themselves over time. The parking tax, as I mentioned to the deputant, is in Montreal, Sydney, Melbourne, Vancouver, all of the municipalities in Metrovan, Pittsburgh, Miami, LA, and Seattle, in some form or another. What's fascinating is when you get to sales tax, they give us 3 examples for municipal sales tax, just by way of giving us an overview of how they might be collected in New York City, Chicago, and Vancouver. But they go on to say, and I know that executive committee was faced with a huge agenda, so you could be forgiven for not having read this report in time for this meeting. But since it's not going away, over the next year you should read it, because what you'll find out about the municipal sales tax is the cities are too numerous to mention. It now actually represents 7% of all municipal revenue collected across the United States in almost every city. In some percentage point or another, whether it's a point decimal fractional amount, or it's 1 cent, or it's 2 cents, or in the case of Chicago, 4 cents on the dollar, giving substantial funding to both transit, operating, and affordable housing. 4 cents on the dollar. And while, of course, that amount of tax room is probably not available to us, that this report now exists gives us a great starting point. It gives the city manager something that he can now go forward, I hope, evaluate the risks, evaluate some of the feedback we've received today and find ways to address it. But This actually is the updated reference point to start from, and I just hope that while it may not have been possible to read this in time for this executive committee, given all of the important business on the agenda, so too the council session. We're about to go into our summer vacation. And if councillors do not read this
I'll just have
report
to ask
and
you-
all that is going on in other cities, I despair of council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Where was I here now? I'm trying to read my own writing. Whose name could that be? Let me just keep looking around here. Oh, it's Michael Thompson. It's Mike scratching out of Thompson. You're first on the list. I have 6 names and I can't read the first one. Now I can. It's Thompson. Councillor Thompson, you're on.
Mr. Mayor, there is a motion. I'll ask staff to put the motion on the screen, and that's simply that we have a assessment of the analysis and so on, and looking at the general economic impact and so on of all of the different proposed revenue tools, so that we can assess and make some determination and see what those are, whether or not they have employment impact, or they have spending impact, or they have impact on industry as a whole, and so on. I don't want to say much more, quite frankly, because there's going to be a lot more to be said on this. It's late in the day. I would just look forward to having the city manager's report back. I just simply want to make sure that on the public meetings that we're going to have, that we look at being as innovative as much as possible in terms of reaching as many people as we can to get their voices and their input into this, because it obviously will impact and affect a lot of people. And that's simply all I want to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Pasternak.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a motion. Clerk can put it on the screen. One item that's been used in some American cities is a surcharge on car rentals. I was a little surprised it wasn't included in this. So going forward, we'd like to see what either our third-party consultants or our staff have to say about that. And that's a segue into my comments, that it's my belief that the good people of Toronto are certainly currently paying their fair share, more than their fair share, of keeping the city operating. And the hardworking people of Toronto are actually propping up the region and propping up the province with economic activity. And it's time to share the responsibility and the burden. And therefore, it's my view that we look at those revenue tools that affect non-residents of Toronto, and they're here in the document, and we try and leverage those and stay away from those sources of revenue that are particularly punitive to residents or long-term residents of Toronto. I believe that's the lens we have to look at going forward. Certainly, you could add amusement and some of the sin taxes in there as well. But generally speaking, I think that when we look at implementing policy, we have to keep in mind that there's many people in Toronto that are living on the edge, even when they own a home. The various pressures on them to keep their home are real, and I don't think we should be bringing in draconian measures that put them at risk. So there are opportunities here, but it's time that non-residents started paying their fair share. And as mentioned earlier, there's a less likelihood of revenue buy-in if you're just going to take a big mishmash of revenue and throw it into a big black hole and then spread it out over various divisions. You have to have ideally a specific cause that you're raising the revenue for. Clearly, building new transit lines seems to be the #1 crisis in the city, our transit problem, and that would be my off-the-cuff suggestion on where we go. Not pouring money into existing, but building new transit lines is what the people of Toronto are looking for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor, sure.
Sorry.
Councillor McMahon.
Sorry, just a question of the mover. I'm just trying to figure this out. So you are trying not to tax Torontonians, so you're thinking that people outside of Toronto are renting the cars, not Torontonians?
That's right. It is true that a Torontonian may need a car and will have to pay it, but it is my understanding the vast majority of car rentals would be from tourists.
Do you have stats on that, or you're just surmising, or?
I'm surmising.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Barlow?
Just a quick
Question
question
on
of
the
the mover. So would that include companies like Zipcar, Car2Go?
Those are car share services. And I, for a fleeting moment, I thought of including them, but that's not the way we want to go in the city. We don't want to discourage, as a fan of Zipcar and a user of Zipcar, I know how important those car share services are, so I exclude them.
Okay.
Other questions of the mover? Okay, then we would move next to Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I want to thank city staff for coming up with this excellent report. And now the city manager, back in spring, he told us that Toronto must not shy away from finding new revenue tools, and he listed a few. And here today we have a list of from KPMG in terms of what's allowed under the City of Toronto Act and others that will need legislative approval. But before even we get to that, is in short what I'd like to say, Mr. Mayor, and this reflects the sentiments of the community, and I believe that of Torontonians overall, that what they, and I want to be very clear with that before we get into adopting any of these tools, I think we should make every single effort to find efficiencies while protecting and enhancing the social and the cultural infrastructure of the city, which is extremely important. And even to the deputants that were speaking about that today. Residents in my ward and throughout the city, they have spoken loud and clear. Yes, we need to invest. We need to make wise investments to cover some of the a number of projects that we have, not only within the transit and the housing, so on. But I think that's important that to support wise investments in key areas such as transit, shelter and housing, daycare service, playgrounds, green spaces, things that are extremely important to our constituents overall throughout the City of Toronto. So I'm looking forward to have a good discussion in the fall in terms of the possible revenue options and tools that will take us to where we want to get. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Mary Tory. I'm going to be supporting the recommendations here. I think it's, this is a very important conversation that we have to have. I'm glad that KPMG brought these recommendations or these findings forward. But as I said earlier in my questioning as well, I think it's also important that we don't use the revenue tools to let the province and the federal government off the hook. The one thing that I mentioned about the 50-50 TTC subsidy that many municipalities across the province used to receive from the province. I sit on the board of directors of the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority. The City of Toronto is the largest funder of their budget. At one time, the province used to give a substantial amount of that budget as well. So I think as we look at revenue tools, it's important that we don't let the other levels of government off the hook, so to speak. The other part of this report that I found very interesting as I was doing my Saturday night reading and got to the end of it on page 165 was the charts that they had about the property tax burden of municipalities across the province and where we stand in comparison to a number of other municipalities. I found that very interesting as well. And I want to thank KPMG finally for their work on this. I found it very beneficial, and I think the city manager will find it very useful as well when he comes back to the executive committee with his recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ainsley. Any other speakers? I'm just going to say a brief word, and then Councillor Crawford has, I think, a motion and some words. And I would just like to say, and it's more in response to constant invitations to show leadership by getting up and declaring which revenue tools I favor on any given day, and they've come from diverse sources, including my friend Councillor Perks, who's in the room. I want to say right here now, first of all, I agree with absolutely with Councillor Ainsley. We can't let anybody off the hook. That starts with the other two governments by raising our own revenue, but it also includes ourselves because we have some work to do looking at how we can better use the money we've got. But after that, and that is the first thing I think we have to do, and we're underway doing it now, I want to show leadership on this as one of us and as the mayor. I just want to make sure we do it right. And doing it right, to me, just consists of, first of all, making sure we do it after we've reviewed our expenses and have our house as best in order as we can. Secondly, after we have some advice from our staff and anybody else we need to get advice from about the economic and social impact of what we do, and I think Councillor Thompson's motion in that regard is very helpful. Thirdly, after addressing some of the technical aspects, I mean, I have had the chance to read this report, and there's a lot of technical aspects in here that range all the way from the simple ones, like simple, quote unquote, like going to get the province to agree to some of this stuff, if they ever would, or other kinds of technical aspects that have to do with the applications of taxes. Fourthly, after we address what I'll call the practical and administrative complexities, and I think our city manager referred to some of those, and we've heard some other commentary about that in the context. It's not just as simple as us, even if we had the permission to declare this tax, if we can't use, for example, the federal or provincial collection mechanisms. And I think you that have been here before have been through this before, where some of the taxes were just ruled out because when you netted the revenue, the expense against the revenue ended up with not much money or none. And then finally, I think we have to have had some discussions about the disposition of the funds. And I lean, as I've said all along, I lean towards the vast majority of it going to long-term capital funding, so that I think the public will more readily understand that and can see that. And we've had a number of people to comment on that around this table this afternoon. This all sounds like a long delay. It can't be. Because I think that we have an obligation to move forward on this, whereas it wasn't really moved forward with in the last term of the last council. I'm not being critical of that. I wasn't here, but I just remember reading about the debates and various things that were put forward and summarily rejected. And I don't think we have that option as a result of the very honest report that we got from the city manager and that we asked for. So I just want to really put on the record the fact that I want to be serving as a leader in moving this forward and getting the analysis done and getting the recommendations back and dealing with them as a council and not leaving it till the last minute and not leaving it to end up being defeated again, because we don't have that option if we want to build the city. And I certainly do, and I think you do too. So those are my comments, and I would then recognize if there's no one else, because he did want to speak last if he could. Councillor Crawford, anybody else before that? Over to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion that I'd like to move, that the item, including the motions by Councillor Thompson and Councillor Pasternak, be referred to the City Manager for consideration as part of the forthcoming report on the long-term financial direction in the fall of 2016. I too want to thank KPMG for a thorough report. I haven't gone through all of it, but I will take up Councillor Carroll's recommendation to read it thoroughly over the next couple of weeks or couple months. It's a good report. I'm willing to entertain the discussion of revenue taxes. I wasn't willing to entertain it last term. I was one of the councillors who voted against any increases. But I'm willing to look at this as we begin this process, and the process, I think, is critically important. I take any increase in taxes very, very seriously, any revenue tools, whatever we want to define them. And we need to have staff go back and look at this as part of the long-term fiscal strategy. That will be coming to us, and I think based on the report that I've seen and the long-term strategy and everything that staff is going to be doing, we will have the tools to be able to have the proper discussion. We can't have those, we don't have the tools right now, but I think that is coming. And as I'll be talking about probably more in the direction report, where that comes a little later in the agenda, this is a process. What is critical from my perspective when we're looking at the residents of the city is we need to make sure that the public's hard-earned money is being properly managed before we ask them to pay any more. That'll be a critical component to me supporting anything to do in this report as we move forward. You will see that as we get into and I'll speak later about the budget directions. It'll be a very challenging process, but I think it's a process we need to do to be able to get to the next point on where we're going to be going on a long-term fiscal strategy. There are steps we have to take. This is an important step. It's not right now. It will be at some point, and as we move forward over the budget in 2017, we're going to have some difficult decisions to make, absolutely. So I will be supporting these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. I think that brings us to start to deal then with the amendments that we have here. We have three motions, the first of which we'll deal with is Councillor Crawford's, which you just had on the screen and you'll have again. Oh, I see, we've wrapped it all into one now. So it refers all of the motions and the item itself to the city staff, city manager for consideration as part of the long-term financial direction in fall 2016. Does that mean we don't then have to consider all those motions separately? Okay. So we'd only have to really consider this resolution, and I think I'm ready to call the question on it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I think I didn't see anybody opposed, right? Carried unanimously. Oh, I did. You're opposed? I see. All right, you'll have to explain that to me one day. That's fine. It's carried nonetheless. So that completes that item. And we could do a couple of releases if we want. I want to be deferential to our friends that have been waiting all day to be heard on the housing item. So which item would you like to release?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. EX 1615, update on the creation of a foreign direct investment regional agency. I have circulated a motion, additional motion on this. It's on your desk.
16.
It's been on your desk for hours. Well,
all right, well, if
all I can do is let people know and hope that they read it.
I understand. So the motion is out there, if you can have a look from Deputy Mayor Menon Wong on the Foreign Investment Review Agency 1615. So is that, yes, oh, I did, no, I said that, yep. I just wanted to make sure people did read the motion this time so that when you bring it back, or when we bring it back, they've read it. Okay, that would then take us to, unless there's any other quick releases to do, we'll go to 1611, and that's the Toronto Community Housing Report. It's called something else, Tenants First. And we have deputations on that. And so I think we'll get right to it because we do appreciate your being around here today and waiting. Marcel Pereira. Okay. Patricia Taylor. Who's here? Marcel Pereira? Yeah, okay, sorry, Mr. Pereira, we hadn't heard any answer. There we go. Welcome, and thank you for your patience today, and you have 3 minutes.
Add that the most important issue of the day has been put at the end of the day. I just want to make that point, because the most vulnerable people, 110,000 tenants, this should be addressed at the beginning. I mean, there's options for transit, but maybe only one option for these 110,000 people. In response to the report that came out on June 14th, the staff report for the Tenant First, they gave the transformative idea of community-based nonprofit corporation, and that we found to be very detrimental, because in fact this would ultimately create more problems in raising costs by partitioning off 5,000 units. I've found that in fact that the shelter support and housing administration budget numbers in fact allots $7,200 per unit for the nonprofit housing corporation nonprofit unit, compared to $3,900 per TCHC unit. So in fact, it is more financially viable to have TCHC as opposed to having a nonprofit unit and a corporation, as proposed by the Deputy City Manager's Office. Also, it is interesting to point out that the staff report ultimately says that TCHC's funding model is currently the least expensive RGI rent-to-geared income delivery model. And it said that in 3 cases. So size does matter. And that is an interesting point. Basically, also, the other issue is that the transforming TCHC to nonprofit providers, even in the small scale, would jeopardize existing and extensive accountability mechanisms and more vigorous mechanisms like the City Council approval of financial documents oversight by the city ombudsmans and auditor compared to the nonprofit model. And also, and then I think the best option that was given by the staff report was the decentralizing of operations and strengthening partnerships and the lean option that was given at the end. In fact, I think that this model probably is the best model of all of them, because it involves keeping TCHC as an entity, but changing up the management, flattening management, as QP 79 said in their report, is maybe having a New York-style model. And the other...
I'll have to just ask you to wrap up there, Mr. Pereira.
Okay, and also the other option of the rent vouchers is a mistake because, in fact, it'll be competing with market renters and, in fact, raising the price of rent, and this is not a good idea.
All right. Thank you very much
Thank you.
for your submission. And Mr. Councillor Perks has a question for you. Mr. Pereira, just if you could just wait 1 minute, some of the councillors may have questions for you. Okay. And Mr. Councillor Perks does.
So I was intrigued by your comment at the end there about the portable rent supplement, or whatever we're calling it now, increasing rents. Is that something that you've seen before or read about?
There is in fact a report. You'll find that in my deputation statement of the executive committee. It's a report that was given by, written by Scott Susan. He is currently the economist with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and formerly at New York University. It was a report on rent vouchers, and he wrote, in fact, specifically, that the voucher program has raised the rent paid by unsubsidized poor households in the average metropolitan area by 16%, and have caused an $8.2 billion increase in the total rent paid by local income non-recipients. I can send you the
Please do.
URL on that point. And basically what it means is that the rent voucher, people holding rent vouchers in a low vacancy city as Toronto would be competing with the working poor and students, driving up market rents. And that's something which is not a good idea. And also, the other issue that I have also with this whole point is that there's also something that the City of Toronto has done by creating these poor doors where there are separate entrances.
Yes.
This is in Bayside, Aquilina, where there's separate entrances for RGI tenants and then condo owners. And in fact, the New York City deputy mayor, in fact, who had this proposal come to her, in fact, she said in her statement, she said, this is something that is walking to a building that should not be any different based on income status. And she banned these kind of setups.
Okay.
We're having this in Toronto.
Okay, I appreciate that. So your preference then would be, rather than to offer rent supplements, to just increase the amount of purpose-built affordable housing?
Well, I want to save TCHC.
Yes.
And I think that because if we are streamlining the administration, not managing, and if you look at the QP 79's report about And also, the other thing is, right now, we have residential staff that aren't really trained to handle the mental health people. If we have, in fact, substitute those people with, in fact, social, real dedicated professionals in social health, and that can also reduce the cost, because it'd be just substituting. I mean, I think the report that was given on June 14th said centralizing all these departments, but that can also increase the money, increase, in fact, funding and costs. But if we substitute some of these residential staff within TCHC and also take out some of the bad management and, in fact, make it better. And, in fact, we can do that better because
Thanks. I think
there's
my
a
time
better
for questions is up.
accountability and easier way of doing it within TCHC model. Unlike the nonprofit, we might not only have just the superintendent and then the board of directors.
We had Councillor Barlow with a question as well, I believe.
Yes, Mayor. So are you aware that the recommendations in the report are actually to do the decentralization, to do the partnerships with the other nonprofits, to have other nonprofits with up to 5,000 units? So it's not one option versus the other, that actually that's what the staff is asking us for direction so that they can come back on how to implement those different things. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware that it is a option.
No. It's the package.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that package. I mean, I believe that we should be keeping
Only one.
of TCHC, because I believe that as a model, as I said, that is a better funding model. And as I just said, that the nonprofit
So
model, it costs more money.
Okay, so you just want TCHC to stay exactly as it is, but just decentralized. Is that it?
But not as it is, but improving the
Decentralized.
management and also decentralizing in points of, it's called the,
I understand. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that there was different options. We're not going to be just doing one big nonprofit. TCHC will be
but you see, those
TCHC.
other options.
Yeah, okay.
Because I've talked about the rent subsidy, the negative aspect, the nonprofit, that is not financially viable, that in fact it doesn't have the tenant accountability in place as TCHC does, where we have a chain of accountability.
Yep.
Which is, in fact,
I understand, sir. I understand. I'm
in
satisfied.
fact, the City of Toronto hired Gary York to be part of the director of 311, and he was head of the client care of TCHC. So they felt that he was doing a good job in TCHC. We have good managers like that.
Okay, well, on that note, we will thank you very much, Mr. Pereira, for your submissions and your answers. And that would bring us along to Mr. Paul Codd. Mr. Codd, welcome.
Thank you. Home sweet home. Lovelier words have never been spoken. July 20th, 2008, there was an explosion where I live. My sister Maureen Codd and I have never been the same. By the way, my name is Paul Codd. I'm referring to the generator explosion at 2 Secord Avenue in East York. There was a state of mass confusion. People were doing their best to stay strong. Hope arrived just when it was needed most. It arrived in the form of my city councillor, Janet Davis. Janet helped in a myriad of different ways. She gave us encouragement when it was needed. Thank you, Janet, for all that you did. We were out for 6 weeks and 6 days. Although we had been injured, we were not slain. We learned that if one person in the village was injured, then we were all hurting. This brings me to the present. Although I don't live in a TCHC dwelling, I can relate to their struggle. Canada was a signatory to the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, yet we don't have a national housing strategy. How come? Our treatment of the homeless is deplorable. Why? As Susan Gapka has repeatedly stated, we're not for sale. Why should people be separated from their homes? Why should they be separated from all that's near and dear to them? In a just society, these questions wouldn't be asked. With a social justice premier, we'd have kindness, fairness, and justice for all, rather than hypocrisy. Tenants need to feel in charge of their own destinies. They need to have tenant-elected bodies that initiate change by the tenants, for the tenants, and about the tenants. This is what democracy looks like. The city should not divest itself of Toronto community housing. Holding the city directly accountable for housing means that we can keep our mayor and councillors accountable for maintaining our housing in communities. While I'm on the topic of responsibilities, it's my understanding that the provincial and federal governments aren't paying their fair share. Why aren't they? If you want more information, please find Tenants for Social Housing on the internet. In closing, I would like to thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Codd. Are there questions of Mr. Codd? We should make sure Councillor Davis knows of that nice compliment you gave her before she came in the room. It was very nice. It's what what we're all in public life to try and do. So thank you to her, and thank you to you. And if there are no questions, we'll thank you for your patience today and message received. And you can help us with that advocacy with the other governments too. We're working on that all the time. It's not easy, but there is some help on the way, a little bit.
Yes, and now that we have a provincial and federal member in government, you can visit them too.
Yeah.
And if you don't mind, one last thing.
Sure.
Janet helped us in so many ways. She was there for us. She held our hands when we needed it. That is what I would like to see in city councillors as well as humane beings. And I find, Janet, you are a humane being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Clive Williams. Clive Williams? There we are. Mr. Williams, thank you for your patience today. You have, you can press the button to turn on the microphone, and we have 3 minutes on the clock.
Do I hit a button?
There's a red light should be showing there.
It is now.
There we are, and we can hear you loud and clear.
I had to push it. Thank you, Jennifer, for your work behind the scenes. The point I want to raise here, you have my 35 pages of alternative to the mayor's task force. I don't, you have to digest that before we can have an educated conversation about it. What I've been waiting here all day to say is that there's a basic instability in TCHC that lies in that, apart from the horrendous management, which should be dismissed en bloc, there is an instability in the people who do the work, inasmuch as that the unionized employees have been given stability of their income, employment, and their pensions, but the non-unionized people have not. I think you really should insist that management gives the non-unionized people stability in their employment and in their pensions so that they can move forward with some measure of alacrity. when I first read the staff report, it was made clear to me that staff only presents to you that which they think you will pass. That means you don't get the whole picture. You don't get it warts and all so you can make an educated decision. They only give you what they think you will pass. I think really that needs some adjustment. So when I read staff report initially, I was upset because it didn't contain the passion that we expressed at the 8 meetings that they held. But when I read it through yesterday, from 9 until 5, I read things slowly and steadily all the way through. I realized that it had considerable merit, and I support it as a tenant and as somebody who has produced an alternative picture, which you have in your hands in that bound form. Thank you.
Other questions of Mr. Williams? Okay, hearing none, I'll thank you very much. And we have your written submission as well, for which we thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Mahar, Social Planning, Toronto. Sean was here earlier. Still here? There he is.
I'm just going to plug in. I'm running out of juice. Thank you. My name is Sean Maher. I'm still the Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto, and it's been a pleasure to spend the day with all of you. In addition to the research conducted by our agency on housing and low-income communities, I've been closely involved with tenants in CCHC communities for over 20 years. I would feel uncomfortable starting the conversation without pointing out that while most of the conversations we have about Toronto community housing neighborhoods talk about deficits, these are resilient, strong, creative, energetic communities that contribute an enormous amount to our city, and it's been a privilege for me to be able to work with them. And I think it's important to think about those communities and what those communities can achieve when we have the conversations about reform in Toronto community housing. The report that you have in front of you proposes a number of valuable and beneficial ideas that support tenants, such as a stronger focus on tenants, decentralization of management, improvements around repairs. It also proposes a number of ideas that have a lot of value but also bring considerable risks that need to be weighed very, very carefully. One of those is the suggestion that we take some of the units currently managed by Toronto Community Housing and distribute them in part to a new corporation and in part to existing nonprofits. There are a number of things that need to be taken into account when pursuing a model like that. One of them is accountability. And I think it's actually quite unfortunate that the report refers to the interventions by city councillors in the Toronto community housing communities in their wards as disadvantageous. And pejoratizes it as political. My experience has been that that's been very helpful in communities. My experience is that local city councillors actually play an active and positive role in the health of those communities. And I would be very sorry to see that lost. And ways to ensure that the people that they vote for and the people who oversee the funding for these programs can also intervene to make sure they work well, I think would be something worth preserving. I also think we need to be very conscious about costs. If we want to see units migrate from Toronto Community Housing to another provider or existing providers, then we have to be conscious of the fact that those providers will need to be cushioned against risk. That they will in fact need to get units in fairly good condition. They will in fact need to get units that are funded in a way that account for the potential risks that they may encounter. That's the fiduciary responsibility of those organizations. But that means that they will have to get a slightly better deal than we're currently affording TCHC, which runs the risk of depleting the existing corporation, that we see money flowing out of TCHC as a net, the weaker units being held back and needing more support. So if we do want to go down this road and experiment with this, we would have to ensure that the existing remaining TCHC units get funded as well as, and probably slightly better than they are right now, if we're going to maintain the condition of those units. It is not without cause that the report points out that there are significant financial implications to moving down this road, because it will in fact mean investing more than we invest now in TCHC. As a consequence, I think it's important that we make sure that we have weighed those costs, we have identified the sources of revenue before we begin a process that will be very hard to reverse and may cause considerable harm to some of the people that are most vulnerable in those communities. The report goes on to reference a proposal around portable subsidies. And the research on portable subsidies, overwhelmingly research based on Section 8 vouchers in the United States, shows that in fact portable subsidies can be highly beneficial to some tenants and can be very, very destructive to others. And the notion that all tenants can and will negotiate the market, experience equitable outcomes using portable subsidies is simply not borne out by the research. And we need to be quite careful about how and who and where we make portability available. The previous deputant who talked about increases in costs in the rental housing market was quite right. There are other problems that occur, including people who are very vulnerable being badly, badly exploited, and in some cases lost to the system. When the Chicago Housing Authority moved a lot of people out of Cabrini Green using Section 8 vouchers, people were lost to the system. Those people were highly vulnerable.
And I'll have to ask you to just come to a close there if I could.
Sure. I will say one other thing, which is simply that there is some discussion about trying to move TCHC out of peripheral businesses that they're engaged in, like recreation, community support. The integration of those supports in the housing has had a value. And the assumption that atomizing those functions will make them better is not clearly true.
Okay. On that note, I'll thank you. And Councillor Perks, I think, had a question.
Thank you, and thank you, Sean. So with the portable subsidies, there are actually a whole stew of programs like this, even right now. There's rent supplements, there's housing allowances, and so on. A distinction within them is whether the deal with the city is with the landlord or if we're just providing the tenant with money as an addition. My understanding is when you do simply providing the tenant with money, a risk is your relationship disappears over time. Is this something that you've observed or read about in the literature?
Yeah, the reference I was making to the Chicago Housing Authority is, I think, one of the most harrowing examples where the tenants were provided with Section 8 vouchers, were able to move to other places in the city, but often found themselves in exploitative relationships. In many cases, found themselves lost to the system because they abandoned their units because they were in exploitative relationships and needed to get away from them. There are risks in both models, and there are overhead costs associated with both models. One of the things that they find in the United States is that the cost of finding some kind of secondary mechanism for ensuring quality and stability is also rather expensive. So you get a tenant into a unit, either you count on the tenant to negotiate that market arrangement successfully and guard themselves against exploitation, or you create some secondary oversight mechanism that has to do that for them. One way or the other, there are risks in those structures, and if the city maintains the relationship directly with the landlord, some of that oversight work is also required.
Okay. When you talked about the integration of services, so this is something TCHC or some of the predecessor companies did?
So TCHC has historically maintained, and they changed the names over time, but maintained departments that do things like provide referral functions, community support, community safety activities, recreational programs over time. There has been a debate within TCHC on an ongoing basis about whether or not they should be in the business of doing that kind of work, or if they're really just a landlord. The evidence is that, in fact, landlords that provide ways to make their communities healthy and feel well supported do better economically, among other things. And so as a consequence, being just a landlord often means actually doing some of those things. There's a reason why condo developers give you a gym. It's not because being just a developer means you have to give somebody a gym. It's because it makes for a better community. It's similar in this particular case. And integrating that work into the other kinds of work around housing has advantages because those staff talk to each other. The staff that are responsible for maintenance talk to the staff who are looking after somebody's social support issue or somebody's kids' recreation programs. And in the experiment that TCHC conducted, where they decided to get out of the recreation business for many of their clients and transition those to others, what happened was the money didn't follow the program. Many of those programs, as a result, closed, and there was less support for those tenants than there was before when TCHC did the work. The notion that others can do this work well and bring expertise to the program is true and was true then, but unless you create mechanisms to make sure that those supports are maintained and are integrated well into the structures that the tenants are involved in, they don't work as well as they need to.
All right. On that note, I'll thank you very much, Councillor Perks and Mr. Mahar, unless there are other questions for you. Seeing none, I will thank you very much. Tom Clement, Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada. Tom Clement, is Mr. Clement here? Okay. Tim McGuire, he wasn't here earlier, but his, oh, there he is. Welcome, Mr. McGuire. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I want to start by explaining who our members are, the community service coordinators who often they support tenants and they help plan and deliver various programs at the TCHC, and tenant service coordinators that deal with everything around rentals. Our members are often former tenants of TCHC, and whether they are or they're not, or they care about the tenants at TCHC and they want to be part of the solution to ensure that Toronto Community Housing succeeds. I want to deal mostly with recommendation number 1, which we think is the most important recommendation in this report. We're pleased that this recommendation is here, and it says, City Council, as the ultimate owner of 58,500 rental units through its sole shareholder corporation, commit to Toronto Community Housing achieving the distinction of being a landlord of choice with a reputation for good repair, cleanliness, and safe and healthy buildings. This recommendation, if followed, will give tenants the housing they deserve and should be the city's primary goal. So we're pleased about that recommendation. What's not pleasing, though, and unfortunately the report really doesn't lay out a plan, a clear path to succeed in that commitment. We need a path to invest properly in social housing. In fact, the budget direction for the TCHC from the city for 2017 to cut to 2.7% in the face of almost $100 million in growing costs goes in the opposite direction. Our response to the task force is meant to provide some clear markers to help create that path to making TCHC a social housing landlord of choice. We look to New York in our research, in our report. The Housing Authority in New York is 4 times the size of Toronto and facing many of the same challenges. Yet they have transformed their housing, their public housing, by putting proper funding in place, by ramping up repairs and allowing tenants to track progress on their specific requests in real time. And they created a successful model of decentralizing operations, local community decision-making within the New York Housing Authority in a structure 4 times the size of TCH. These are the kind of opportunities we need to look at, how a large public housing authority can work to be a housing provider of choice. New York seems to have done it. Let's be next. That's it.
Thanks, Mr. McGuire. I have a couple of questions, if I could. I trust you would acknowledge that, number one recommendation about being the best landlord and so on, that it is possible that one of the ways to get there is through implementing some of the other recommendations, including, you know, the what's the word I'm looking for, the transfer of some of the units to a new nonprofit and/or existing nonprofits. I mean, and the decentralization and so on. I trust you to acknowledge that when you say that isn't addressed, there are things in there that are meant to do exactly what you said.
There are possibilities of that happening, but it seems inherent in the report that those, due to the differences in funding, per unit funding, the opportunities for those others to succeed with a different level of funding. It's all about funding. So funded I understand those recommendations are there to transfer units. Those are going to be funded at one level, and let's make sure that TCHC is set up to succeed as well. But also, and from a bargaining agent perspective, there are still issues that have to be solved in those issues as well.
I understand that. I understand that. Okay, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Tim. I just want to pick up on something you mentioned there. So as part of the transfer, the proposed transfer in a limited format, if there was a common performance standard, which is to say certainty that there would not be two tiers of funding and two tiers of performance, would that help to alleviate those concerns of resulting in transfers being at a higher tier than the maintained 48,000 units for TCH?
Yes, I think so. I mean, obviously, we're not pleased that some of that housing might go to other providers, and we want to make sure that the services are still there, but we can't disadvantage TCHC in the process. Right.
Okay, so some certainty related to that common performance. Now, one other piece that I think, and I didn't hear you articulate it specifically, but related to a limited scale transfer would be successor rights as part of a direction for a potential implementation of this to be considered, right?
Yes. Okay. I mean, that's essential for us in terms of looking at how the people that provide those services are treated.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? We had Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the mayor's question. Did you see any recommendation in here to increase the funding directly to TCHC?
No.
No? But in the report, it does say, if I remember, that the TCHC funding model is broken. You recall it saying that? It does. So,
yes.
Yeah. In your remarks, you mentioned that TCHC doesn't receive as much money per unit as other housing providers?
I understand the TCHC per unit funding is half that of other providers.
Half that. So do you think a way that maybe without creating all kinds of new entities and rejigging the organization for, what, the 5th time in 6 years, if we simply provided the same level of funding to a unit in TCHC as we provide to other housing providers, that might go a long way towards meeting this recommendation 1?
That would.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. We have Councillor Davis.
I just wondered if you have been involved in the consultation process in, you know, directly through stakeholder consultations as opposed to just broad?
We've been consulted with in the initial Mayor's Task Force gathering information. We were consulted, labor consultations, and since the initial report, we've been consulted with, yes.
So the union has been consulted on the preparation of this report?
Yes, and we put in a position paper, actually. It counters many of the recommendations, but we had an opportunity to say so.
Okay. I'm wondering, there's a recommendation for a steering committee. I'm wondering if you think it would make sense to have the union represented on the steering committee?
We would be willing to partake if that was the judgment of council.
Thank you.
All set, Councillor Davis? Okay, thanks. Councillor DeGiorgio? Councillor DeGiorgio?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the report, there's this notion of performance standards being set, and then looking at different providers or different delivery mechanisms or different delivery groups that might meet those performance standards, and that the quality of life for people living in affordable homes. Are you okay with looking at alternative delivery providers that meet that performance standard?
We don't prefer looking at alternative service delivery of public service. We prefer that public service be delivered by public servants.
But there are charitable organizations that deliver public service.
Right.
And I think one of the recommendations that was put forward in this report, that we look at segregating 5,000 TCHC units and having a different provider deliver the services as a way of comparing the ability of a different provider versus TCHC, which is a much larger organization, to see whether in fact there might be better ways of delivering service. Are you opposed to that?
We're not in favor of parallel services being set up as a measure to compare to the public sector and then bring down to the public sector. But particularly in this situation, as it's currently set, other providers would be provided with more funding to outcompete with the public sector. I think in any service that the city delivers, whether it be childcare, whether it be social housing, the core of that service should be the public sector. And we understand that in both childcare and in social housing, there are other providers, but the standard should be set by the public sector. And we shouldn't underfund it in order to allow others to succeed.
Your understanding is that the financing received by, let's say, some other charitable organization that delivers affordable housing is much higher in terms of, let's say, financing on a per capita basis is much higher than what TCHC receives in funds?
Yes, and I think that's the core of their issue. We've met with our members, and they understand some of the, for instance, service issues that are out there in Toronto's communities, and they want to be part of the solution. And part of that solution is looking at models which could have more community reaction to some of the issues that are happening in the communities, and we're completely supportive of that in bringing up the standards of both the building and the services that are provided, but they need to be funded.
Okay. The flip side of the coin then is to sort of just say, well, look, TCHC, they just don't have enough money to meet or to satisfy the performance standards. So let's just throw more money at it and hopefully we'll raise the performance standards. That's basically what you're advocating?
I would suggest there hasn't been enough money thrown at TCHC.
I'm not suggesting there hasn't been enough money. All I'm saying is, why not in the process of throwing more money, can we not look at alternative ways of using equivalent amounts of money to see whether in fact those performance standards can be satisfied?
And that'll be your last question. Please go ahead and answer, Mr.
I misunderstood the question. I'm actually not clear what the question is.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other questions of Mr. McGuire, if any? Councillor Bailão?
Tim, you recognize the report says it and recognizes that this has been an unfunded, it's not only a capital issue, which we've been talking about for a few years, that there's actually an operational issue, and the report acknowledges that. And that part of the moving into a 70-30 model has to do with that, right? There's a financial benefit to it.
Yes, and we understand that we support the move to a 70-30. We want to make, we also would indicate that in the report it talks about having less RGI at TCHC, and I don't know that that's a goal that we should be pursuing.
I understand, but the goal of having a better social mix and an economic mix will have a better impact in the delivery of services and the operating budget of TCHC.
Yes, completely support that recommendation.
Okay. And one of the things that I think the report tries to do is not only working and improving TCHC, but is actually touching on the sector as a whole. So actually strengthening the sector. And one of the big goals by creating this new nonprofit is to create something that doesn't exist right now in Toronto. We have 30,000 units that are delivered by the nonprofit, but we have TCHC with 58,000 units and then everybody else less than 1,000 units. So if we can actually strengthening a bit the nonprofit and increase the number of housing providers that have a few more units, that actually we're strengthening the sector by doing that.
I understand your point. But I think that...
Don't you think that's better for the delivery of housing, period, in Toronto?
I don't know that you need to take units from TCHC to do that. You can just have more social housing in the city.
And we can do both. And we can do both.
Yeah, I'm not going to articulate that I concur with units going from the TCHC to other units. I know that's a recommendation that's being pursued, but I can't articulate that I support that.
Okay.
Councillor Bailao, thank you. Any other councillors wishing to ask questions? Okay, well, Mr. McGuire, thanks very much. We appreciate your time. Joy Connolly.
So, thank you for the opportunity to speak. You must all be exhausted. I've been working in social housing for 35 years, and I've spent the last handful of those years longing for better things for TCHC and for its tenants. So I was very heartened by the Mayor's task force recommendations to bring real change to TCHC, and heartened again to read the city staff's recommendations you have before you. There's a lot of good news in these recommendations, good for tenants, good for Toronto. I hope you support them all. But in my 3 minutes, I want to bring 2 points forward I hope you will consider friendly amendments. First, decentralized operations. I was glad to see that during the consultations, tenants made this a top priority, because that's how I see it too. TCHC has 1,600 staff. That's one staff person for every 37 tenants. That's a pretty decent staff-to-tenant ratio, yet TCHC's front line is starved for resources. It's not that there aren't enough staff, it's just that they don't work in the buildings where tenants live. It's really the biggest difference between TCHC and Toronto's 240 other nonprofit and co-op housing providers. So here's my friendly amendment. Use the asset review proposed in the staff's report to not merely review buildings, but to review functions. As the staff report says, size and scale do matter. There are functions that clearly benefit from scale: development, borrowing, IT, but many functions are best managed at the neighborhood or operating unit level. I'm thinking of resident and community services, security, preventive maintenance and repairs, filling units, evictions, budgeting, partnering with local agencies, tenant engagement. And incidentally, I didn't see the task force recommendations for neighborhood-based tenant advisory committees in the staff report, and I think it's a must. Why do I think this review needs to be done right at the outset? 2 reasons. If you transfer up to 10,000 units to new or existing nonprofits, you wouldn't want TCHC to retain the same head office overhead costs, just distributed among fewer units. And you wouldn't want to see duplication of work between these new nonprofit corporations and TCHC's head office. But more importantly, don't tenants in the over 48,000 units that will stay with TCHC deserve more responsive, more flexible service with frontline staff that stay in the buildings, get to know tenants by name, can make decisions informed by local knowledge, and form lasting connections with local agencies? Second issue, development. TCHC has a crackerjack development division. It's something the rest of the social housing sector lacks. Most of Toronto's other 240 nonprofit and co-op buildings were developed with the support of nonprofit resource groups. But in the 1990s, most went out of business when federal and provincial funding dried up. Now we have some hope of new funding, but the nonprofit sector does not have the capacity to make the best use of it. So when you consider TCHC's development function, and when you look at the city's new real estate strategy, don't just look inwards at the city's real estate. Also bring the sector-wide lens to the report recommends, and consider how TCHC's development capacity could be harnessed to support community-based housing. So I could say a lot more, but I know my 3 minutes are up. I do hope that good things will come out of the process that has been set before you. I'm very hopeful myself. Thank you.
Ms. Connolly. There are questions of Ms. Connolly. All right. Councillor Bailey, yes, of course.
Thank you, Joy. Just a quick question, because I know you work a lot with nonprofits. What do you think the impact of some of these changes could be on the sector as a whole? And, you know, aside from TCHC, which you mentioned these 2 areas that we should definitely be careful.
Well, I do support the proposal to transfer units both to a new nonprofit corporation and to existing nonprofits. I think that that will strengthen and balance the capacity of the entire sector. I think it is the opportunity for innovation. And I think for the people who are living in those buildings that are being transferred, I think it will be a benefit as well. When I've heard tenants speak today and in other occasions at TCHC, what I hear is concerns about stability, concerns about equality and funding, and I hear concerns about responsiveness. And what I see in the many nonprofit, private nonprofits that I've worked with is financially they are much more stable. And to be honest, I'm going to push you folks a little bit, it's because they do not experience arbitrary cuts. That's one of the main reasons that they have money and TCHC doesn't, is because successive governments provincially, federally, and also at the Toronto level have brought cuts to TCHC and sometimes more work as well. That's something that hasn't happened in the private nonprofits. And I do see that the staffing model of the private nonprofits, partly because of their scale and partly because of the way they're organized, is more responsive. And I see much higher tenant satisfaction, to be honest, among the co-ops and smaller nonprofits than I do at TCHC.
But the centralization inside TCHC, because of the bigger sale, could also help us with some of that tenant satisfaction. Would you agree? Or
Decentralization?
Yeah, the decentralization.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Could make a huge difference.
So we'll be able to get both.
Oh, yes. I mean, the 10,000 units is one piece, but decentralization for all
The rest
TCHC,
that-
I think it's, frontline just needs more,
Yeah.
period.
Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Did I see Councillor Davis's hand up? Yeah, okay.
Just wondered about the political accountability question. It's one, as an elected official, I always know that with the TCHC building, I have access and I can have influence to address issues. And sometimes I have to admit that I have some difficulty when it comes to a nonprofit provider or a co-op to try and get, I don't know how to describe it appropriately, but to be able to be an effective advocate for my residents who are their tenants.
Yes, I think that is true. I would actually say, though, I mean, I'm going to repeat myself, but I've had the opportunity through my work to interview many tenants in social housing, supportive housing, in co-ops, alternative housing funded through Supports of Daily Living and TCHC. And I have to say, the tenants at TCHC are the unhappiest of all the groups that I have mentioned and the most dissatisfaction. And to me, that is top importance.
That's not my question.
I know. I guess I'm saying that I think the satisfaction of tenants, I'm going to be harsh about this, outweighs the satisfaction of councillors.
This isn't a question about satisfaction. The
It's,
question is about public accountability.
you have, all of these nonprofits and co-ops are accountable to the city, if the city funds them, through the city's role as service manager. So that is the accountability structure.
So do we need some enhancements there? Because it's a very difficult route to get through the housing division to find the person who is supposed to be the representative of the city who oversees the nonprofit provider to get any kind of intervention there. Do we need to look at building new structures then?
I believe not.
Develop greater accountability.
I believe not. I believe that those nonprofits, by and large, are moving effectively, and when they are not, I believe that the city, as service manager, has stepped in effectively.
I'm afraid I disagree anyway.
All right. I had Councillor McMahon next, and Councillor
Thank you very
Giorgio.
much for coming down, Joy. It's always good to hear from you. So do you think we're transferring enough units to other providers, Or do you think it's the right amount, not enough, too much, too many?
I don't have opinion on numbers. I think what this makes sense is, I see this as for the private, moving to existing nonprofits. I actually see is that 5,000 number is kind of it's like an up to 5,000. I think what we really need to do is do that asset review, see what makes sense to transfer, and also see how the nonprofit sector responds. In other words, what their interest is. The idea of a new 5,000 unit new nonprofit corporation is an interesting one. I see that as a bit of a pilot to test whether this works effectively. I'm hoping that it will be a neighborhood-based pilot, one that where they say there is an evaluation, and the real question is, will this transfer benefit the tenants who are living in that building? Or in those buildings. If they are, it's the way to go. If it's slightly more than 5,000, less than 5,000, I think it depends on the neighborhood.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Councillor DeGiorgio.
In your experience, one of the things that's troubling me is that even if we do segregate, let's say 5,000 units, and we put in some private provider to see whether in fact they can do a better job, I'm looking at the age of the housing stock. How do we draw a valid comparison between, because I know a lot of TCHC units are in a state of bad repair type of thing. So if we do segregate 5,000 units, can we find, and it's a pilot project, can we compare it, apples with apples? Can we compare managers that are managing similar housing stock? Because to me, that makes a huge difference.
The housing that TCHC owns is not completely out of step with either the nonprofit sector or the private sector. In other words, the era when TCHC was developing housing, starting in the 1950s through to the 1990s, was the bulk of it. In the nonprofit housing sector, the range is really from the 1970s through the 1990s, and many of those buildings are rehabs, so they actually were older buildings. The private sector also, the surge of new rental development was really from that period, the 1960s.
I don't need to be concerned about that kind of stuff.
I don't think age of building is the number one issue.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Hi, Joy.
Hello.
I just wanted to pursue a little bit some of the comments you were making in response to Councillor Davis's question. You've interviewed people in not-for-profit and social housing. Did that group that you were interviewing include people in private rental?
Yes, through the housing allowance programs.
Okay. Oh, okay. So my experience, I represent South Parkdale. 98% of it is tenanted, and I have some Toronto community housing and an awful lot of private market. I have some very notorious buildings like 103, 105 West Lodge. My experience is that just about anybody who lives in 103, 105 West Lodge would do just about anything to get into TCHC. Do you think that experience is real on my part?
Well, it's interesting because I just finished working on a project of people who are living at the Broadview Hotel who have been transferred with a housing allowance. Their building was being converted and moved to West Lodge, and they were rating it 5 out of 5 by comparison with where they were living now, where they were living before.
Really? So
yeah, really, seriously.
So my experience with all of those tenants is different than yours, I guess.
I guess I'm saying it's what you compare it to.
So I'm comparing it, oh, never mind, to the TCHC buildings that are within walking distance of 103, 105 West Lodge.
That, I could imagine that many people would prefer to live in TCHC who are in those buildings now.
Oh, okay. All right. Many people would prefer that to some of the private market. Are you aware that in 103, 105 that we actually have people on rent subs?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So some of the people that we have rent subs for are going into buildings that, as you've just said, people would be wise to prefer living in TCHC compared to the buildings where we're putting people with these rent subs. Okay. In your deputation, you made a reference to the cuts that are happening.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess I have two questions around this. One is, do you think some of the correlation you find between the quality of life in a not-for-profit and so on, compared to the quality of life you talk about in TCHC, has to do with the fact that the funding per unit from the city is twice as much in the not-for-profit as it is in the Toronto Community Housing Unit?
I'm not sure it's twice, but I'll take your word for it. On the question of is funding an element, it's not the only element, but it is one element.
It is one element. And finally, do you think that we can achieve the kinds of improvements you're talking about here when there's a proposal in front of coming to council to reduce TCHC's budget by 2.5% when they say they need a 90-odd million just to stay at even?
I'm very disappointed to hear news of a possible cut.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Perks. Other questions of Ms. Connolly? Okay, well, thank you very much for a very helpful deputation. And we'll move along to Mr. John Brochette.
Is this on, or do I turn it on? Is it on?
It's on now, so you please.
Thank you. My name is John Brochet. I'm pleased to endorse and support with qualification the Eggleton report. There are controversial recommendations, but it's not a Brexit vote critical contraindication that the report should be put aside. Basically, the report is absolutely fiscally conservative. It's logical, if tight-fisted, in a number of ways. I'm mostly going to mention the recommendation number 24, which is to deal with evictions for cause. Toronto Shelter Support and Administration, the City Council, City Councillors, have exercised too great a role in social housing. Tenants request humbly that the city allow social housing to function normally. That is, with eviction for cause, as with any normal landlord. This change in attitude alone would reduce annual expenditures and for vandalism and expenditure for unionized community safety constables. In case of eviction for cause of narcotics trafficking, the party evicted should not be given another RGI subsidy, nor should they have the portable subsidy for RGI. This is a major issue with recommendation number 24 to reinforce and strengthen recommendation number 24, which is the crucial recommendation in this entire report. As an aside, I wanted to say that one drawback to the report and to the directions report is that there are no minimal or maximal parameters about divesting of properties which are deemed unsuitable by an audit. A number of tenants, I am a tenant myself, are nervous that what they call vulture agencies are lusting after the properties and basically claiming to be offering supportive services when they want the properties. I just wanted to conclude by saying that a change is what we are required to have as tenants. We need to be financially solvent, we need to be autonomous, we need to be sustainable. Those are the issues. Right now, we're not autonomous, we're not sustainable, and we're not financially solvent. I thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council, the committee, the task force on housing, whose report is a legacy for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Brochet. Questions of Mr. Brochet? All right, well, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
suggestions. Appreciate that. Sandra Marcock.
I am so grateful for this opportunity to speak to something that I'm passionate about. Somebody forgot a folder. I am so frequently appalled at the neglect and incompetence of the TCHC frontline staff in my building that if I think about it too much, I have a hard time breathing. I'd like to talk to the union guy. I am proposing a third pilot, which would be to apply what is possible to apply to approximately 5,000 people within the TCHC portfolio. In Councillor Cressy's ward, we would call it the Grange, Spadina College University Queen. We are formerly city homes, so we have a different ratio. So you'd be addressing easily the mixed income requirement, and there'd be less of a financial impact because there would be the income in this area. I think I mentioned we'd call it the Grange. It would be easy to apply certain of the principles, the 5 principles, the mixed income and the decentralization of operations. With my opening, you can tell that decentralization of operations is desirable, but only if there is immense support with changing the culture of the staff. If there's enough time, I'll give you a few examples. It'll knock your socks off. Decentralization of operations, the asset preservation and review can be greatly enhanced by our tenants who lived here for sometimes 1, 2, 3 decades and know our buildings. I am positive that none of the staff associated with my building know that the front half of the building doesn't have a proper foundation. It was built in 1919. They have no idea what the double check valve is in the laundry room. They have no idea why it was installed 3 years after it should have been installed and 2.5 years after sewage gas went into the apartment above for a two-week period. Poison. They don't know. They don't care. Maybe some do. To me, it's a myth. So I propose that we be an internal pilot, that we get to benefit from participating frontline in the asset review, that we get to be the innovation lab, that we get to be the lean startup, that we get to write out something that should have been implemented after the interim report last September. We got a new cleaner who was here approximately 8 times more than the person about 4 years ago, but I still, over the last 6 years, only got the door cleaned partially twice over 6 years, January 2011 and March 2014. I asked him, I said, would you clean that door? He said, oh, I tried, it's really hard. I know he didn't try. I know how to clean. It's filthy. I'm going to put up pictures if you want to see. I sort of pressed a little bit, and he said, well, it doesn't have to be cleaned, it's going to be painted. Well, yes, TCHC does hire people who paint over dirt because they go for the cheapest and they don't clean it, and what are these painters going to do?
I'll have to ask you
The third thing he said was, I persisted a little bit because it should be cleaned. Most painters don't paint over dirt. And he said, you're not my boss, I don't have to listen to you. So it's on his list to do once a week, although we have 3 or 4 lists and none of them apply. However, in September, we had this interim action plan thing, and we're supposed to have all kinds of stuff newly instituted. All they're doing is paying more money for this guy. And I see on their site that they have a complaints-based assessment of how it's working. Well, nobody in my building complains that the handrail on the stairs is again completely broken and dangerous, and I know nobody in my building complains. Okay, I got
Ms.
carried
Marcock,
away.
I have to ask you.
These are not the points that I wanted to make. I'm sorry. I'm
Well, no,
suggesting...
but you've given us lots of food for thought, and there may be some questions, so perhaps I could just ask you to stop there.
Yes.
Yeah, but no,
That's
you
not
did a very
what I
good
wanted
job
to
of
say.
articulating some of your concerns. Are there some questions of Ms. Marcotte? Councillor Davis?
Just tell us what you wanted to say as your last remark.
We're concerned that with
that's very-
nonprofits, we have less accountability.
Janet,
Even
That's
though...
very unfair. I mean, I gave her an extra minute and a half, but it's implying somehow that we're being hard-hearted here, and everybody else has been given 3 minutes. I gave her an extra minute and a half. And I just think it's very unfair to the chair that you would say that.
Meritorious?
That's not what the question period is supposed to be about.
Meritorious?
Anyway, you go ahead, ma'am.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
When you get somebody up here like me, I think it's a limbic brain phenomenon where we've been traumatized by this horrible treatment that we're receiving, and we lose our ability, executive function and whatnot, because I hate listening to people talk like this.
Ma'am, I wasn't being the slightest bit critical of you, and in
No,
fact,
no, no, I'm just
I
saying...
let you talk for an extra minute and a half, but we have 25 other people.
I'm just telling you to explain. I apologize. It's not
You
at all
don't need to
what I wanted
apologize. I just said you did a very good job of articulating, so please stay there for a minute. There may be another question.
Question?
Right.
No, thanks.
Please. We had a couple of other questions, ma'am.
Oh, I thought somebody waved me away. Go ahead.
Just Councillor Davis's wasn't a question. Councillor Pasternak?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for coming in. I think you touched on an important point when it comes to the staff within the TCH buildings. And it's not the number of staff, it's maybe the skill set or the lack of training or, human resources development seems to be the problem.
Maybe human resources development, but there's no accountability. The cleaner can lie to the housing manager. The housing manager can lie, as he did last week, to Abdul Warsami. There's no accountability. You don't have to give evidence. I have the pictures. I was recently accused of alienating
Well, I mean, you don't have to go into minutia, but I'm just saying that the teams we have, our human resources in the buildings, keeps coming up as a theme, and I'm just wondering whether the package before us works towards solving that, whether people need the opportunity for retraining or whether we're hiring the wrong people.
I wish Todd could speak because there's stuff about metrics, performance metrics, that sort of thing. Like even if we just had a list of things that the cleaner absolutely had to do instead of these general as needed. Well, as I said, the door hasn't needed to be cleaned really in the last 6 years. When you say human resources, we have different batches of staff that come along, they last 2 or 3 years. Right from the get-go, they know that they can perfume the stairs instead of clean them by putting a lot of stuff in and just swooshing it over, and it'll burn your eyes, but they're not clean. The current cleaner perfumes the stairs 3 times a week. They're not clean. Anyhow, there needs to be oversight. There needs to be a lot of concerned tenant involvement, and also in just the preservation of the asset. This is a city asset that people are being paid well, I assume, to maintain and proactively take care of. That's not happening where I live or in the Grange.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, Miss, there was just a couple other questions over here. Sorry about that. Sorry to keep making you, Councillor Frank DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick clarification question. Near the end of your deputation, you made reference to some stairwells with railings that were broken,
yes.
I guess.
Oh, it's dangerous.
Constitute a safety issue, and you said nobody was aware of that.
I'll tell you about the last...
Who's responsible for making somebody aware of that?
Not me, because I get treated like I'm lying, like they can discredit my whatever.
Well, we're talking about a safety issue, railings that are broken in a stairwell.
I'm going to give you an example that's associated. For the last 14 years, our fire doors usually have been broken, the handles. In November, I put it out to the superintendent. In March, Toronto Fire came and gave them an order to fix it. It's not fixed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marcock. Connie Harrison. Connie Harrison here? Okay. Mabel Ernest. Mabel Ernest had to leave. Leona Lowe. Leona Lowe here? I'm sorry? Who, this is Leona Lowe?
Hi, John Tory.
Hi, Leona Lowe. How are you doing? Welcome. You're on. Thank you for your patience, and over to
My
you.
name is Leona, and I'm glad to be here today. I'm a tenant at 285 Sugar, and I'm looking forward to changes in Toronto community housing. Why? Because it needs a new look and a new dynamic way of doing things. The task force has already brought significant change to our building. I've seen the improvement myself since last year. They are working on a new elevator as we speak, and the buildings are cleaner. The recommendations are strengthening partnership in one and most of the interest in for me. Safety is one of the most important things in our building because we see that it goes in our building. Security needs to be there as part of our system. There are a couple of drug dealers in our building, and many dealers themselves have addiction. There needs to be a better way to get them out of the building quicker. Perhaps setting up a separate small building for people who have this history with people in modern emotion them. I do not see an easy solution to this problem. I do feel I have an answer, but I do not feel I have an answer, but I know from experience that it's very hard to live in a building with lots of people with addiction. Many cause trouble for others. Having addiction counselors could help. Strengthening partnership could be a way of setting up more support. There are a lot of people in our building who need support as well. People with physical disabilities, people with mental health issues. Working with other agencies would be great as a way to come together to give support for tenants at TCHC. TCC does have enough staff to do the work, and staff isn't trained for it. I think there should be more funding for those partnerships. Bringing operations closer to tenants is another partner of our recommendation. The Tenants Advisory Committee can help to create a stronger voice for tenants with support. What staff were needed, staff needs to be stronger and accountability to tenants. The Charter of Rights, which requires both staff and tenants to be respectful to each other, is important. This includes staff's need to respond to emails in a timely manner. As a tenant rep, I want to feel like I'm part of the team, and it works to make things better. We strengthen each other by working together. I like the idea of having more staff in our local buildings and areas so they can work with us more and respond quicker. I like the idea of reforming the rent-to-gear-to-income system so that people can move to other buildings and keep their subsidy. Thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowe. Are there questions of Ms. Lowe? We appreciate very much your patience, and it was a very thoughtful submission. Thank you very much.
And you do a great job as our mayor.
Doing my best. Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, would you like another 5 minutes, Ms. Lowe? Susan, just kidding. Susan Gapka. I haven't seen, is Susan here?
She just texted to say she's almost here. If she could be moved down later.
Oh, all right, that's fine. We'll put that down. Then we have Jay McLeod. Jay is the initial. Jay McLeod. Okay. Steve Francis. Okay. Ken Hale from the Advocacy for Center for Tenants.
My executive director couldn't make it, but I'm here. I'm the research and policy.
Thank you. You're most welcome. Could you just let us know your name, please?
Mary Todoro.
Thank you very much.
Am I on now?
You are now.
Sorry about that.
Yes, please, over to you.
So I'm just going to quickly begin by answering a question that Gord Perks asked, which is whether there was a recommendation in the staff report for additional funding from the city. There is no official recommendation here, but if you look at the top of page 18, it says additional financial resources are required from the city to address current and future operating pressures. So I just wanted to point that out. ACTO agrees that the status quo at TCHC is both financially and socially unsustainable. It's well documented in the Deputy City Manager's report, and it is also the experience of Toronto legal clinics that provide assistance to TCHC tenants who are adversely affected by the lack of funding to operate and repair their homes, the lack of resources to maintain safe and secure communities, and poor oversight of frontline staff and services. It's not at all clear in the report how the proposals for less city control will make these problems go away. TCHC tenants are paying the majority of the costs of operating the company through their monthly rents. With 93% of the tenants living in poverty, they are at capacity to contribute further to revenues. To implement a tenant-focused transformation, the city must increase, not decrease, the financial commitment to this valuable asset. Despite, ACTO recognizes that the lack of funding to maintain and operate TCHC's housing portfolio is something that cannot, in the long term, be addressed by the city alone. It requires a significant investment from the federal and provincial levels of government. Along with the city, ACTO will be involved in the development of the National Housing Strategy that should preserve and enhance the social housing stock across Canada. Despite the state of disrepair of TCHC's buildings, almost 98,000 households are on the waiting list for RGI units. In the face of such numbers, how can this committee support a recommendation to turn 11,000 TCHC RGI units into market rent units? We also think it is premature to transfer 10,000 TCHC homes to new and existing nonprofit landlords. We ask that you consider instead a smaller scale pilot, no more than 1,000 units, designed to fairly and rigorously test the theories set out in the staff report, always keeping in mind the necessity of tenant involvement in the design and analysis. There is an expectation that the loss of RGI units will be offset in the private rental sector. This expectation is based on assumptions that there is a workable portable housing benefit, and the province has promised one, but it still hasn't been designed, and an assumption that there's a large increase in the number of available vacant private rental units. One of the province's proposals to increase private sector supply is to encourage homeowners into creating second suites by taking away tenants' hard-won rights. How long will it take for this strategy, or inclusionary zoning, to replace 11,000 RGI units?
I'll have to ask you to conclude now.
Okay. Tenants have already provided some feedback to the city, saying through the public consultations that they feared that they were losing their homes, they wanted better maintenance, safer neighborhoods, responsive staff, and accountability. And we think they deserve to have these concerns addressed, and that their tenants' voices do come first.
All right, thank you for that submission. Other questions from Councillor Bailão to start?
Hi.
Are you aware that the report is actually not calling, and the city cannot get rid of 11,000 RGI units?
Well, it's going to be by attrition.
No, the city has a service level that it has to provide.
And how will
it can be provided by TCHC or the other 230 housing providers, but we cannot, without provincial
because of the service
authorization,
level standards,
say that we are going to have a number.
So there'll be
less than
no
RGIs.
overall decrease in the RGI units.
There will be no overall. Would it make you feel better if I have an amendment that ensures that that is part of this?
Yes.
Okay.
We'd actually like to have more RGI units.
We all do. We all do. Okay, thank you.
Other questions to ask? Okay, well, thank you very much for that submission.
Thanks.
Heather O'Neill. No apology needed.
Oh, much obliged, sir. Yeah.
Hi, Ms. O'Neill.
Good
Welcome.
evening, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks for waiting.
Ladies and gentlemen of council. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. As a community leader, a member of Social Planning Toronto and Commitment to Community, last year I had the antennas for social housing. We can't forget them. I had the privilege last year of attending all the Mayor's Task Force meetings with the Honorable Art Eggleton. And this year, I had the privilege of attending Mayor's Task Force meetings with that was promoted by Mr. Todd Orvitz and Madam Councillor Balau. And I just want to say thank you. I had a quick chance today to go over the profile, I guess you call it, and I think it is a big, big step in the right direction, a big step. It states in there the city to be held accountable, TCHC to be held accountable, tenants to be held accountable. And I think, this is my opinion, I think if we can all work together, I think TCHC can be what we want it to be without getting rid of anything. In all honesty, I think if we work together as a team, all of us. But I want to say thank you to the councillors that I have dealt with. Pam is not here. Who else is not here? Oh, boy. But everybody that's been involved in this, and Mr. Mayor, I want to say thank you to you too. And as Leona said, you're doing a top-notch job.
Well, we got to get this done, so.
We got to get it done,
job here.
Mr. Mayor. We got to get it done.
Are there questions of the deputant, Ms. O'Neill, before she has to go? Questions? Going once, going twice? Well, thank you very much for being patient and being here today and
No,
for your
thank you kindly,
thoughtful and
Mr. Mayor.
optimistic submissions.
I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, sorry. Almost landed on that. Much obliged. Okay. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill.
Thank you.
Peter Chu. Peter was here earlier today. Okay. Wallace Simpson.
Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Simpson. How are you doing?
Not too bad. Stability is a big concern with amongst tenants. So we ask that if you consider a pilot project with a selective private nonprofit housing provider, that you conduct an equal pilot project within Toronto Housing. For decades, tenants have been looking forward to fair play and a level playing field. It looks like we have a lot of decades to go through looking for that yet. The playing field looks like a gravel pit. We're losing confidence, both in the city and in Toronto Housing, that they carry on and improve. Social housing should not be sold. It should be expanded. And any property sold should be replaced in like manner. That's all.
All right, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Simpson? What happened? Okay. Is everything okay there? Mr. Simpson, don't go too far there. All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Simpson? All right, Mr. Simpson, thank you very much. Is Larry Shand here, the president of OPSEU Local 529? You're up, sir. Hello, Mr. Shand.
Good evening, Chair.
You, sir.
Good evening, members of council. I would like to begin by thanking you for this opportunity to share my thoughts of my thoughts and thoughts of my members regarding this report and for the extensive efforts made at improving conditions for our tenants through the work of the Mayor's Task Force and the continued engagement of the residents, staff, and labor partners and representatives. My local represents the members from the Community Safety Unit of Toronto Community Housing, who are the frontline security staff comprised of special constables, community patrol officers, parking enforcement officers, and security dispatchers. I have worked at Toronto Community Housing since 1990 in the role of a community patrol officer and a special constable, and now as the union president for OPSEU. I had the opportunity to work under one of the three separate entities, being MTHA, that amalgamated with the other two entities to form TCHC. I can attest to the challenges and barriers we faced prior to amalgamation, working in some of the most troubled and marginalized communities with those resources and support systems, and some of the issues and troubles that we've had since amalgamation. Staff knew then what we know now again, and that is changes need to be made. There are many transformative ideas of the Tenant First report, as well as the 5 principles for change that we agree with. We would ask you to provide greater clarity, though, around certain issues. One being decentralization of operations and what that really means. In theory, if decentralization is about empowerment, decision-making, problem-solving, accountability, and responsibility, it remains unclear in this report who takes ownership of that and what that picture really looks like and what it means for our tenants and the delivery of services. We had a decentralized model not long ago with 27 operating units, and it was not successful. Consequently, we returned to a centralized model at the recommendation of the Auditor General in 2011. As we move forward, I would ask that City Council continue to liaise and consult with the tenants, TCHC management, and labor to dialogue around creating the ideal model for this corporation. There is acknowledgement throughout this report that the social housing overall is underfunded, under-resourced, and that TCHC is the largest of all social housing providers and is the most severely, substantially broken. While the report identifies new service models to help build financial stability, we note that the report does not look at the option to fix or repair what is broken or the option to fund TCHC instead of redirecting funds and units to other nonprofits. I truly believe that better funding would equal better service to our residents. One of the questions that I would ask Council to take away is that what does this mean for the systems for the remaining buildings that remain? We know that 5,000 units are to be transferred, but what does that mean for the rest of the portfolio that exists in a broken system? The passion and dedication of our staff and our tenants and their perseverance is commendable, but change is needed, and we are happy for the commitment from City Council that those changes will not be political, but based on legitimate logistical and statistical facts to, and I directly quote from this report, enhance TCHC's capacity to provide clean, safe, well-maintained, affordable homes for residents and foster neighborhoods where residents have opportunities. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of Council.
Thank you, Mr. Shand. Questions of Mr. Shand? Well, I appreciate your submission very much, and thank you for your patience today. Dominique Malgary, QP Local 416.
How you doing? My name is Dominic Malgeri. I'm a gas fitter by trade and a proud TCHC employee for nearly 20 years, as well as an elected official in QP Local 416. I'm proud of TCHC, even though we don't always get a fair shake in the Toronto media, but we've accomplished a lot with so very little for many, many years. I want to thank Mayor Tory and its task force, as well as Councillor Bailao, Councillor Cressy, DeGiorgio, and the rest of the councillors who've been active on our board for many years, but more importantly, the hardworking members at TCHC. I want to thank this city for giving its 1/3 share of the money needed to help my company and our residents with its $2.6 billion repair backlog. I only hope together, with one voice, we can unite to pursue the provincial and federal governments to help pony up their share. After all, we are all in this together. I do appreciate the task force acknowledging that we are underfunded, and I want to help this committee realize how grossly under-resourced TCHC really is. Some buildings have been working with one super only, while others have sometimes what we call a half or quarter cleaner, doing the work of up to 3 to 4 people. Our members, your employees, are tired but stay strong and are deeply proud of their company and have stood by me in defending it no matter what, which is why I urge you, this committee, to defend it with me. I do love the title of this report, saying tenants first. It's one of our members' models since I've started with this company. Our members have given back by doing repair initiatives in the Danzig community, Regent Park, community gardens across the city, and movies for the children of housing, all at their own time and expense for this company and this city, and in return they're asking for some stability. Stability of their work with proper tools to complete it. That's how we 416 put tenants first, because many of our members were and are TCHC residents and began in apprenticeship programs that we champion. We've been there for our city and our tenants, and now would like the same in return. I think we're all forgetting how many reorgs and reports our company has had over the years, and I am limited in time, but will remind you of one, the Patrick Lesage report on the passing of our tenant Al Gosling. In it, it was said that this company must stop with the reorgs. The staff turnover in upper management is brutal and causes disruption every time there is a new hire from the CEO down. Directions change and your staff and our residents pay the price. Let some of the initiatives stemming from past reports play out. We've worked hard to create this one company model since 2002, only to have the wheel reinvented with yet another split. I ask, will residents be better served if a percentage of this company is now in the hands of an unknown management group? We should know by now the drastic difference in quality of workmanship of direct managed staff in comparison to the corner-cutting private managed companies. The 200 Wellesley fire from years ago is a great example, along with the satisfaction of residents in many buildings that were brought back in-house, such as Blake Boltby. That being said, no matter the decision made or direction decided, Local 416 is committed to working with the city and whomever is giving their time to better serve our residents and improve our company. We only ask that if you're indeed implementing an advisory group or committees, that you include staff and our members, who better to tell the story and paint the picture of change in the people who have worked and lived there. In the end, make sure you're focusing on evidence-based decision-making rather than focusing on the politics. I know it's sometimes difficult with the positions you hold, but I urge you to do so. Our company, its residents, the city, and its members depend on it. It's been said many times that we're judged as a society by how we treat its most vulnerable members. Many of our residents are well below the poverty line and need fact-based solutions, not just change for the sake of change. Can't take the social out of housing.
Can I just ask you to conclude with thanks? Yeah.
I'm done. Thanks for
Okay,
your time,
thank you
and
very much.
looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. Are there some questions for Mr. Malgary from Councillor Bailao?
Just a very quick one, because we had another deputant talking about the ratio of staff and that actually what is needed. It's not that we're short-staffed, but we need to transfer more to the front lines. What's your comment on that? Is that, do you feel the same way?
I think we've done well in 08 to go down in management. We've gone from 30, I think it was 28, down to 13 choose from OUs. So we've done that. But yes, if you're asking my opinion on more frontline staff, that's a no-brainer. Like I said in my report, a half a week cleaner cleaning a building on a Tuesday and Thursday when they should be there for a full week. But I get that budgets are tight and we have to do what we can with what funds we have. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Bailao. Any other questions of? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Kathleen Flood. Is Kathleen Flood here? Okay. Amy Di Nobrega. Ms. Nobrega? Di Nobrega?
Mr. Nobrega.
Nobrega, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Ms.
Sorry to bring-
Nobrega, you're most welcome, and over to you, 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Executive Committee. My name is Amy Denalberga, and I am from the Community and Legal Aid Services Program at Osgoode Hall Law School. And I'm here today to talk to you about the proposed changes to the TCHC. I've read the Mayor's task report on Toronto community housing, and I acknowledge the time and energy put into creating this report, the ideas of creating mixed income communities, having better buildings and more of them, strengthening partnerships, and reforming the RGI system is what is needed for TCHC. The questions lie in the execution of these ideas and the vagueness of the details of the process. How will the ideas come into fruition, and what are the projections? It has been 3 years since the city approved the plan for all 3 levels of government to contribute 1/3 of the $2.6 billion capital backlog. The ideas proposed in the report are clearly dependent on the other 2 levels of government to contribute their share. If the city was unable to secure this funding under its profile, what mechanisms will be put into place to ensure New Home does not fall into the same financial crisis? In the Toronto Community Housing Task Reports, it states we need better buildings and more of them. However, it stated in the report that yet only 3 of the 130 multiple residence buildings now under construction in Toronto include affordable rental housing. Will the proposed housing allowances be comparable to market rent, since there is a lack of affordable housing units being developed? But above all, and most importantly, how will it affect the people? In the 58,500 units and the 91,032 people on the THC waitlist, where will they go when the buildings are torn down? The stats in the report show the need for affordable housing. The report states that 94% of TCHC and RGI households are below the poverty line. The people in THC are on the wait list, need affordable housing. At CLASP, roughly 85% of the social work caseload have clients who have applied to THC, want to apply to THC, or reside in TCHC. The need for affordable housing is the most requested form of assistance from the population we work with. And from a frontline perspective, getting housed in TCHC has become next to impossible, with workers coming up with ad hoc ideas to address precarious housing, often resulting in families being underhoused in unlivable conditions. While CLAS acknowledges that TCHC is due for a major reform, the report presented focused more on how the changes would benefit the city's profile and budget, and little explanation as to how the changes may affect individuals residing in TCHC. As mentioned in the consultation report, community members are more or less confused about the proposed changes, not necessarily the move to a nonprofit management system, but how these changes may impact the RGI subsidy. It is important to remember with the low affordable housing stock, residents of TCHC are less concerned with the city's budget and more focused on securing housing that is livable.
If I could ask you to wrap up there.
Yeah. So basically what we're just saying is that a report focused solely on how the proposed changes may impact TCHC is highly suggested. And therefore, in closing, we ask for a more transparent report on the specifics of this process, along with the short-term and long-term outcomes and the answerability to, and follow-through for the people of Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Nobrega. Are there questions of Mr. Nobrega? All right, well, thank you very much for your deputation. We appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Harrigan. Hi, Mr. Harrigan.
Hi, how you doing?
Over to you, sir. I'm fine, thank you.
A little tired, but that's all right. My name is Kevin Harrigan. I've been a carpenter for 30 years. I work now as a business rep with the Carpenters Union, and I represent the carpenters that work to maintain the Toronto community housing properties. It's important for us to continue to work with the labor partners and the city and TCHC to maintain the dialogue on these issues. We're pleased that the city is not rushing with its decisions. Our main concern is stability, and that's why we're happy that they're taking their time. Stability is the one of our main concerns with the past A lot of the changes, we feel that there's never been able to get traction with the changes that have happened. We believe in the centralization, not the decentralize. We believe it's more efficient, the centralization. And we encourage that the city is hopefully is going to be making its decision also on based on evidence, and it's going to take their time on that. That's basically my report.
I apologize, sir. I was just talking to the clerk for a minute. Thank you very much for your comments. Are there questions of our deputy? Mr. Harrigan? Well, thank you very much, sir. You're very patient today, and appreciate your hanging in there with us. Alan Dudden.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Alan Dutton. I'm co-chair of Seniors Voice, and we put recommendations in a letter to the city manager on February the 4th pertaining to the shareholders' direction, and I believe you all have a copy of that, and I'm going to address a few items. We're also strong advocates for OCHI, which is section 9.2A. And one of the things that I'm going to address here, the first item is section 9.11C. Seniors Voice pertains to participatory budgeting, and Seniors Voice have made a proposal to the executive staff of Toronto Community Housing on a new system for participatory budgeting. And the second item is of my deputation is section 9.2D, and we're suggesting a complaint system with Toronto Community Housing that includes 4 staff and 2 tenants. And the reason for this rationale is that concrete solutions will be discussed, implemented, and resolved. As per the shareholders' direction, tenants must be included in important decisions that affect them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there questions for this deputy?
Good.
Well, thank you very much for having the patience to be with us today and for your comments. Now, Susan Gapka, I gather, has returned. There she is. Please come up and share your thoughts with us.
Okay, we've got, what, 18 minutes?
You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hi. Well, happy Pride, everyone. We're in the middle of Pride Week here. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Councilors, for the time today. 3 minutes at the end of the day, a little challenging. But I did want to focus, so I wanted to focus on, well, I'm Susan Gapka. I'm a tenant rep with Toronto Community Housing, serving a 2nd term. I'm a founding member of Tenants for Social Housing. We're not for sale. Previous member of Save Our Structures. We got some funding back in 2009. 3 levels of government we helped for capital repairs and social housing. So our housing's really important to us, and I'm a tenant in Toronto Community Housing. I wanted to focus on recommendation 4 around a resident advisory group to help the development of the implementation plan. That's critical and that's important, but advisory is actually one of the weakest forms of consultation. And actually just last week at a residents' charter committee, I learned that TCHC is using language around collaboration, and collaboration is a more meaningful and inclusive model of participation and engagement. In fact, it's so important that Tenants for Social Housing was one of 4 pillars that we're bringing forward, and I missed some of the speakers due to another commitment, but our 4 core principles are no sell-off of the housing. Well, that's very important to us. Many of you know that already. Tenant participation, stability, and accountability. Now, what's happened since the mayor's task force has started, there's been a change in tone and environment. We didn't have much tenant engagement or participation a few years ago, but TCHC has been much more responsive, and it's a bit like a dialogue, a conversation about how we can have better results for tenants. So I'd like to report positively on those outcomes, but now it's time to really, roll our sleeves up and actually implement the plan, look at these recommendations, and we don't have enough time to go through them all, but by having a vibrant, active, dynamic tenant engagement or participation process as part of this, we can better inform for better results and better outcomes. We know what's most important to us. I hope there's a good amendment coming out of that discussion over there, and it includes more meaningful tenant participation. But yeah, I mean, in fact, I gave such an impassioned speech just a couple of weeks ago on tenant engagement. I ended up becoming co-chair of the new TCHC's new tenant citywide to review the tenant engagement system. So it's really strong. It's a strong piece of who I am and what I bring forward here today. I deliver this speech with passion, and I look forward to your recommendations, and thank you for considering them today.
Thank you, Susan, and thanks for taking the trouble to come back here, too. We appreciate that. Are there any questions of Susan Skapka? Okay, Susan.
Pride.
Happy Pride to you, too. We'll see you there, I'm sure. Now, I want to just get your advice here. This is not in any way trying to discourage or encourage people, but how many would have questions of staff on this matter? Because we've just finished the deputations now, so we have 1 or 2, 3, okay. And then how many will want to speak? Because I'm just trying, okay, there's 3 or 4. Because it's 10 to 10. We said we'd sit till 10. We can either try and finish this tonight, this one item, and then come back tomorrow. We have 4 quick releases we can do, I gather, and then come back at 9:30 tomorrow. We have, at that point, we'll have 20 items left? 20 items left to deal with. We're in committee room 2, by the way, just so in case I forget to mention that later, because the Disability Issues Committee's in here, and so you have to take all your stuff with you when you leave. So I sort of see everybody, some more energetically than others, nodding that we should move forward and finish this item. So I'm happy. So we'll have a motion to extend to finish this item and to take quick releases. So moved by. No, well, there were 3 that said they wanted to speak, but if the committee members don't want to extend, that's fine. I was anxious to seek. I'm asking you right now. If there isn't a committee member that wants to move the motion, then we won't. We can adjourn at 10 o'clock as we said we would. It's a long day. So I'm in your hands. That's why I'm asking. I just didn't hear you there, Joe.
I was saying all the deputants are still here, and they would also have to come back in the morning to hear the resolution if we didn't finish it today.
Yep.
People feel they need to speak, just want to move their motion and not speak, I'd be happy to get to finish this item, and members who have questions or anything like that between now and council could have all their questions answered. I offer you that as a middle ground to completing this item. People don't speak, or maybe just Anna Bilau, the chair of the Affordable Housing Committee, or gets to speak.
I mean, I actually think that's a very sensible suggestion, but because I just think it has been a very, very long day, and you start to sort of, I'm not sure how productive, we are at this, if we go to 11 o'clock or something like this, and we will be here tomorrow. But we could still finish the item, but I'm happy to
move that motion. Members are going to move the deputy mayor down here. Sorry. I'm happy to move a motion that members we allow to speak. That we allow members to move their motions, and Councillor Bilau, she will be given her 3 minutes, and then we vote on the matter. I'm moving that, and then we adjourn.
I beg your pardon? Yes, okay.
If we can't do it, we can't do it, Mr. Mayor. It's just, I'm trying to make this a little bit more practical and efficient, and
Yeah, the clerk advises me that we can either continue to meet or not, that we can't sort of meet and take away members' rights to speak, and so
okay, I'm just trying to be helpful.
I think we should just push on, and I've asked people to be judicious in their questioning and speaking, and everybody is here, and then they won't have to come back, and we can move this item forward, and they can get on to deal with it tomorrow. And so can I have a motion to extend? And if I don't get one, then obviously, a motion to extend, all those in favor? To complete, yes, I said that earlier, thank you. To complete this item and to deal with the quick releases. Yeah, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried, okay. That would then take us to questions of staff. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I guess I have questions of TCHC staff. I note they've been here patiently, or is that okay? Yeah?
I guess it's a staff, I don't know myself the answer to that question.
Yep.
It's a staff report that's coming, pardon me?
So we asked questions of Mr. Byford, who is an agency who didn't sign the report on the transit thing.
Yes,
Same deal.
Yeah, I recall that precedent. Can I get advice from somebody about well, Mr. Spurns has been sitting here patiently all evening. I don't know if he came prepared, pardon me? If you want to answer questions, I mean, you're welcome to do so. Yes, well, he'll decide that. He's the one that gets to answer or not.
Be happy to give it a try, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, go ahead.
So the first
Start your time
recommendation
over
of
again.
this report calls on TCHC to become landlord of choice with a reputation for good repair, cleanliness, and safe, healthy buildings. Are you in a position to do that if we cut 2.5% of your budget this year?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you can stay there or stay close just in case, you never know. Other questions of staff, whether it be city staff or Mr. Spurn since he's here. Councillor Davis, did you have a question?
I wanted to ask about, first of all, I do want to say thank you to staff for all of the work that's gone into this report up until now. Consultation, I was at the consultation, and I have to say it's a very complex and challenging report about, and important, which direction we go. But anyway, there's a lot of work in developing the implementation plan that is envisioned with the approval of recommendation 2. Do you have resources? Because there are no requests here for any additional resources to do that additional work.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're going to be using some vacant positions to help fund bringing in temporary resources to help us develop the implementation plan, and we're going to be working with the CFO to see if we can access some of the social housing reserve to help fund some additional temporary positions into the new year to help complete this work. So we'll be working with the CFO and reporting back, but in the interim, we have identified some gapping resources that we can use to help fund some temporary positions to help us complete this or get started on this work.
Okay. So just to be clear, this does not recommend any reduction in the number of units, of RGI units, and our obligation, or subsidies, and our obligation under provincial legislation.
No, we still have to maintain the same level of RGI units.
But does it envision shifting more to portable subsidies?
We're hoping to use, working with the province, if we can develop an appropriate framework. There is a long waiting list as well as, so it will be a combination. We don't see, there's not going to be one quick strategy to address everything, but there could be circumstances where a portable housing benefit would be appropriate, and we're going to work through with the provincial working group on developing such a framework.
So when you talk about, in the recommendations, a portion, transition a portion of TCHC portfolio to community-based providers, a portion of TCHC portfolio to existing and interested community-based, create mixed more income communities. those concepts are going to be developed more specifically with concrete recommendations when it comes back in the next report?
That's correct. We have to complete that, the assessment of each of the assets, so we can identify what the appropriate number of units is and what, making sure we match the units that we contemplate transferring to the proper mandate of the social provider.
Final question.
Oh. One of the concerns that I had when I was at the consultation, and I'm sure you have here, is a concern about creating almost a two-tier system where we end up, in order to have them marketable to transfer to the nonprofit sector, that the best buildings would go and that TCH would be left with the least marketable buildings. How are we going to address that?
Through the mayor, that is part of the asset review to understand the state of the asset. We're very clear that, however, if an asset transfer does in fact occur, that it does not leave TCHC in any way at a disadvantage because of the quality of the units being transferred versus those being maintained. All tenants, whether they're in units continuing under TCHC direct management or in an asset transfer, need to see an improvement in the quality of their housing.
Thank you, Councillor Davis, and thank you, Mr. Brillinger. That brings us to any other visiting or committee member that has questions of staff. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Tory, I was trying to understand in this report, the province last fall released a place to call home. I was trying to understand how these two work together or in conjunction, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the province released their update to their long-term affordable housing strategy. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
So through the mayor, they're very much connected. In fact, a lot of the policy changes in there are actually very much a response or a reaction to where the task force was going. For example, the potential to create a portable housing benefit is included in that framework. It's not yet been designed, so many things are very much aligned with what we would need in order to implement this.
Okay, and then I want to ask a couple of questions about some of the recommendations, kind of going backwards. Number 6, where it talks about a detailed review of TCHC buildings to determine renovations and priorities. I thought we had to have an ongoing list of state of good repair when we're doing our budgets. So I was surprised to see this recommendation.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the asset review that we're contemplating is a lot broader than just assessing building conditions. So TCHC does do building conditions assessments to help identify state of good repair requirements. This one will be a little broader and look at, on page 19, we're going to look at accessibility, community assessments, fit to mandate, et cetera. So there's a number of things that we're going to be doing through that review. So it won't just be the overall condition of the building.
Okay, and then in recommendation 2F, where it talked about strengthening partnerships, one of the biggest complaints that I get from my service providers in my ward in particular that are dealing with TCHC buildings is they're forced to get parking permits, and the hoops and hurdles that they go through TCHC to get those parking permits renewed on a regular basis. Is that going to be dealt with within here, or is that something that I need to move a motion?
No, in terms of partnerships, it's looking at partnerships both with community agencies, but also partnerships and services that are best served, provided through the city. So trying to link the services, some of the services that the tenants need, if they're city provided, just linking those to city services where we're in a better position to provide those. So something like permit parking might be something we would look at.
Okay, so just take that as a direction.
Put that into.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsley. All right, who else had any questions of staff? Going once, going twice. Speakers. Members from outside, visiting members, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I understand it's late, but as a councillor with 202 individual Toronto Community Housing properties in my ward, and as a member of the Toronto Community Housing Board, I think it would be a disservice to the report not to say a few words. First of all, to our staff, Rob Cressman, Chris Brillinger, and Todd, who's there, who hasn't slept in months. This has been an outstanding and hard, a diligent and hard-worked piece of substantive feedback that's been brought to us. It's an important and thoughtful report. It's not without questions and some concerns, but on the whole, it is a huge step forward. The context we're dealing with of 58,500 units, more than 110,000 residents, sorry. We are the largest landlord in the entire country. That's Toronto Community Housing, and that is us as the shareholder. And the bottom line is twofold. One, our tenants deserve better. And two, and this is stated explicitly in the first recommendation, that we as a city have an obligation as the owner, as the funder, and as the provider of this housing to ensure that our tenants deserve and receive better. It is an aspirational report, as a directions report, but as always, it's the details that matter. I've been working closely with Councillor Bailão, who has advanced circulated a motion that I think addresses and speaks to some of those details we need to flesh out. And I think an important one there, which I'll speak to, is as it relates to asset transfer and a common standard. Some of the things I think are positive in the report, first of all, the city role, which I've mentioned, the clarity of the relationship between the city and TCHC as a service manager, as a shareholder, as individual councillors, as board members, that's required. Further frontline staff as a method of decentralization. We hear that again and again and again. Having service hubs on site, and certainly increasing the mixed income communities on site without a reduction in subsidies. These are important, critical pieces. On the asset transfer, this has been the issue of some discussion, but I think with clear conditions related to ownership, accountability, successor rights, there is merit, especially in the individual transfers up to 5K. Whether it's a GAL as an example right now, Margaret House or others, this can work if we have the right conditions. The key here, and this is what I think Councillor Bailão and the motion we've worked on, but that she's moving, is critical, is a common standard between Toronto Community Housing and those nonprofits. What we cannot do is bring up to a state of good repair our assets, then transfer them over so that you end up with two tiers and not fund TCHC properly. So a common performance standard. I'll conclude, because I know time is of the essence, with some of the outstanding questions around portable subsidies and how does that work in the absence of landlord licensing or low vacancy rates. That concerns me. Who will this new 5,000K nonprofit serve? What sector, what geography? That's an unanswered question. That will come. But at the end of the day, it's the dollars and cents. Any model works at the end of the day if it's adequately funded. And when we come back with staff with the implementation program, our residents are counting on a clear framework for the dollars and cents to make this model an important one work. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cressy. Other members, Councillor Davis, Councillor Perks? Yeah. Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. I want to acknowledge the very hard work done by Toronto City staff in dealing with an enormously complex problem and bringing us a lot more information in short order. We're in a much better position to understand what the path forward might look like now than we were certainly at the beginning of the term, and very certainly compared to where we were in the doldrums of last term. So thank you for that. There is a paragraph in the report, though, that states that the funding model for Toronto Community Housing is broken. And that fundamental and basic fact has not been addressed. And it's worse than dispiriting. I recall sitting down with the mayor the very first time we met to begin the term. We just that get to know you chat. And the one thing that I brought to your attention, Mr. Mayor, is that Toronto Community Housing is underfunded. We I sat down with Senator Eggleton when he was first brought in, and I said, nothing works if the City of Toronto doesn't contribute more money to Toronto community housing. Today, we heard in deputations that part of the difference between how the quality of not-for-profit and co-op housing and Toronto community housing is the funding relationship. For each unit, people outside TCHC but in our larger system get twice as much money from the city as TCHC gets per unit from the city. That's not the federal government's fault or the provincial government's fault. That's on us, directly on us. And today, or sorry, tomorrow, we're going to make that worse. We're going to make that worse. You're going to pass a recommendation that's coming from the Budget Committee that even though TCHC says it's about to sink into a $100 million operating deficit, you're going to ignore that and ask them to come up with a 2.5% cut on top of that deficit. You just heard that we cannot meet the recommendations in the report you're about to vote on to make TCHC a landlord we can be proud of as the stewards, and make that cut at the same time. For all the good words here, all the details that we're going to have to sort through when the next staff report comes, none of it means a damn thing. Not one word of it means anything if we cut TCHC tomorrow or send a direction to do that. If TCHC is broken, it's because of cuts. If it continues to be broken after tomorrow's meeting, it's because of cuts. It doesn't matter how many units you move out. It doesn't matter what you do with rent supplements. It doesn't matter what you do with decentralization. None of it matters if you're not prepared to spend the money to be a decent landlord tomorrow.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. All right, Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I'm so worried about this report. It's been one of the major initiatives in this term that gives me, makes me nervous, because I know how important it is, and when we go down this direction, it will be very hard to change. And yet, at the same time, I know we need to change TCHC. So, and I agree that TCHC is underfunded, and we have, over the last several years, advanced an advocacy campaign with the provincial and federal governments like we've never seen before. And I commend Councillor Bailão for leading that advocacy. But we are not, it looks like, going to get the kind of funding that we've asked for. There are changes that are promising, and hopefully we will see some additional funding for investment in our buildings and for more portable rent subsidies or for tenants. I think the recommendations in this report lead us into a number of directions, and I think they're very good. But there are some things. One of them is the overall funding, and you know, if we don't have funding to fix the buildings, what are we transferring? I mean, we're going to have to transfer those buildings that someone will want. So we will find ourselves transferring those buildings out of the good buildings. And while what we're looking at to have some consistent standards, performance standards that are going to apply across the whole sector, I don't know how. I hope that it is a way that we can ensure that we don't develop a very different two-tiered system, and that we leave TCHC more vulnerable than ever. We have tried decentralized maintenance models before. I was here when it was centralized. We decentralized. There were tons of problems that the Auditor General identified. We used to have community services within TCHC. We said, oh no, we're going to restore TCHC as a landlord. And we are going to push those community services to our partners into the community. Well, guess what? There were no partners. So these decentralized models that assume someone else is going to pick up the pieces, we have to be very cautious about because they are out there scrambling for money like everybody else. So there aren't instant partnerships that will take on these services that have been provided above and beyond being a landlord for TCHC. I'm concerned about pushing tenants into buildings where there's little public accountability, where despite the responses I got from one of the deputants, I happen to think that councillors play an important role in advocating for their residents who live in social housing that comes directly under our control.
I ask you to
Thank you.
conclude on that. Thanks, Councillor Davis. Okay, then I had Councillor DiGiorgio to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be very brief. I certainly, I am very supportive of the report that has come forward, and I want to thank staff and everyone that's been involved. I think people should be a little more optimistic when it comes to making statements that we're going to be looking at more innovative ways of doing things. There are savings to be found. I don't care what anybody says. When you do an overall review of any existing organization, there will be savings to be found. To say that the funding model is broken and we have to throw more money at it, if you look at what's happening at TCHC, in the last year, we spent over $200 million more for capital repairs. And we will spend a similar amount, if not more, next year. So there are monies being channeled to TCHC. And those that are living in the TCHC buildings will be very aware of that. There are some very positive things that have begun to happen. And that will only improve. And it will improve if we follow the recommendations of this report and be diligent and say, look, some things will not work, but the majority of things I think will work. And so I'm just asking that you sort of have faith in the review that's being undertaken, and you will see that some positive things will come out of it. Thank you. You want to ask a question? Go ahead.
Others to speak? Besides, we have Councillor Barlow for sure, and she's got some motions. Anybody else want to chip in? Okay, Councillor Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion that I'd like to place, and I hope that it addresses some of the concerns that people raised here, and particularly one that concerned me was that people were not understanding that there's not a reduction in rent geared to income that is going to happen. What it happens today is that we have 230 housing providers in our city, and there's a service level agreement between the province and us, and we cannot reduce the RGI subsidies without an agreement with them anyways. So that is what I'm just reinforcing that through this motion, and making sure that we're not setting up a new corporation or the existing corporation to fail. What we want to come out of this is success. And I agreed with a lot of comments that were put forward. This is a very, very complex file. I want to thank staff because I know they worked extremely hard. I want to thank, in particular, the amount of consultation that they've done with the sector and the tenants, and some of the tenants had several conversations with staff, and I appreciate that. And I remind everybody that this is an interim report. We cannot expect staff to come in here a few months after a complex report, task force report that was put in front of them, and to have a full implementation report in front of us. These are complex issues. This is a big corporation. This is the largest landlord in the country, second largest in North America. So we need to do this carefully. We need to do this thoughtfully. Let's support our staff to ensure that that's what is happening. But we have a huge opportunity in front of us. This is not only about TCHC. This is about the way we're delivering housing and taking advantage of the opportunity that we have 3 orders of government that are finally talking about housing finally wanting to deliver on housing. This is about bringing innovation to the sector. This is about leveraging the assets of the sector, and this is about outcomes, which is focused on the tenants. This is not about bricks and mortars. This is about people's lives. This is about what we need to measure. It's how we improve the life of these people. So I ask you that you focus on the title of this report, that it's about tenants first, it's about TCHC, and it's about strengthening our sector. And we're going to do that through innovation, leveraging, and outcomes. Thank you.
Robinson.
Yeah, okay, so I have a couple little tiny amendments in A that I'd like to propose to you. You see in the third sentence, not profit housing, if you could take out achieves and instead just leave provides, because its sentence structure doesn't work. Or you can pick achieves or provides, but it's not.
You have next to it.
Okay.
So do you want to go with a provides with an S?
Yeah, achieve.
Okay, provides and take out achieve. In your item B, you have retaining the number of overall rent geared to income. I'd like to ask you to add in the word current between retaining the current number.
Overall, that's the intent. That's why we had overall, so we can put the current.
Yeah, I would just like to add the word current. And then I just, I guess you're actually asking, I want to ask you a question, just a clarification. To include, are you asking staff to consider this, or are you asking them to include it? And I'm talking about your number 1. So City Council requests the city manager to consider, or is it include?
So there's going to be a final report coming, so for them to include this, which is, it's actually in the report. I'm basically reinforcing, to be honest with you.
Okay, so, and one more question.
And they're not, because they're agreeing, actually, it's there.
Okay, so, and just quick, because I don't have much time. So the other question I have is there any, specifically to B, is there any financial impacts on that in above and beyond what's outlined in the report on B?
We don't know the financial reports of these things. That's one of the things that needs to come back in Q2 is the business case for these things.
So you're not asking for additional units, you're asking
I'm just asking that when the business comes, it'll come. I mean, we will need, of course, we'll all want to look at the business case for this new corporation. What is the impact on TCHC? I mean, right now, there's no financial implications on the report, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, vote. Let's vote.
They're just going to fix up those changes. Are there any other people wishing to speak? If not, I just want to make a brief comment before we then move to the question, which was to say thank you, and people have thanked city staff, and they have done an extraordinary job taking what is, a lot of this stuff was new for me, but there's no area I don't think that was more complex than housing. When I came in here, both in terms of TCHC and all of its various its various operations and so on, but also housing policy, housing funding, the intergovernmental relationships, it's all very complicated. And our staff have taken the Eggleton report, which I think was an excellent piece of work, and I initiated it for real. I mean, not to be some window dressing exercise. I think it was obvious to me we had to make some changes, substantial changes, to make the lives better of the people who live there. As everybody has said, it's about the buildings, but it's really about the people who live there. So I want to thank them. I want to thank the TCHC staff. Of all the jobs you can be given in the civic government, this is one of the most challenging to be a staff member, whether it's from the CEO all the way down. And I just think, again, they've been working with us. And, have we done everything as well as any of us would like, probably including the CEO at that action plan and the stuff that's kind of the really tangible stuff? No, we're probably not, but I think we're ahead of where we were. I even thought maybe I heard Councillor Perks saying we were heading in the direction possibly of maybe doing something right. And so I thought, I took encouragement. He made his comments about the budget, which I took note of as well, because I think there's a measure of truth in what he says there too. But I just heard him edging towards saying maybe some of the stuff here was worthy of looking at. And maybe. I qualified that carefully. But the other thing I want to do is thank Councillor bylaw. You know, I have needed various teachers on this because it was not something I knew much about. I still don't know very much, but I've now become myself an advocate, I assure you, when sitting in front of the Prime Minister, the ministers, anybody I can find, just saying we have to do better than this, and it's for the people, because I'm spending quite a bit of time in these communities too, in the city, because that's an important part of understanding how the city works. So I just really wanted, though, to thank all those people, our own staff, the TCHC staff, and the councillor, because she's shown great leadership on this. And, you know, a lot of these challenges that we just heard about are the ones, including the money. I get that. That's why we're having a budget process, and that's why it may start off in a way that Councillor Perks doesn't like, but I'm confident, as Councillor Frank DeGiorgio said, we can end up in the right place. So, are we ready now with all the different things we have to do? And then we'll just have 4 quick releases, and I promise we can, if they're really quick, oh, there's 5. That's even better. So we have this motion right here. This is Councillor Bailau's motion. You have it on the screen. You've had a chance to see it. We've had a few changes made to it. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor? Recorded vote. On the amendment?
On motion 1 by Councillor Bailao, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Thompson. The amendment carries unanimously.
And the item as amended. Recorded vote too, or might as well for the record.
On the item as amended, all those in favor, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Holland, Councillor Crawford, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor McMahon, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Mayor Tory, Councillor Palacio, Councillor Robinson, and Councillor Thompson. The item as amended carries unanimously.
All right. Now, don't let me down, any of the people here who have these so-called quick releases. Where do you think you're going, Councillor Crawford? Well, you'll be happy about this tomorrow. You'll be very happy about this tomorrow. 16.9. Where are my papers here? 16.9. This is order, please. Order, please. 16.9, the Toronto Community Housing annual meeting and related matters. And there's a motion from Councillor Ainsley. And it's up, there's 3 motions, I'm sorry. Here's the first one up on the screen. Seniors designated housing east of Markham Road and report to the executive meeting in October. Number 2. Number B, Board of Directors of TCHC to report to the same meeting in October on the need for HR development for public domains, including how TCHC prepares and assesses its public servants for their roles. And motion C, unique plan for resident participation appropriate to each locale with appropriate budgetary allocations and expertise. And that's a request again of the Board of Directors of TCHC. So those are the motions. I'm ready to call the question. Can we call a one vote on all 3? Are we able to do that? A, B, and C that are in front of you. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay.
Item as amended.
Item as amended. 11.9. All those in favor? Opposed? Just sum it up the strength to put your hand up, if you could. That'd be great. Carried. All right. 16.12. Councillor Thompson. Under Gardner, you had some questions. You're releasing it. So let me just find it here. Sorry, it was to adopt the recommendations in the report. So we're now ready to call the question on that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 16.15. Deputy Mayor Denzil Minnan-Wong has a motion. It's been circulated in advance. And it is, well, there it is on the screen. And this is to do with governance, really, and to avoid problems we've experienced before elsewhere. Yes. Yeah, okay. Anybody have any problem with that? Otherwise, if we're ready to vote on the amendment, this is an amendment, and we'll have all those in favor of the amendment. Opposed? Carried. The item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 16.23, we have a motion from Councillor Ainsley, and that's about to go up on the screen. Oh, I love this one. I read this stuff and it just made me mad because it was the second year in a row I'd read these fees that never change. All right, this is to do with these rates that we just have to sit here and take it every year. Are there any matters we'll vote then on the amendment to this item, which is 16.23? All those in favor of the motion that's here to amend? Opposed? Carried. The item as amended. In favor? Opposed? Carried. And then finally, Councillor Bailow's piece of new business, which was on a pink sheet that was given to you first thing this morning. And it's just... It's a request for a report directly to council on key housing. Yeah, we're getting money, I know. It's fantastic. I'll believe it when we cash the check. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay.
All right. So
Recess.
we now are, we'll now recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning in Committee Room 2. A reminder, Committee Room 2, 9:30. And please take, we have 19? 19, I believe. Yeah, not too many depths.
Okay.
So 9:30 tomorrow morning, Committee Room 2. Please take all your stuff. Thank you.